Marquee. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready as well. Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits though trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Modra taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Poppy Chulo. NDG finding Marquee. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready as well. Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits though trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the Nano Swarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here. NDG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. The center resection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo, NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, and Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition, NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here should allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits though trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo, NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, and Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition, NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there. Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Modra taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Poppy Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, and Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there. Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but
Not the same.
well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the Naos Wars, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits, though, finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection, though, can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi, though, makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential, perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papi Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable, though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papi Chulo's there. Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Papi evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK, though, with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but
Not the same.
well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the Naos Wars, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits, though, finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection, though, can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi, though, makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential, perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here from the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there. Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Now Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here from the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. Para sa teams natin today, it's not only about the points on the leaderboard, it's about proving that they are here to stay, that they're not just some drive-by team, that they're worthy of the title Kings of PH. This is VCTPH Split 2.
By Naos, next is prepared, he gets again, it just Relentless, Ace comes for John!
Day 4 na dito sa VCTPH Split 2 at napakainit ng mga laban ngayon. Pang Grand Finals na nga eh. Ako si Tita Mika Fabs, ang inyong panel host for today. At ang inyong panel si Dax at si Black and Blue. Welcome, gentlemen.
Uy.
I like the color coordination today. Uy, medyo, mangas tayo ngayon.
Uy.
Naka-jacket tayo.
Sobrang urban.
Nakiki-jacket
Oo,
talaga eh.
Oo nga, uy, hindi tayo nag-usap nun. Pero the minds are linked together. At ayun nga, di ba, yung parang napaka-pogi natin panel who will be breaking down all of the action for you all today. And syempre, thank you to all of our sponsors, to Mineski PH and to Riot Games, because this event is made possible by them. Dax, sino pa ba ang nasa sponsors list natin?
Oh, syempre, Grab Unlimited. You can celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now. It's free on your first month, and you can enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month.
Of course, aside from that, you can enjoy free delivery every day, get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited, as Dax did say. But you guys should also be aware that the VCTPH Split 2 is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yes, ako nakasubscribe na to Grab Unlimited at sulit na sulit siya actually. It keeps me company after every broadcast. So, di ba? Treat yourself.
Minsan kahit before broadcast, pati ako kanina.
Yun na nga eh, kahit before
Minsan,
broadcast.
during broadcast, hindi ko na sasabihin sino yun.
Kamusta naman ang pagkain mo, Black and Blue, ha? Kamusta naman? Masarap naman ba?
Okay naman.
Okay
Dahil
naman.
nga doon, instead of Black and Blue, today I am Beast and Blue.
Ah.
Ang
Oh
isasabi
wow,
natin.
Beast and Blue.
Wow.
Beast and Blue. Ayun pala yung
Branded
Black and
eh.
Blue.
Sasabihin ko sana full and hungry at the same time.
Oh. Hindi pa full,
Napaisip
pero
ako.
hungry. Oh.
Hindi, both.
Ganun.
Napaisip eh. Pero yun, recap lang po tayo ng konti dito sa VCTPH kasi may mga interesting matches din na nangyari last week before we step into our matches for today. For example, ang ating champion ng best team name in the world, Rambutan ni Tatay. Unfortunately, they were tested by Action PH, Dax, and their win streak came to an end.
Oo nga, nung open qualifier, ang ganda na performance ng Rambutan ni Tatay. Pero pagdating talaga dito sa ating regular season with some of the teams coming in from Split 1 especially, dito na medyo nahanap talaga ng Rambutan ni Tatay ang mga match nila. And the new look Action PH rocketing up that scoreboard right now. Sila ang nanguna dito with a 2-0 standing. Ang RMT naman napuntang 0-2. And it really feels like Kelly S yung missing piece of the puzzle na nag-amplify sa talents ngayon ng Action PH eh.
Oh, totoo naman. You look at the roster, what they were able to do nung last split, ng split 1, it always seemed like they were missing a piece. Nakage removed from this roster, they add in Kelly S at napakaganda ng performance nila 2-0. They're at the top right now of the regular season standings with very great success coming from that Pearl and Icebox map we did see. I'm curious to see kung paano nila mapagpapatuloy on coming up against some of the kind of higher tiered opponents dito sa ating regular season.
Well, before we look into the future, tingnan natin ang highlights from what you were talking about earlier in last week's matches. Check out this recap vid.
To wait for the rest of the squad to come to his rescue. The only one there, he takes a peek. Ja says peekaboo. Cabin tries to dodge the bird, is denied. 3v5, very strong round from Naos. This is looking like a 10-1 right now.
Looks so good for them. Ja still hungry for more. Him and oh no, Ja just gets the 4K. I thought the assist from NVG. We've seen how deadly Naos can be on the retake, especially when they have a lot of the shots landing. Mojo setting an example already. NVG to follow up. Batman and Zin going to be able to equalize, but now the 2v2 and a better buy. They have the positioning, but only 7 bullets for Zin, and Josh F is isolated, but Naos is playing together, pushing through the ties. The recon bar is going to make that weapon even lower, but Josh F has the timing, but he hasn't made a move, but Zin doesn't need it. He's already to get that 2, get that 4K, and push them to match point.
It's a 4v3 situation now on the side of Naos with them in favor. Mojer, all of these sheriff kills. It doesn't matter if you're on the weaker buy. It doesn't matter at this point. They can take this win. And now, Josh F, the only one left alive. He has the paranoia. No. And there you go. Naos wins this series 2-1 against Zol Esports.
Zol, we said that they were too passive, but now a bit too proactive.
Sorry, but it's Georgie. It's not the one who holds, it's the one with wings. Min Mathers gets a quick trade here onto Drax, but Georgie has still not been discovered. They don't know where he is. He's fairly low though, but he's gonna be blind for days.
Picking up the weapon from Georgie because it's already somewhere safely,
but it never really seems to come to anybody's better. As Toms, he is still not letting this go. But Georgie, how did you get in so deep already? He tries to make everybody backpedal, but the shorty is not enough to stop him dead in his tracks. Georgie, that's 3 for him. 2 more. 1 more. Is this the first ace of the day of the official circuit?
is somehow still very much even. Savvy explodes! And this is 3 versus 2. If they tap the spike, there's going to be a quick little peek out. But Nexi with the quick swing and Savvy with the finalizing hit. And that is going to be Oasis 13-4, finishing it off again the series 2-0.
2-0 Asarai is... trying to hold the corner. Can he? And another thing about GameLab, Asarai, is that they're not afraid to expend ultimate.
It's not just that, it's the... They can clear the back of the site, and they know also that there's a bit of...
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, indeed. They're gonna stab him. They're gonna stab him. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it! Get it! Oh! Oh, and Cutie with the stab! I mean, there is a wall right now, but... Look at how awkward the positioning of that spike is, right? They're just gonna pop shots through it. Hot sauce! Oh my goodness! Where does he find that shot through the second on the smoke? That was huge.
Hitman list. Seems like you're all too familiar with some of these shadow ops, perhaps. Asarai. Once again, a ruse might be brewing, but Fall X knows better than to fall for it, as those are major pickups. And, oh, wow, Fall X. That's unreal. And RNT, despite trying to put up a valiant fight in the second half.
Snake by throw, and then Asta finds Derek mid-transit. All left now to Micro in the 1v2 situation. He's been clutch before, and he's tried to do so now. 30 HP left here for Sladov. Caught out by Micro, and Micro matters in big moments. The defuse will go APH's way, and at least in the rifle round, they will still stand tall.
Micro going huge.
Balance himself over this girder here. He's just slowly crawling just in case someone plays on the rafters itself.
Oh, the
spam. Down, and the swarm is perfect. And the Hottest Fury is there too for pressure. Action PH playing the stalling tactics to absolute perfection. Hydra now next on the list to go for the plant. Derek thinking about the lockdown. But Exotic is here, watching towards screens, especially 3v4 scenario. Exotic waiting for more targets. And Exotic lockdown now forced out here by Derek. Exotic still awaits, looks for the head, and makes sure he's dead. 3 already here for Exotic. Another one bites the dust. Exotic is just gonna go on a rampage. Even takes the fight to Blurred.
Seeing him come up big, but now he's stunned. Now he's scanned. Even not burnt. Time against him. He only has that drone. No recon will be available for the rest of this retake, and he only has the Guardi to work with. He has to speed through and try to get more from the timing. He knows there's one player. He's able to find one, but the third contact brings him low. 3 bullets and a dream. It's not going to be a dream that's big enough because it's going to be a nightmare for him as Kelly S lands a frag. Party, they're knocking on the door already at the B side. One goes for the swing, but Eugene S finds one.
Yeah, with that swing, very quick. Zarek 46 HP,
shock dart.
16, make that 0. Ching with a shock dart kill. Markel! And the spike has been planted, but Kempsy's doing a lot of work for Action PH. And now, they're all clean, they're all gone, with a pistol round just swifting by. A little bit of reset, judge in hand for Le Magician. Will he work his magic as the gravity well activated? He's coming in close, Derek, and he gets a double kill. Nicely done by APH. Their entry is right there. Ching's still waiting across this cloud burst. They have no idea.
Knows.
The trigger discipline. He 1, 2, 3.
It's so big.
Ching, this is huge.
He finds
and now
one.
He gets the 4th, and he wins that round for RNT. Time to plant the spike. And it's all up to Mark L to do this clutch, to survive one more round, to keep surviving, to take this into map 3. Mark L making it into a 1v1. He has to reload. He has the heal. He's still very healthy. He's up against a Micro who's 75 in HP. He has to wrap around, reposition, find where Micro is. He's hiding across the smoke. It's a 1v1, and the timing is not going to be in his favor. Wait, no, 30 HP. He's trying to defuse, and there you go. APH will take this series 2-0. Again.
Full confidence. Look at this. Zin is once again almost nearing another of his ultimates. This is a budget wall that's going to be... What's up?
No, it's just a bit of a crucial whip here, Aster, and sorry to cut your train of thought, but Zin has no brakes. And he will run through every single person trying to invade his site. That's it, he's getting his mallet. Big corner. Nobody really checks this either. Now, if Zol do that, that's gonna be mind-blowing. No, they don't. No, they don't. They need to pay the price for it. But the numbers, man. Yeah.
Oh my! Oh, whoa! Taking on for a ride there, taking on for a spin. Naru just hits the godliest of 2 takedowns with a ghost presence, as well as, I guess, nerves of steel. The 3-man squad, no way B Black still clutches this. He has 27 HP! Oh! B Black! And he has plenty of time to spare to defuse that spike.
Reset everything, but I fear that we are close to admitting that the panel had their prediction spot on, and Naru willing this to existence, getting 2, 3 unholy picks. And Patman will put Exotic away for now. But that run it back is going to give him an extra try, an extra shot at redemption. And oh dear me, the Molly is only going to be saving them just for another moment, Asterai. The Wonder Duo, will they ride into the sunset, slay the mix-up? Ooh, a very iconic stab. But no! The classics enforce dominance, and Zol
And ayun, that was just a little bit of the action na nangyari last week. And ngayon, dito tayo sa week 2. Alam ko medyo kakaiba yung weeks natin ngayon dahil may Holy Week, tapos meron pang isa pang international na tournament na nangyayari, di ba? So kakaiba yung schedule ngayon, pero it is week 2 and there's gonna be lots more action to follow. Especially ngayon na yung matches natin. Ang sabi ko nga nung start ng panel, pang grand finals ito. So alam niyo naman na mainit ang laban ngayon. Pero looking at our team standings right now, we see Action PH at the top of our standings as of the end of week 1. Pero ngayon exciting dahil yung number 1 at yung number 3 dyan ay lalaban. At siguro Dax, may tatabi dyan naman kay Action PH sa stop ng standings mamaya.
May sasama kasi sa Action PH, di ba? Yun yung tanong, kung sino dito sa 2 at 3. Yung 1 at 2 from last season, Oasis Gaming at Naos Esports. Munti na naman makakita tayo ng Grand Finals matchup na yan. But on the other side, yung interesting part talaga dito, you can see it here from 6, 7, 8. Looking for sponsored rambutan ni Tatay SR Nakage. Struggles talaga nung past few weeks ngayon eh.
Oo nga, pag tinignan mo dito, yung SR Nakage, it might be the brand na talagang naalala natin throughout yung opening season, di ba? Throughout yung parang off-season din nung 2022. Pero this is a very different team. Kung mas familiar kayo sa Puggers, ay yung dapat nyong aalahanin dito, that they are the Puggers squad with Mid-Mathers as part of that backing. They haven't had the best opening series so far, pero makikita naman natin ngayon na baka pwede naman silang bumawi against a very, very interesting GameLab Alpha.
Ayun na nga, diba? Bakit mo nga, ito yung first match natin of the day. So let's take a look at our schedule. It is going to be GameLab Alpha versus SR Nakage, followed by El Clasico ng VCTPH, Naos versus Oasis. Dax, mahirap pa to i-predict.
Oh, sobra. Yun lang. Yun na yung comment ka
Yun lang,
dyan.
diba?
Minsan,
Yun lang ba eh.
Oh.
Kasi pabalik-balik ang daming history na itong dalawang teams eh.
hindi nga yung back and forth talaga na Naos at Oasis nakita natin. But Naos sila talaga nag-standardize ng kanilang playoff run last time around. And they honestly dominated what we saw most of their upper bracket run. How they played against Oasis was super clean. Paano nila na-figure out yung mga, I'd say, hero tendencies ng Oasis. Nasagot nila nun. And yun yung magiging parang pag-rest back dito ng Oasis. Can they actually clean up their act from what we've seen from last time around? On the other hand though, Nakage versus GameLab Alpha, I think it's also a very interesting series kasi yun nga sabi ni Black and Blue, diba? May ba yung core dito na Nakage? GameLab Alpha in the meantime, gusto nila i-solidify na hindi lang sila parang pub team. They want to be really one of the best teams in the PH scene.
And they're looking to be that. Diba, GameLab Alpha, nakita naman natin na last season, we didn't really have the biggest expectations from them. We thought that aside from them, baka yung Sky Empire pa nga ang team galing sa open qualifiers na makakalayo at makakatalagang makakabigay ng basically proof dito that there should be the team to join the rest of the top 4. But it came down to kind of become GameLab Alpha. Nakita natin players like Boogie, players like Fallex, napaka-impressive ang ipinakita nila for just such young talent. And I think that is the most important thing here. Wag natin kakalimutan, mga bata pa lang ang mga to. And with that, it gives them time to improve. And looking at how they've played so far here today, rather ng mga last weeks, 1-0, quick and easy. I'm looking for maybe baka mapaulit pa nga nila dito, and this split is where they could really cement themselves as one of those top 4 teams.
Well, mga bata kayong lahat pagdating kay Tita Mika, hindi ba? Pero ayun nasabi nga nila Black and Blue and ni Dax na gusto talaga nitong dalawang teams mapatunayan na hindi lang sila yung parang pang 3rd place, pang 4th place, or pang, for 1 split lang, or pang 2nd split lang. They really want to cement their positions as one of the top teams in the PH. So let's get into our first series of the day, GameLab Alpha versus SR Nakage. Let's take a closer look at SR Nakage's roster.
SR Nakage got Joms, Mid-Mathers, Second Love, Walk on Waters, and Yanagi. At pagtingin mo ng roster na to, huwag natin kakalimutan na ang kalaban na dito, GameLab Alpha. And who did GameLab Alpha struggle against nung Stage 1? SR Nakage at ang Puggers. At ngayon nandito, pinaghalo mo dito ang dating mga roster ng SR Nakage at dating roster ng Puggers. Mid-Mathers being from that former and Walk on War being from that latter, just 2 standout players. And you're looking at things here and you're kind of wondering, teka, mga familiar na faces to and they could really be kind of those haunting enemies back against the GameLab Alpha. Naririnig ko si Mika na ba, uy, sino ba nakikita mo, Mika?
Oh, si Batman, syempre, nandiyan.
Boss, andito si Apat Siya ba maglalaro ngayon? This is gonna be really interesting right now from the top Silogan to the Valorant. He is gonna be back into play. And gusto ko lang i-build up talaga eh. Parang binasabi dito ni Black and Blue, ano to? You add success, yung win, and then another win from that last split. The super win ba to from the side of SR Nakage? I really feel like though na kailangan nila hanapin talaga yung tunay na form nila. Because last time around, nakita natin sila versus Oasis Gaming, it was honestly a bit lackluster. Di natin expect na ganun kalakas yung lalabas nun na Oasis. They only got 7 rounds in totality dun sa kanilang series. And I think one thing I noticed there was yung parang pagka-role swap minsan eh. Second Love pinalagay dun sa Jets, yung Walk on Water nga yung na-Killjoy. And it really just goes to show right now, ang SR Nakage, may leadership nga ni Mid-Matters, pero sila pa rin naghahanap ng kanilang tunay na formation as a team kahit meron na silang roles from before eh.
Well, yun nga, di ba? Matindi yung history nitong dalawang teams especially sa Split 1, they faced off against each other twice and both times Esar Nakage ang nanaig, di ba? Kaso lang, old roster pa yan kasama ni Midmather, sila Zin, sila Senior Carl, sila Batman, na ngayon nasa ibang teams. Nag-iisa ngayon si Midmathers from that old roster to face GameLab again, and this time around, GameLab is looking very, very strong. So let's take a closer look at GameLab's roster.
GameLab Alpha, contenders na nagpakita ng tunay lakas nila nung Split 1. You see this roster right now though. You got Aeonix, Boogie, Dritch, Folex, Owen, at of course si Chase nandyan rin para sa rotation. And the most important talking point right now we have to notice, guys, yung pagkabagong addition talaga ng GameLab Alpha. Aeonix is no stranger to this roster. Galing nga siya ng Zol Esports, pero yung kwenta nga ni Honey Glaze is dati sa may community tournament, meron silang former team called Coup de Gras, and he has just been absolutely impressive so far. Fits in like a glove dito sa ating roster. Ang ganda ng performance na dinala niya versus RNT, especially nung dinurog nila yung rambutan ni Tatay sa Lotus 13-1. It just really feels like yun yung hinahanap na extra punch dito ng GameLab Alpha. And of course, you fortify that, yung impressive efforts na pinagagawa ni Boogie from Split 1. Of course, we always know Folex to be that hardcore fragger. It really feels like right now, ito na ang chance ng GameLab Alpha sa season na to na sabihin sila ang pwede maging best team ng PH kung ganito yung magiging form nila eh.
I have to agree. Well, maybe not the best team just yet, but they definitely could be in that conversation, Dax. Wag natin kakalimutan nung stage number 1. They were like 2 rounds away from being grand finalists, from taking down Oasis at makapasok sila para maikalaban ng Naos dun sa grand finals nga. Malay natin, baka sila pa nanalo matchup-wise. They are a young team, a very young core, but such an impressive roster ang pinakita nila. And what we were kind of wondering or hoping for this team coming from last stage is sana may dagdag pa sila sa playbook nila. And they did. They have new players, they have new additions, they have new plays, and they have new intents. So nakita nga natin versus yung opening matchup nila versus Rambutan ni Tatay, a team that is arguably much more experienced tenfold kumpara sa kanila. And to have that type of performance, to open up your split, we see that GameLab, they're one of those teams na talagang pag nakita mong may momentum, mahirap talaga silang pigilan.
Yun na nga di ba? And nakita din natin na GameLab Alpha, they are on a roll right now. And looking at our head-to-head, it really is going to boil down to how well these players can perform on their roles, especially since, looking at the side of SR Nakage, si Midmathers, known as a very, very good controller here. Owen Cutie, of course, we know that GameLab Alpha, they, as I mentioned, they are on a roll. Pero Owen Cutie's performance isn't, I would say, as standout as the performance of Midmathers, although it seems like the dynamic between sa players ng GameLab Alpha seems to be working here, Dax.
I think it's more of a matter of leadership nga talaga, Mika eh. We look at the stats right now, at syempre medyo lopsided kasi GameLab Alpha had some good series and SR Nakage's only series was absolutely sided in the favor of Oasis Gaming. Pero wag natin kalimutan na yun nga, sila yung nagiging voice of reason. Midmathers has always been a veteran and some of his incredible lurks on maps like Pearl are something to watch out for. On the other hand, naririnig natin minsan parang sa comms ng GameLab Alpha, sino ba yung nagsasabi, guys, calm down. Guys, ito yung gagawin natin. Guys, ito yung magiging call natin dito mid-round. Owen has always been there for them and he also performs to such a good level. Right now, yung nakita ko kalagang performance from last time against Rambutan ni Tatay, he was there getting the frags. He was there playing 3 different controllers. May Harbor, may Viper, may Omen. San ka pa kung di kay Owen, diba? And those kind of voices and those kind of, I'd say, role players are gonna be key sa matchup na to eh.
Yeah, you have a player like, as you talked about Owen, but I really want to touch upon yung bagong addition nga nila na tinouch upon mo din kanina dito galing sa GameLab Alpha, si Aeonix. He played spectacular for the newest player dito sa roster nila. We saw that versus Rambutan ni Tatay on that Sentinel role, always able to lock it down on the 2 maps that we did see him play. At napaka-importanting factor yon. You go up on Lotus, top frag as a Sage. You go up on Haven, maybe not top frag, but he was super reliable on that. And then you look on over the Icebox, and he was also pretty reliable as our kill Killjoy to help them close out the series nga dito. At to have that kind of reliability on the backline. Alam naman natin, GameLab as a team, may explosiveness sila. Arguably one of the most explosive teams dito sa buong stage natin. But it's that reliability that gets teams over a certain hump. Maybe if they had a player like him during last split, maalala natin, sila pang nanalo dun sa lower bracket final. But now that they finally have him, they can focus on the future, which is building upon yung mga magandang piyesa na talaga meron sila sa team na to.
Yun na nga, no? Aeonix was, you're absolutely right. Napakaganda talaga ng performance niya, especially against RNT. And going into our map veto, no? This is where I wonder how GameLab Alpha are gonna build on a player like this. Kasi yung GameLab Alpha, parang sobrang comfortable na sila sa Lotus and they haven't lost on this map yet. And syempre, yung 13-1 against RNT last week, diba? Feeling ko yung GameLab, baka ibaba nila yung Haven and yung Fracture like they have in previous time stacks.
Oo nga, parang yun yung iniisip ko. I feel like Fracture is at first ban. Ayun na. There you go.
Oh,
Permaban to ng GameLab Alpha, but this means exposed nga yung Haven map na sinasabi mo, Mika. And don't get me wrong, GameLab Alpha, they have put some good fights there on that map. Pero statistically, diba, sa kanilang history, 30% lang yung win rate. 10 times sila naglaro, 3 times lang sila nalo, and most of those losses came in succession talaga against Oasis Gaming. And I'd say, or rather, 3-9 pala, maling stats na ko. From Oasis Gaming and Rambutan ni Tatay, pa rin yung mga talo nila. It was one of the clutch moments there from Oasis nung lower bracket finals. It was a problem against SR Nakage as well back then, as well as Poggers. So, right now, kung pwede ma-notice yun ng SR Nakage, mukhang pwede pa nga nilaruin, pero sila pa mismo nag-ban. Okay yun ah.
Oh. Okay, Haven naman ang tinanggal dito. This was a map na nakita nga natin nung nilaro nila, 'di ba? Versus GameLab Alpha, yung rambutan ni Tatay. Nanalo pa nga rambutan ni Tatay dito. So, for Nakage to take that out, very interesting choice. Maybe may mga nakita sila na baka kahit natalo ang GameLab, they didn't like it. And Fracture has been kind of like the opening ban ng GameLab talaga for quite a while. We see it versus rambutan ni Tatay, then ito yung opening ban nila. So, makes sense where they would remove that. But as for picks, we did see their bind a long time ago versus Abaddon and Abyss. That's not going to be available now. But Icebox or Pearl, I don't think it's out of the question. Hell, para nga sa akin, Lotus pa nga. We saw that 13-1 here versus ito na nga roster. And Lotus, it comes on now. 13-1 ang ipinakita natin, ang pinakita nila, nakita natin versus Rambutan ni Tatay. At napaka-impressive. So to start off with your best map, it's a good foot forward.
Definitely, no? And as we mentioned dito sa Lotus, so far, they've played this map 4 times dito sa VCTPH and naka 100% win rate sila, diba? Yung parang they're very, very comfortable here. And nakita nga natin again, 13-1 against Rambutan ni Tatay. Alam natin na, yung pangalan nila, medyo and Mimi, pero these are very, very experienced players, hindi ba? And on the side of SR Nakage naman, I feel like with the current roster, we've only really seen consistent victory. Pero Pearl ang lalabas. I was gonna say Icebox. Pero baka nga magiging decider map.
I mean, it's always been the comfort bit of SR Nakage. No matter the iteration, no matter the roster, kung sino man naglalaro, pipiliin na lang yung Pearl kasi andyan pa rin si mid matters. So always gonna expect those lurks papunta ng spawn. Iisipin talaga, how is SR Nakage gonna be able to cut off the map? And Poggers also naman, they had some comforts back then to play Pearl in a more aggressive stance. So yun talaga, yung pag-mix mismo ng SR Nakage's roster right now, yung pwede magdala. Pero sa totoo lang, kasi dinan ng Nakage ang Haven, nakikita ko dito, first 2 maps, you can really feel like GameLab Alpha can get some really good momentum sa map pool na to eh.
Pero malay natin, Dak, since you talked upon it, right? Poggers, maybe that kind of identity na medyo mas may konting aggressiveness, explosiveness, is yung parang nakukulangan nung nakita natin yung Nakage last season. By we're looking at them, they started off Pearl really strong, pero nung bandang pahuling parte na ng season mismo, it looked like a big struggle for them on Pearl, and it kind of looked like they were needing a bit more explosiveness, a bit more, I guess, diversity kung paano nila i-approach yung map na to. And maybe having this core now will give them that different look. But Icebox will be our final decider dito. At pag tignan mo yung Icebox ng SR Nakage as of late, we did see them win versus Viper's Clan, Jopay, and throughout the open qualifiers. Yes, it's been a pretty successful map for them. So if they extend this into map 3, kahit silang underdog dito, they have a real good chance of winning this, even though GameLab are not too shabby as well on Icebox.
Ayun nga yan. So that will be the big question, diba? Kung yung Pearl, Kasi kung alam natin, okay, Nakage has a pretty good record at Icebox. Yung Glab, nasa kanila lang yung Lotus, no questions about it as of the moment. Nasan kaya yung Pearl, no? Will Mid-Masters be able to really rally his squad to be able to take this map definitively para makarating sa Icebox and they can really wrap up the series, di ba? So, I have a feeling na parang, okay, dahil sa map picks, parang tama ba yung predictions ko? Tama ba yung piniling kong predictions dito? Pero I have a feeling that we're in for a very, very exciting series. Dax, ano sa tingin mo based on the map bans? Based on the map
I feel right now this is gonna be a big test na naman GameLab Alpha. Every single series na nakikita natin to mga contested map picks, especially yung Pearl, eto ba, nagawa na ba nila yung homework? Na-learn na ba sila ng mistakes nila from last time kinalaban nila SR Nakage no Split 1? And we remember, Pearl was still that map na sobrang konti na lang, muntik pa nilang ma-take down yung Oasis Gaming and they could have been that team to go into the grand finals. We saw how that all unfolded. We saw how it collapsed para sa side ng GameLab Alpha. So signs of maturity naman talaga ang hinahanap natin dito. Pero I'm still not over the fact that SR Nakage banned that Haven map. Sige, they performed in, I'd say, in not the best conditions nung kalaban nila yung Oasis. Pero still, yun yung naging contesting point ng GameLab Alpha. At dahil lang dun, ako na nga mauuna sa prediction, guys, eh. Nag-isip na ako, GameLab Alpha, this is their moment to say nga, we are that team at the top. Yung kailangan talaga lang natin talunin ngayon, Naos at Oasis. And for them to solidify and cement that, they need to take down teams like SR Nakage. So for me, GameLab Alpha tong series na to.
I have to go the other way. Honestly,
sabay pa kayo.
Sorry.
Sabay.
Kala ko nag-prediction ko. Sige, go, host. Ikaw muna, Mika.
Wow. Sige. Hindi, sasabihin ko lang actually ako rin Actually, I feel like the series is gonna go towards GameLab Alpha as we bring out our predictions. Pero Black and Blue, may na-spoiler ka dyan na kakaiba pala yung yung prediction mo.
Oo, nakakaiba talaga kasi even though I think GameLab are by far the favorites here kasi napaka-impressive ang pinakita nila throughout last season, throughout this season, I still have to pivot on that. And dahil gusto kong kumontra, one, at saka pangalawa, gusto kong maniwala sa SR Nakage, I think they can make this happen here. I think they're gonna give us the unexpected. Yun lang ang tutunan ko. From the past 3 years nandito tayo sa VCTPH, I've come to expect the unexpected and come to expect that SR Nakage might give us something very, very delightful today.
Oo naman. Sige, nangungontra ka lang to dyan, Nico. Pero sa totoo lang, gets ko naman yung reasoning mo. Meron components ng SR Nakage, meron components ng Puggers, and perhaps enough na yun para talunin ang GameLab Alpha. For me, it's time for them to get over it, diba? And for GameLab Alpha, kailangan nila improve dito with especially a map pool like this.
Pero hindi ko kinonsider, syempre, naging surprise na nga na laro para si Batman, di ba? Hindi ko yun kinonsider, pero I have a feeling na kaya pa rin ng GameLab Alpha, pero it's gonna be really interesting as we step into this series, di ba? Kasi ayun nga, di ba, yung parang yung rosters minsan when we're doing these predictions, na-base siya sa mga ibang rosters, pero pag may X factor na dumating, kunyari si Ionix or something, bigla na lang, teka lang, tama ba? Baka kasi mag-iiba yung predictions, baka mag-iiba yung chemistry ng mga teams na papasok dito sa mga maps.
It just goes to show, no? Parang iniisip ko lang Hindi, nag-iisip lang talaga ako. Ano pa ba ang kailangan ngayon ng GameLab Alpha to prove that they are that top team? Wins against everyone else sa ilalim ng scoreboard 1. But also at the same time, kung paano ba magiging, I'd say, innovative ang kanilang style. We always know them for that aggression. We always know them na pwede nga sila mag-play for really fast executes. But will we see from GameLab Alpha nga the answers against the lurks? The answers against veterans na matagal na dito sa Valorant scene. Nadamay pa nga si Abat, diba? And we know his own playstyle has been very, I'd say, lockdown heavy. Nakasakal talaga pag pumasok ka sa kanyang site at willing siya mag-agresivo. Masasolve ba yun ng GameLab Alpha or will the experience of SR Nakage plus that extra bit of young guns be enough? Well, yun yung alamin natin, diba?
Yeah, well, I think so. I think so as well. That yun yung kailangan talaga ng GameLab Defo to cement themselves as a team talaga na reliable, na hindi fluke run katulad ng nakita natin ng year 1. Not that I'm saying it's a fluke run, but a lot of people might suggest that considering on how far they were able to get with such little expectations for them to prove that that was legit. They have to do it here once more dito sa ating split 2, and they have to do it even more decisively arguably than split number 1. So makita nga natin if maybe that addition from Ionix is the kind of reliability that Dax was offering, you know, against a more veteran team on some of the other players dito galing sa SR Nakage. So GameLab, they have all the proper tools, pero can they continue to use that the same way that we are expecting for them to push forward doing so?
So many questions na masasagot dahil magsisimula na ang ating series, our first series of the day, SR Nakage versus GameLab Alpha Casters. Over to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to VCTPH Split 2 Week 2. My name is Asarai. With me now is Raf, and as the panel was mentioning, we're preparing ourselves for GameLab Alpha versus SR Nakage for the first series of the day. It is looking pretty good, I'd say, for GameLab Alpha, who has been actually looking incredibly well as they did beat RNT last week.
They are looking very, very good, and as our panel was talking about it, there are some concerns still whether if GameLab Alpha is a one-stage or one-split wonder or if they can conquer this roster, because so far what we've really gathered from, again, just the statistics, is that they have lost to both iterations of SR and, of course, Puggers, which were components that proved to be a little bit of a kryptonite for a mad scientist, Aster. But you did mention form coming off of the RNT matchup looking so great. Panel has also mentioned that Aeonix has been an absolute monster, despite everybody agreeing that Chase was one of, I guess, our favorites personally, right? Because he had a lot of shades of fragging Sovas that, me personally, I really enjoy.
Yeah, there was also a throwback, what was it, like pointed out to us by the chat as well, that Aeonix was a previous teammate of this iteration of GameLab Alpha, right? So again, these are his former boys. They were named as Coup de Grace in one of our local tournaments or local community tournaments here in the Philippines, and it's nice that at least he hasn't lost his step and he is looking even better than before. I do remember that Aeonix would just basically manhandle RNT 3 versus 1, be able to clutch it, and again, having Lotus as their first map is always a great start here for GameLab Alpha. With that being said, of course, now we go into the agent selection and see what we do have. Aeonix was the killjoy from last time, and we could be looking at the same thing as well here. But SR Nakage, look at this, man. They're hovering over. They're hovering over it.
I thought a Batman playing was a bit of a joke, you know. April Fool's is still around the corner, but man, it is great to see him back in action. An incredible force when he is online. However, that was one of his biggest, I guess, nuances back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Where a Batman would either be so incredibly ferocious on the server, or sometimes a little quiet. But maybe with a mixture of the components they have on NCG, they can truly enable each other. Nothing too crazy on the side of GameLab. Still incredibly, I would say, contact-oriented, especially with a Chamber and the Phoenix pick.
Yeah, so the question right here is, Batman is going to be taking the helm from Second Love. Second Love was the player that was brought back as the duelist. So this is like a reconfiguration for SR Nakage, right? We have seen against Second Love before on that duelist. Now it's going to be Yanagi, who was the initiator from last week, and then so on and so forth. So SR Nakage bringing in some, again, as you mentioned, strong talent to pick up, I think, what was kind of missing with the roster last time, which I think was, again, just the capability of, I think, Second Love's duelist. Like, it's very good for a follow-up, but never really good to start things with.
A very interesting sentiment, Asra, and we'll have to see some of those points really come to life when we jump right into the game, which will happen very shortly, if not now. And we see a very strong start, too, on the side of NCG. They barrel through B, and Yanagi might just find the first blood of the day, and that's on to Owen. No more controller in the side of GameLab. So NCG, it seems that they have found an idea of what to do and how to deal with GameLab, and it's not to allow them to get in that stance to snowball.
Yeah, absolutely. Shock and awe is what they wanted to go for. Huge, really bold once again to go for the stun, go for the follow-up, and they're getting the picks. Look at the utility usage here, pushing back the rest of GameLab out of their comfort zone. Ionic finds a pick. He's on the stage right here and now. The whip almost from Yanagi, but he brings it right back, and it's all down to Dritch. Very low in HP, still with 3 versus 1. He will lose that, and a great start for SR Nakage.
Great start. Maybe this is what they need. Granted, this is a fairly attacker-sided map. Asar, I feel like that's been something that's established throughout time. And I have to say, New Barracks looking so good. Looking so good.
Oh, yeah. Did it just... Okay. Oh.
Okay, there it is. It was a little shy, you know.
Yeah,
I say it's really good looking.
I thought you like cursed it or jinxed it or something.
Nah.
Okay, we're
Just
good.
a little shy, you know. Take a compliment, Barracks. Come on now. I know you're not sentient AI, but take a compliment. Walk on water, man. Are you removing a pillar, a cornerstone of GameLab in the form of Aeonics?
Yeah, Owen Cutie's just hiding inside the smoke, but how long is he going to be living in this world as the rest of... And sorry, Nakage has already gotten access onto the site itself. Owen... Nope, we'll get surprised by Mid-Matter just holding the angle there. And this is such a different aspect to what we saw from SR Nakage. Again, bringing in another veteran talent, I think is really evening out the team here, at least at the very start. You do see quite a bit of difference to how it was been the interaction of them from last week.
Yeah. And just to circle back onto our panel, Mika, Black and Blue, and Dax have mentioned that the components on the side of NCG have proven to be super problematic against GameLab. Despite the changes in the momentum GameLab have gotten, them dropping the first 2 rounds of this matchup is so incredibly uncharacteristic of them. I mean, when we talk about GameLab, it's really just raw fighting power. Not just in a way of aim, but just the smarts, the battle IQ.
Ooh, that's a good point as well, right? But how far can the battle IQ of a team like this show up? In any case, Fall X was also a big deal from last time with on Lotus. He was basically 2v1ing, 3v1ing a lot of the Mercer RNT, so him bringing back the fight mechanics, as you were mentioning, is going to be so good for GameLab Alpha here. Spike has been dropped already as a Batman and Joms somewhere far from the rainbow, or that Spike, excuse me, spotted one already. Batman's going to have to back away. This Spectre not really having the distance that he was kind of hoping for in terms of the damage output, so they got to at least find ways to just meld away, find a better savoring or favorable peak fight, and then hope for the best. Joms does have the Bulldog. If Aeonics, as you can see there on mid on their minimap, guys, does overextend, this could be good, but Dritch will find first contact first. There you go, and then he can get the pick. Oh, unfortunately cannot. Just a pixel angle. The double up from both of them. 30 seconds left on the clock. And they're just looking, I think, for some form of firefight to at least go in their favor.
I like the respect GameLab is showing here, and aside from that, the restrain. They know they have a major numbers advantage and an arsenal advantage, but they want to get this operation and this round as cleanly as possible. Boogie's already double dipping, and maybe that's too much for his taste. But NCG, it does look like they've infiltrated B. A trade happened, and still a decent net positive on the side of GameLab. I was about to say NCG, but this was their bonus. And if they would have taken one more, then maybe, just maybe, it fell into territory of, yes, this was a good round. 2-1, Asterai. The first prio and the first gun round is about to begin.
True enough. At least they are feeling the gauge of the rest of GameLab Alpha. It's been a hot minute since they have faced against each other. Again, last split and everything, as the panel was discussing. In any case, this is still solid for NCG because through all of that firefight, they are very much nearing Joms' ultimate, Walk on Water's ultimate, and of course, this is still their gun round. Huge use on the high tide here to force everybody back, but look at Yanagi, he just doesn't care at all. Just gonna keep pushing in, creating that space. But as the secondary set of smokes come in from the Astra, he's gonna have to wait just a teeny tiny bit. Good use of aggression for that map control, and they're still hovering, waiting on the A site to find any form of pinch, as both L1 Cutie and Aeonics have doubled up actually inside the site itself.
I'm not too particular what the call is, or rather what the call out for NCG is, like where they're holding right now. But this has really proven to be one of the more pivotal points of the map. You can bleed out through B if you want, or take over any would-be rotators if you bleed into stairs. But NCG, they really want to play the slow game. Nobody on the side of GameLab is really reactive. Boogie is still here. I believe he has a flash prep, but the counter flash by a Batman is also within reach. Now Owen Cutie has to make do with everything he has, as Aeonics is going to find that first pick. He's going to get stunned up, and this site is completely obstructed by everybody's utility. Aeonics, though, He has a few perpetrators in tree to deal with, and oh no, indeed, Aserai. A great assist by Owen Cutie, keeping him alive has proven to have its merits. Joms, though, just too much of a beast. Can't be contained. As NCG, they now finally expend that Rolling Thunder, and it's still expensive. Oh my goodness, GameLab, they managed to anchor this down, and Joms, I don't think he has time. Oh wait, yeah, there it is.
To even plant that spike, my guy. I mean, I think it was just because of Owen Cutie and Ionix. Yeah, Ionix, you know, he still got beaten down by Joms. Joms had access now to his ultimate, but it took so long for the rest of SR Nakage to follow up on that and actually get the pick off on Owen Cutie, where he still got the kill altogether. So the delay tactics was definitely felt, and it really, yeah, exactly, was worth it from GameLab Alpha altogether.
By the way, if chat is going to point out that I am still sounding like I have a stuffy nose, you're absolutely correct. I'm still fairly under the weather here. And it looks like it could be the same story for NCG, considering how much they lost in that round. Not only did they expend for their weaponry, they burnt Rolling Thunder for that Aserai. So somewhere over the rainbow, like you mentioned earlier, a bluebird can fly, but Inagi's wings completely clipped in the previous engagement. But this default is looking spicy towards me, as there is early interference towards main, but Dreech completely stunned out of his mind. And now Yanagi will finally spread his wings.
Yeah. Yanagi, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember him being a Jet player as well before in one of the previous seasons he's actually played on. Oh, collateral with the Sheriff. How many times do you actually see that? And where was the lockdown that just proved too fatal for the rest of GameLab Alpha to actually fight against? Fallex has been spotted. So many things being thrown in his direction, and he will just be taken in kind of that repeat from the rest of NCG. And as I mentioned, Yanagi is looking so much better on as the starter.
Last player standing.
What a shot. Ooh.
I mean, I can't help but feel the same sentiments, especially with that collateral. Really, really strong stuff. Yanagi as a starter for NCG. I always thoroughly believe that he was in that starting five. I mean, with the Batman in the mix, there's always there's somewhere
over the rainbow
in the mix. No, I don't wanna keep referencing that. I mean, like I said, Asar, sometimes I feel like the audience is too young to really understand some of our references, but there is no glory in dying. Beautiful teleport out by Fallex, and that's really one of the strongest aspects here by Chamber. That area just outside of C has proven to be his domain, whether op or not, but walk on water. Wow. The other Sentinel, the more reliable one perhaps in terms of utility, finding a straight up duel there. GameLab, just not having the greatest of times with these Sheriffs. Does not reciprocate the success NCG had.
GameLab Alpha just trying to manage the mischief that NCG was trying to put it onto the site, but unfortunately, it's not gonna happen. They just try to peek through individually, which could have gone well, but well, NCG was just very much prepared for anything and everything they were gonna throw at least in this round. When Cutie has been reacting to all the flashes, preparing himself for the inevitable peak, but inevitably he will be the one to get peeked and knocked down.
Again, there's too many factors to consider. And like we did mention, despite Dreech, I'm sorry, that slow-mo sound you just... You know what, Asar, thank you. You have been the greatest soundboard known to man. Of course. But again, focusing back on the game, they do have quite a few ults here to just kind of play this passive. I mean, Aeonix with the res, if they really want to go for that early peak, is available. They will expend that wall and they will burn a lot of time with that. But NCG, I believe they've done their job here by just pulling out some utility away from GameLab.
Here.
Okay. They have at least, or have seen, a good chunk of the utility, as you mentioned. Naga, they have been favoring this B-side push for a while now, but I think this is going to be the first time. No. KJ has been here for quite a bit.
I've got your
Ooh,
trail.
they say that high tide just for this reason. Are you gonna tempt fake Yanagi? Can you find the pick that you're hoping for with the Astra smokes? No one aims for picks, but he does get the insta use on that plant as Yanagi tries to chase down on the Fallex, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Mid Mathers, the playmaker, the NCG father, perhaps. And you know, Dax was talking about leadership, and sometimes the best way to lead is through example. What a monstrous flank and a monstrous play in general by Mid Mathers here, the venerable captain. Now Aserai with NCG gaining ahead of Steam like this. GameLab, they have to respond somehow. They've already burnt the res. They've already burnt the run it back, so those extra lives are not going to be available to them moving forward. Fallex still does have that tour de force. He has to make some sort of play here. Something to find just a little bit of value, but no, he's gonna get tased. Yanagi readjusts finally. And there you go, Fallex. The anchor of the middle portion of the map is gonna be absolutely burnt to a crisp. Yanagi, have you no soul? Oh my goodness.
Yanagi making the waves. Hey, in this particular round, actually every round that he's played, he's been absolutely tearing it down. I love how he's been playing on this Neon. Just a total menace. The peek out from Dritch, that position is so dirty. You only see the head of your opponent and you get smacked. But that is not the smackage that we were wanting to see. Batman flashes out. Look at how low the HPs are from GameLab Alpha. No one has even touched the spike. And now as it fades, here comes the push. They planted it out in the open. And they have to cross this gallery of doom. They might actually have to give up, about 2 players. I was going to say 3. But it doesn't matter. NCG should be built or stacked right now in terms of the threats.
Doom, MF, or Doctor, truly an inspiration or something to bring into the fear of many would-be heroes, Aserai. GameLab, they are struggling. They are once again very, very close to very pivotal ults. Looking at Owens right now. But with NCG, the way that they've been outmaneuvering GameLab is not a good sign here. Even if it's just a strong pivot like this, they've been doing this play over and over again. They've had early pressure towards C, and they just kind of double back when they see that wall plus smoke. I don't know if they're going to do it again here, but they do have Mid Mathers trying to reassess if there's going to be a little bit of aggression on the defensive side. No, it looks like this is going to be a commit, so that Killjoy playing from the box would be a potential threat to them. But the lockdown is here, Aserai. Quite a big investment already. Does this pull the reinforcements on the side of GameLab Alpha? It seems like it is.
It has to, right? And Onyx not having the wall, that's going to be a bit of a big bite against them. Ooh, he's shown his face where the slow orb was already placed, but they can't really push through out of any of this. That molly is a little bit too late. I don't think it's going to stop the plant at all. Onyx still does find Yanagi through all of this. And a Batman tucked into the corner. Good damage right now because no one is peeking him! A Batman! Oh my goodness! 2-4-1 exchange, 3 versus 3. They got the position. They still have the utility. And Walk on Water is on the corner. Oh! He might have almost gotten himself more than one, but that is enough as it leaves Fallex dreading the push, the peak onto Mound, and that's going to just, again, obliterate GameLab here 2-7.
And it feels like NCG is just really stringing GameLab along. GameLab is, well, doing their own thing, and this is pretty much a big point that I was about to make when it comes to teams. Is that compatibility between styles is so important. Once again, GameLab was super dominant in the recent showings, but with a team that's pretty much a little more tactically sound in terms of NCG, the cracks are being exposed. And that Haven map 2 against RNT was already a telltale sign that GameLab, they have to probably divide this pressure better, especially on the defensive side.
Man. Quick call and timeout from Game of Alpha here. as you mentioned, they are definitely struggling. Just reclaim the glory of the Lotus map for them. It's the isolation, dude. It's the shock and awe. The utilities that they're throwing out, it feels more as a delay, which utilities should be used at. But the problem is, they can't really do anything other than that. Whenever NCG pushes through a site, there's nobody from GameLab willing to take the fight anymore. When was the last time in this particular, first half did we actually see GameLab try to do that? I think it was just a site again with Owen and Aeonix, but after that, it's just been, let's play the retake, let's just hope that it could work. But unfortunately, it isn't.
Hope is a very beautiful armor, also makes for the heaviest sword, for all you John Mayer fans out there. But there is a lot of truth in that, Asterai. Again, I understand that GameLab have a lot of confidence in their just ability to shoot their way out of a bad situation, but NCG has been suppressing that strength so well. Whether it be timing or whether it be just raw utility use. Something that we'll have to explain a little bit better, but Walk on Water is... Again, a prime example, just the timing. They know that he was about to step into a rotator position, but he gets absolutely obliterated. A cheeky play here on GameLab. They've been pretty signature with this type of wall. But no, NCG so greedy. No presence towards the site. They all go for that post plant. Not entirely sure what that singular wall by Owen can really achieve here. They give a little bit of space. Like you said, they're still rolling thunder. Aeonix is defusing. He's gonna stick this. No, he gets sucked out by the gravity well. And Yanagi, absolutely misfortune on the side of Aeonix. Just the barrel sticking out and everything becomes a domino effect. Maybe Murphy's Law on the side of GameLab. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. But again, disclaimer, that was an eco round, Asterai. That was an eco round. Let's calm ourselves. Maybe I'll just calm down.
Still though, you do see like the play style, the DNA has been reconstructed for NCG. How they've been approaching these fights is very cool, calm and collected, and there's always intent right behind you. You see why they just abandoned the site, because I think first and foremost, did Walk on Water have his own lineup with the Molly, with his Nano Swarm? And that's the first piece of the puzzle. They were counting the defuse, forced it out, and if that's going to be an indicator of what's to come, even with GameLab Alpha having, their buy rounds in those kind of situations, this might get a little bit too difficult. But of course, Fall X with that operator, always good on the saving grace. There's also an up in the hand of Mid Matters. Is this the last round? Yeah, it is.
It is.
So that's why everybody's holding the sniper in their hands.
I want to point this out, Asterai. It's another spline up. I don't know what's going on. It's been so popular with their pros lately. Is it despite the commentary desk? Because it seems like it's working with you. But NCG, they have to find out a formula here. They have to goad Owen Cutie into using that ultimate, just so at least they have a semblance of resistance. No pressure being thrown his side, though. So, once again, GameLab is going to have that for the retake, as well as the man advantage. Aeonix could be biting off more than he can chew at this moment. He will expend a slow orb. But no, it doesn't even catch Mid Mathers. That jump is not going to catch anything, too. Yanagi being a bit of a nuisance. Aeonix, despite having a rough start to that sequence, will get the kill. In GameLab, they are back on their feet, Asterai. Wait a minute. I could be jinxing it. Yanagi getting a beautiful trade here. Has a shorty in hand. What the hell indeed? What in heavens? Whatever plane of existence. They still get to plant, but ultimately it doesn't matter. You know how I've felt with this round, Asterai, or at least how NCG's been maneuvering it. GameLab is kind of like saying, in terms of raw dueling power, their arrows will block out the sun, and NCG just refuses. They will fight in the shade. No, really, like, NCG, they haven't been engaging in too many direct macro fights. They've been dissecting the map, they've been pressuring it very, very well, and this is exactly what we talked about. A formula, perhaps, against GameLab.
I feel like that is a very apt description of what has been, or comparison of what has been happening. I do agree on that. I was just taken aback by Yanagi, man. He's
popping off.
He's popping off, man. He is coming back with a vengeance from that last week performance, or I think just the most recent of things that has been happening to him, even with APH. His timing, this peak could be very crucial for Fallex. Oh, this is not good, because now they've heard that Fallex has used his TP. They're going to start closing in on him. But of course, we also know that he's been pushed back. So the call is he's going to go straight for B. Once again, that smoke is so pivotal, just pushing back Rich.
Oh my
flash
gosh.
out, the peek out, and Boogie care nothing in the world as his run it back just is such a big threat. The flick missing from Walk on Water. That's going to be a big one as Fallex still has the operator in hand. 4 versus 5. The rest of the attackers going ring around the rosy as they try to go back again on the A site. Oh, and Cutie is going to be here. Flash will be picked up by Jobs. The high tide. Oh, he does get spotted out, or rather gets pushed back because of the Astra smoke.
Spike planted.
Finally, after all that confusion, that kerfuffle here, Raph, NCG plants the spike, forces the retake from GameLab.
Forced, coaxed, whatever word you want to use here. A man down NCG. Despite everything, though, they do have the spike and a Batman really showing what he's made of. And he gets another big double ass, right? He might not have been the flashiest player on that half, but man, has he been making hella noise in mid Mathers. Suddenly the last man alive. Fallex, your fall guy, so consistent, yet this time can't land on his feet. Mid Mathers, once again taking a round for NCG. And all you superstitious folk out there are gonna breathe all that copium. Oh, it's 9-3. Oh, it's 9-3. Yeah, we've heard it. Trust me, it's a million times. As much as we... The thing is, right, this is a little of humanity coming from my side. If people have heard 9-3... Oh, that was disgusting. Oh my gosh, actually, Fallex. But if people have heard the 9-3 curse a lot, trust me, us on the desk, we've heard it a million times. It's mind-numbing at this point.
True. It's been a thing since... How long have you been doing VCT? Like 3 years ago.
Yeah, you guys have been around for 3 years. I've been around for about 2 now.
Wow.
Wow. Not the new kid on the block anymore. But Fallex, look, he's still trying to walk down that street, Asarai, but he has been intimidated. Very suspicious human being in a hoodie in the form of whoever was dueling with him. Made him change his mind. And now look, GameLab, they're getting corralled here. Fallex tries to anchor it down, tries to be the shield, first contact, say whatever you want. But now they're a little scared of what might come from the A side. It's burning quite a bit of time. But look, mid Mathers. Oh, he doubles back. They also double back. Huh.
Well, they're kind of hoping that the call is going to be good here, but they have to also be careful because they did see the flashpoint before, and that means the fault line is soon to follow. This is very risky. They get sucked in by the gravity well. The trades at least somehow even out, and they're going to readdress the fight. 40 seconds. So at least the bait of utility here, or the gauge of what was there outside of A main, is actually not too bad here for GameLab Alpha, because now they know, and now they can choose this side to go elsewhere, but they're going to go for a triple fake or a triple contest on the A side. You can see already Dritch making sure, showing himself.
Oh my gosh.
No, Yanagi's not going to know about this, but he is able to get away from the position. Everybody's so low, they got to go in right now and just plant the spike. Dritch has got to find something, but doesn't get anything. And Boogie and Fallex, very incredibly injured. As a Batman gets closer and closer, huge flash. Yanagi's there to help him out, and Fallex, the standing guy, the fallback guy, is gonna fall, unfortunately, as NCG gets that 3-10 or 10-3.
Looked so good, Asarai. GameLab, I think we've seen that double back play quite a few times from them already. Maybe that's been botted by NCG, but still, the fact that it's there, that's also a great sign of growth. I mean, we were talking about GameLab being one of the most committal teams in the circuit. Right now, still growing and brewing ever so slowly. There's everybody. Now, GameLab, what do they have in mind here? Because we haven't really seen them in a position similar to this one where they're down by this much, right? Have to, because they're a super snowbally team. And NCG, they're keeping it warm. They're keeping it very, very summery. GameLab, they've been melting under all this heat. Like every one of us, actually.
decide to only go for the Sheriff here, honestly. Might have been worth the risk to actually just go for the aggressive forward buy. Oh, Owen Cutie is holding his hand. Never mind, all right, it's working. The hand cannons proving some dividends right now, Raph. As we look at it, 3 versus 3, Onyx has the heal, he had the wall. If they can now get closer against the Batman, maybe it could be something good. Walk on Water was trying to assist, but the thing is, they're spread a little bit too thin, so they have to cover at least a couple of these angles. Ooh, this is going to be a risk. They need to get away from that star and not let a Batman know that they're there, because the gravity well will come in swift. They still have the time. Yeah, just to, play it slow.
You did mention they do have quite a bit of time to readjust here, and maybe swiftness isn't the answer, Asra. Maybe they have to grind this round out, because NCG, there have been a few overextensions here, and those bodies towards mid is a grim reminder.
30 seconds left.
At least on the side of the defending team. Now, Walk on Water, this is gonna prove to be a mini op. He sees the hand, and he's gonna chop it right off. High caliber rounds here, and it's hunting season. The Onyx, unfortunately, being sent to the spectator lobbies. Wild Boogie and Reach. Have to witness everything here, and this door will only lead to Ruin.
10 seconds
And
left.
Ruin is mid Mathers. And what a quick take here, Asterai. And to think this is a GameLab map. Now, I did mention that maybe potentially GameLab could be willing to lose that one map advantage, but then picking Lotus as your first pick and losing it this badly, I don't know.
I don't know indeed, man. It's all the in and outs that, we can never really understand. And so far, it's been, at least what we could understand here, is just NCG are just looking so damn good. This is just... Okay, hold on. Yanagi is starting to just overextend a little bit here. The punish is kind of showing. And now, Game of Alpha, they found themselves an opening. A Batman now holding the fort with all of the utilities has been brought back with the rest of his team. Has to respect the aggression right there. That was also a good chunk of utility traded out by GameLab, to be honest. Still, though, Batman's by himself. Lots of mollies to clear out the corners right now, as he himself can't really go too hard, too deep into this. As Boogie finds him inside of it. That's going to be Walk on Water coming in from spawn. Alongside mid Matters all the way through Waterfall. And this is a solid round from Game of Alpha.
How solid is it, though? As NCG, they still have 2 people left. Not the greatest economy. And like you said, if we isolate this is the GameLab that we know and love. Not a lot of smoke, but a lot of fighting. As Walk on Water is going to get a freebie there on Fall X, but Boogie charging up his ult with no qualms whatsoever with that triple kill. So they still have a mountain to climb, Basra, but they're definitely equipped for it. NCG, what do they have in mind? As all these aggressive plays that they've been trying to employ have not worked in this round and in the previous one. Again, the telltale signs of where that duo's corpses were left. Maybe a grim reminder for NCG that playing the game that they're very good at is the way to go. If this round fails because of a hyper aggro push towards mid, then that is going to solidify our hypothesis. But look at this. A little more reactive. No proactivity. And now GameLab setting up potentially for a threat towards C.
Huh. I've never seen that before from anybody, actually. You can make no sound by jumping if you crouch down.
Go, go, go!
I thought they fixed that.
I actually didn't know you could do that. Anyways, it's a good way to just get some information without making known your opponent that you're trying to get that information with a jiggle peek. In any case, still does give a good chunk of, well, witnessing from the rest of NCG. That B was supposed to be the hot zone, but GameLab, again, as I mentioned, they're playing very reactive on the side of NCG, so GameLab here can't really find the opening picks. They were kind of hoping maybe that Yanagi would go aggressive again. That's why they were kind of situated outside of C. This time it's not going to be the case. It's going to gravity well. They need to follow up, and that wall is huge from Ionix, giving them access onto the site. And where is that spike going to get planted? It's going to be for Mount if they want to. Got to be careful. they back away as soon as the post plant comes into play.
Oh, I was about to say if Walk on Water can't find an opening towards B and potentially go for a pinch, then maybe the round is as good as over. The signature wall that GameLab have been employing time and time again has proven to be so problematic for the opposition, but somehow, Asrai, they are getting cleaned up. Yanagi and Joms. Oh my lord. So quick on taking advantage of those missed-tempo plays there on GameLab. Again, very strong opening. But, you know, I'm very curious since Mount is one of the highest win rates for post-plant, right? Especially on the attacking side. But the way NCG just dusted GameLab off like that, oh, sight to behold indeed.
Sight to behold indeed. Man, imagine this. Nagi just, again, regrouping with his former teammates NCG before he was on Action PH. He was alongside mid manager. It was actually the the Neon player from them finds the ultimate and then some with another pick on the body of the Phoenix. They could not refrag it, or at least could not deny it in time. And damage is done. Yonic still does have the res. That's going to be huge, but that is a good chunk
you
of
want to play?
ultimates
Let's
just
play.
built back for the
There you
5
go.
versus 5 and nothing for map control.
And Asra, honestly, NCG could go for a decent save call now. That's, what, 2, 3 ults used? Could potentially go and own Q-Team to using his. And moving forward, they're gonna snowball that so hard, but the Guardian on the side of NCG, a little too accurate for Fall X there. And this is it. This is all the ults literally in the bag for GameLab just to hang on by a thread. NCG, they're feeling some sort of comfort here as Walk on Water will absolutely annihilate Aeonix, but the numbers advantage and everything else has gone in the way of GameLab this time around. Joms, 713 in his name. Not entirely sure what that means, but if it means to clutch every situation, then go for it. But Owen Cutie seals the round, but like I said, Asra, this was far too expensive on the side of GameLab. And now look, SR, they have every right in the world to snowball. Drake is very close to that lockdown, so maybe that's a potential threat later on. But once again, NCG managing this economy of rounds so well.
They really have been, and as you mentioned, it's a forward trajectory or a upward trajectory for them. I still feel, it feels like they're still walking on just thin ice. As it's been a whole lot of struggling to get them any form of control in these rounds. But you know what? If it's going to be scruffy for GameLab Alpha, might as well make it as scruffy as you can. As they're just going to go straight up onto the C site. And they're even going to commit the lockdown. Oh, Cutie still has the spike here. There's the big flank already. They're separated. They're cleaning things up. Aeonix thankfully does have the wall to stop them from coming in too much. The isolation in that little bit of corner is giving GameLab Alpha a good firefight angle to kind of deal with Seekers. Abandonment was thinking about it. This time it might be a little bit too haphazard for him. 2 versus 3 is the Jiggle Peak, but Boogie's had 4 more bullets on the favor. 3 doesn't even need to reload as he finds the pick, cleans it up, and again, Scruffy if Scruffy is need be.
An avenue of success has presented itself for GameLab here. Orb control could be a priority as they're very close to Boogie's ult, but nothing else really. If they can brute force and again make NCG react with ults of their own, then moving forward this is gonna be doable. Once the round counter hits 8 on the side of GameLab, then that's when NCG should start sweating. But it does look like Walk on Water with the operator Asarai. Maybe a party trick, but still very fun nonetheless.
Right there.
A lot of control towards Rubble and towards A main has been taken away on the side of GameLab. NCG a little more confident this time around, and Walk on Water. This is gonna be so incredibly unexpected. Look at that. Has to back out.
You're dead.
Uh-oh, he has to run. there's really no other choice here but to run. So they gave the side up Asteroid, but what do we have? We have Seekers, we have Rolling Thunder, the Cosmic Divide on NCG. If they want to do the killing blow right now, they can very much do that.
Oh, Cutie's about to open Pandora's box here. Oh, no, Seekers.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Full X still has a TP out, so he equalizes. But there's the stuns, there's the isolation, and there's the big follow-up. There's a huge wall here, and immediately the defuse. They're going to have to peek this, but Jobs is holding the corner right now. Huge molly abilities to delay the rest of NCG. And they're going to have to go about this, but it has been halved, so maybe, just maybe, but no, not going to happen as Boogie picks up both mid and walk on water.
Everyone's tech still working?
Oh, that was so close. That Astra Wall made everybody very, very itchy to just get back onto the side and stop them from defusing.
And that fumble was nearly as bad as this weekend's WrestleMania Day 2. Oh my goodness, that was a Vinnie Mac booking if I've ever seen one. So many stars, so many ults being thrown into the mix, yet at the end of the day, a miss. A very, very dangerous miss on the side of NCG. And I was talking about it just a few rounds ago. When GameLab hit that 8, they're very close to critical mass. And Yanagi, unfortunate enough to run into it. Do they expect the very close follow-up here? A Batman has to maybe just pull attention away. Fall X! Does he have no conscience? Does he have no heart? Do you have no soul? Completely blind. He's activated. I guess that's one way to put it. But that was heinous. Oh my gosh, he was completely blind and he's still asking for it. That's a tap, a third for him. And Mid Mathers will finally slay him where he stands. And note, a 2v4. Not looking too good. Maybe NCG's run out of steam, Aserai. Oh, Boogie just really knocking them around while they're dazed, at least temporarily.
All Water's just booking it. Oh, he made the step. We're just so aware. I think you probably heard it, right? Either that or everybody was just covering every single other angle. In any case, you're absolutely right. If not NCG being lacking in terms of the gas, they've been gassed out. It's GameLab Alpha finding their footing here. And as you can see, Fall X leading the pack 15, 16, and 1. I mentioned how he was one of the players last time, again, when they were facing RNZ, that was literally doing the 2 versus 1s, 3 versus 1s. I think he was on the Jet in that particular Lotus game. But in any case, them finding their groove here is one of those better late than never things.
Better late than never.
Who's
bit
Nate?
of a tongue twister. Who is Nate?
Who is Nate? Shoutouts to Boss Nate.
Oh, you know what? There's also a new timeout screen. See how I diverted the attention away from myself? I'm very good at that, apparently. But I feel like this timeout should have.
I feel like you're also good at other things, but can't say on broadcast.
Okay, apparently. Keep it a mystery.
Apparently.
Keep the audience guessing. But on NCG's side, I feel like this timeout should have happened maybe 2-3 rounds ago when they had all the resources available and had a clear snowball against GameLab. But a reset point, like you said, better late than never. Walk on Waters has been very, very impressive. And as I was talking about earlier too, Mid Mathers, despite not having the most flashy highlights, he's been operating at full capacity. No GameLab. Still trying to inspect the map here. Where can they pick and prod? Which weakness can they abuse?
That works.
See.
Also, I was just gonna, just point out as well, one of the weaknesses I think that GameLab has been exploiting has been, I think NCG's not really weakness, but more of like NCG's can't really defend the orb charges, right? And because of this, count how many times, and I haven't counted it, but it's been numerous, how many times the run it back has been active from Boogie. So
the reason why they can't defend those orbs very, very well is GameLab, they have Fallex. They have Chamber. That's the biggest thing. Chamber has a free peek on you all the time. 30 seconds is a lot, but not too much. You know what I mean? Oh! What? How did he walk up there? And Boogie has just been absolutely fantastic, just, you know, crossing the line, or rather, walking on the line of overextension, and just super smart play here. Yanagi had the right idea, but Cutie had the execution. 3, 2, one. Boogie finally gets cut down there by Joms. And GameLab kind of giving him a bit of charges here, Asrai. The time is running out. Oh, that was so scary for Aeonix too. He got tagged to half health.
But again, right? Because that they're not able to really control the amount of resources that GameLab Alpha have been farming this entire second half. It's been, I think, one of the stronger points as well. They have FallX who can now, at this point, basically duel everybody. They have Boogie, who is still as fearless as he was in the first round, but now he's got more of a income revenue. You know, how do you say this? A passive income of ult charges, which is working very much in the favor of GameLab Alpha. It's the ROI, brother. It's the ROI.
Absolutely. Known Cutie with his active play has also brought so many benefits on the side of GameLab. Another is that orb control that you were mentioning. And NCG, they can't really push through that. They can't really try and contest FallX free peaks. And they're just really passive right now. I don't think it's a bad thing personally. And we've talked about how attacker-sided this map is. One of them is orb priority and another is just ease of rotation. And NCG, they've been somewhat, I guess, reclusive on their side of the map. But every time they try to be more active too, Asarai, they have failed spectacularly. So once again, both extremes have been fairly fickle and rigid for NCG. So striking this balance has taken them quite a while to, I guess, formulate. And they're only really one round away from taking this map. GameLab is fighting for their lives right now. As Boogie's gonna lead the charge yet again. Found quite a bit of success in the previous round. Can he do the same? Doesn't really matter as that run it back is gonna be burnt. Has found its value by taking that space. And we know, or rather NCG knows, where everybody is on the side of GameLab. Now FallX doesn't have that rendezvous away. Look at Yanagi. Never mind. Boogie took a look. Didn't like it. He got mean mugged. And GameLab, wow. Still not allowing anything despite a light buy. Oh no, and that just means Boogie's run it back is gonna be close to charged again. Uh-oh.
Wow. And consequentially, because they haven't, it's been low cost, high reward. It's only been Boogie's ultimate that they have been utilizing here, and they have Aeonix's res, they have the Reckoning still up. And again, it's not the be-all, end-all, guys. We all know that. But the thing is, it's been, I think, very pivotal here for GameLab Alpha to utilize that really well in conjunction with this second win that they're experiencing. And what was it again? 3-9? And now it's 10-12? That is pretty much a huge upset that I don't think we experience too often in PH.
Oh, the job's not done just yet, Asarai. But I do have to add to what you said earlier. It's not the end-all be-all, but with Boogie taking so much space and finding success in these frags, it's enabling the rest of his normally very immobile team to move forward without any questions, without any repercussion. And yeah, GameLab, they've been fantastic at doing just that, but now Boogie stunned for how long, and Joms coming awake again. That ultimate is going to slow them down on this retake. Will allow GameLab to plant, and this time they take a different approach. They now occupy most of the site. Waterfall will be invaded, and the Nano Swarm barely misses. I still think that's going to clip. So the Batman has a flash, and Hand goes for the deeper version. Still has another flash here. And they do have lockdown, Asarai. Big Mather still has that cosmic divide. So NCG, where is Reach? Oh my gosh, this could be the flank of a lifetime. This could be a career-making flank. And a Batman, he doesn't look. He gets taken, his head off. Oh dear. Yanagi has to be hero here. There is nothing in his way to stop him, and he's sticking it. He's sticking it. NCG, they're about to steal it away from GameLab. And what was this momentum all about? Nothing at the end of the day. NCG, despite dropping a few rounds, Asarai, they still seal the deal and close out. And I like how they're just so unfazed. They're like, oh yeah, guys, we did it. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Still, is that Jill in the background? No, I don't think so. But, No, I don't know. Look like Vil. I miss Vil. Anyways.
We all miss Vil.
Yeah. I was so surprised as well. Dritch did have a good flank, but I think the biggest problem there was it was just too far from where the lockdown would be, right? Even though he did get to pick onto a Batman, he still needed to provide the threat on the flank itself, but because of the range of that lockdown, he got pushed very far back from having any form of good map control, a good pinch presence. So with all of that, the Astro Wall was definitely a big nail biter. And again, missing that one Nano Swarm, as you mentioned, would it clip? I think it's high enough that it wouldn't. So missing it was really also one of the big things. I think that was also just a big no-no right there for GameLab Alpha. And one of the other ones was the quick charge out from Boogie, even though it did get in my map control. As you saw, Joms getting Aeonics that early also lost them a good amount of their firepower, because Aeonics was doing pretty well in this first game as well.
Aside from the resilience on the side of GameLab to come back from whatever deficit, or at least the attempted comeback from that very dangerous deficit, it also proves how fickle this map is. The attacking side is absolutely dreadful to deal with, and what a shot yet again. But again, that last round, like you mentioned, we had a flag, rather GameLab had a huge flag. But where was it? Was it a disjoint that really stopped them? Was it that missed, what was it? The Nano Swarm was the linchpin to their, I guess, drop on this map, Astra. But we are going to Pearl. And NCG, they've been looking so good.
Well, that's the undeniable factor here. Oh my gosh, NCG, just a different light. And honestly, I'm so happy that we're seeing Yanagi back into full swing once again. How many times did he just open up the site, able to follow up so well with utility, and show to us why he's, you know, the famed duelist now for NCG, or why he was the duelist before for NCG, before all of the roster changes that they had. In any case, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, it is NCG's Mint Matters in this Lotus map.
A true OG, and potentially bringing the presence and bringing the temperance that this young roster needed very much, Asarai. And once again, to see him pop off like that is a treat for everybody. One of our most active playmakers, especially on that controller role. He has his, once again, W's to his name. This is just another one. And GameLab, what are they gonna do now? I mean, what are they going to do to bounce back on Pearl? I mean, Pearl, a fortress of NCG still. A few holes here and there that they have to address still. But yeah, this is not a bad map for GameLab either.
It definitely isn't, but there still is many things that we could be looking forward to for NCG with the Aegis selection. Anyways, guys, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, after that very ferocious game number 1. It was a definite back and forth in a way where there was just a ton of rounds in the favor of that SR Nakage were piling up, and then somehow GameLab Alpha almost went the mile, the distance to go for that overtime. In any case, we're preparing ourselves for game number 2 on Pearl. Once again, my name is Asteroid. With me now is Raph. And again, the series continues.
It continues indeed, Asteroid. The question is, can GameLab start better this time around? Because it seems that the stamina gauge for them is on par with NCG. They just really need to hit the ground running. But with Pearl, that is a fairly daunting task. Again, if we go for something incredibly default heavy, and with NCG just preferring to divide and conquer instead of standing their ground, it's been a matchup nightmare for GameLab for quite a bit.
Yeah, it's been not the easiest for them, especially with undeniably Nakage's performance, his impact on being able to just play so well with the utility of SR Nakage here. Everything, his I feel like his synergy with mid matters, with how mid sets up, is just, again, akin to just how long these guys have been playing together in the past. And not only that, again, Unagi putting himself back on that duelist role, because the first time that we actually saw him with Action PH back in Split 1, he was the relegated or the designated entry fragger as the KO or a breach. And then when he came back to SR Nakage, he started off with that when they still had, gosh, who was playing alongside them? Was that... No, he was in Zol. I can't remember. Second Love, excuse me. There you go. So with that being said, seems like this iteration of SR Nakage looking much more consistent, much solid than what we saw, at least in that past week.
I mean, with the tactical prowess of both Mid Mathers and a Batman on the field, it really does bring a semblance of balance that NCG is sorely needing. And I have to say, with Walk on Water and Joms and just the younger additions, have provided the firepower and just that push that I feel like was sorely lacking too in the previous split. I mean, this is no knock against Zind, but I feel like they needed a few more people on that aggro boat, if you get what I mean. But now on Pearl, they go for... Oh, wait a minute. Is that the first gecko of our region? Question mark. Yes. I think yes it is, right?
I think yes it is. I don't remember him being used at all here. Sorry, I've also been in the other broadcast, so it's been a bit hazy to me how many times Gecko has been used.
You've been busy. You've been a busy boy.
Yeah.
But for PH, I think this is the first.
Oh, that's awesome then. That means that we got ourselves a nice little ultimate to look forward to. Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Wow. Once again, Asarai the soundboard. What a guy.
You know, I just gotta throw it out there, you know? Love it or hate it, I just wanted to give it a try.
Well, you gave it a shot. I guess you hit your mark for the most part. I'm not, why are you laughing? I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, it sounded very sarcastic.
I feel like that's a problem that some people have.
Settings.
It's like people are like, are you serious or are you being sarcastic? It's up to you to decide, honestly. But with a pretty standard lineup here, and actually on both sides, well, maybe the Gecko's the anomaly, but I am happy to see a team to really push the trend. But my matchup in mind is the KO. Again, KO is one of the purest generalists of the game, can do everything. Not necessarily strong, but having that flexibility is a benefit to every team. And let's just say, what was his name? Gecko is gonna get caught with a suppress mid ult. That's gonna be a problem.
That's true. That's been one of the biggest issues, I think, especially when you're using that thrash on a lot of the maps. It just doesn't feel like he has enough duration against a KO specifically to actually find that value. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong as well, because I was playing Gecko quite recently as well. His wingman still actually plants the spike even if Gecko gets knocked out.
Weeb. His inner weeb has been exposed.
Oh no, you caught me red-handed.
It's not like this is the first time this has happened.
True enough. Anyways, all about the contact play here from GameLab Alpha as they try and get in closer and closer. Saw as a trajectory. Ball X, he's wanting it, he's getting it, and he will get it, excuse me. Oh, the splat. Oh, Yanagi can't see anything but to just reload. And one more inside the trenches. You can already see the anticipation from Walk on Water, who's back on the jet, on the duelist role. Can't really find the skirmish that he's kind of hoping for as GameLab Alpha cut the contact here, the noise. Mid-matter's been spotted, and he's trying to back away, but they're chasing him to the ends of the earth. The Onyx is low, though, so he can't really full commit onto this without waiting for the rest of the squad, which, there it is.
Wow, Mid-matter's actually going for the tighter route there. Maybe had a chance if he just swung wide and jumped, but small things that led to big consequences. NCG on the legs of Walk on Waters and a Batman.
30 seconds left.
They're quite ways away from each other, Asrai, so this rundown or this overwhelm is gonna be very, very realistic on the side of GameLab. And considering they're all very, very healthy, GameLab, this is pretty much their round, unless I jinxed it. But I'm glad that you brought up skirmishing, because I feel like that was sorely lacking in the first few rounds of GameLab in the previous map, and in turn has given them a slow start. Walk on Water, though, kind of disgusting.
Ooh.
Lands a follow-up shot, and he is being chased yet again. Owen Cutie tries to finish him off, and he will succeed. GameLab taking that pistol.
Solid. Just absolutely solid here from GameLab Alpha. Able to find the fights that they were sorely or wanting to look for, especially this one. This was kind of interesting. You'd think that Jobs would be a little bit more aware of that, but in any case, that was just, I guess, akin to the dedication of the chase, you know, on the hunt for Walk on Water here. And what's kind of also curious here is Yanagi is back on his KO. Just to point it out.
This KO has been polarizing for me. Again, a very generalist, and normally you would find stability in a kit like that, but Yanagi has been really up and down. Either he's destroying the server, just not completely on it. GameLab, potentially a weakness they could exploit. Going for a pretty standard take towards B here. And once again, Asarai, a chance to take orb or deny orb control. Not present. You would think it'd be Walk on Waters being up for the challenge, especially with a Marshall in this situation. But no. And it seems they have a good read on the situation. They will go for a full 5v5 towards the A site. I have a feeling, though, if GameLab get the ample amount of info, as I mentioned, they're probably going to back out and just go double take B.
They could. There's a that is solid. Walk on Water. Oh my gosh, pure pandemonium right now, but still look at this. A Batman finds the repeat, and now the numbers discrepancy is from GameLab Alpha. Boogie! What is up with the ultis, man? Anyways, because of that, they're going to be charging at this just at breakneck speeds. They equalize the numbers even further, and it's down to Walk on Water once again. He's in a 2 versus 1. 4 bullets, trying to look for a fight. Unfortunately, the reposition there for GameLab gives them a bit of that clutch. Unfortunately, on the other hand, that was a lot of resources just expended.
Yeah, that's definitely going to set them aside or set them back a few rounds here, maybe 1 or 2 at most. But this bonus is a little riskier, considering they have to decide now if they want to put their backs into it or just go for a light buy. Owen Cutie does have a Vandal in hand, but I'm sure he has enough to buy up next round. It will be given to Fall X, but Aeonix and Owen, they're not going to have too much direct fighting power here, Asar, in comparison to NCG. They did burn a few ults in that in the second round too. So expensive. Maybe that's going to be GameLab's Achilles heel, perhaps. They're willing to throw everything they have for a one round win instead of looking at the bigger picture. And I feel like that's been pretty present throughout their matches. In any case, They're still gonna break through B side without any issues, but I am very, very worried what might happen on this retake. Ionix in a very dangerous position, and NCG hearing that ghost, it's gonna put them in a frenzy. Fallax holding on towards B Link. Now he's backed out knowing that smoke has dissipated. And this looks like it's gonna be a waterfall retake on the side of NCG Aserai. They're gonna delay that back hall position even more. Yanagi, beautiful flash. But the reaction time by Boogie is just insane. Walk on Water, though, had a freebie, but was too shy to take it. Now has to deal with the salespeople trying to egg him on to taking this. Batman will help him with the decision.
No.
But Owen Cutie egging him on as a Batman. Just take it, bro. And a pretty decent bonus on the side of GameLab still. NCG, they're gonna recover with a broken buy, so economy has been pretty shaky on both ends now. Or is going to be pretty shaky.
In any case, that was what they needed. Huge recon dart as well from Jobs, just to, again, give them that opening. But you're absolutely right. It took Walk on Water a longer time, if not no time at all, to... or just his time and him being picked off to just deal with the two players holding still on B long. It's probably akin to how just safe Game of Alpha were playing at him and not really challenging, since they had the utilities to delay without even having to face their opponents. Walk on Water. Oh, that is such a beautiful use on the Dizzy. And they follow up. Oh, GameLab. They're coming in for the second win in the second map, man. They're charging in. They want the blood. Boogie. Wait. This is round 4. He had his ultimate round 2. Boogie is a factory for ult charges on the Sova, by the way.
You mean the Phoenix?
Yes.
I know the abilities can get confusing, Aserai, but Mid-Mathers has clarity in what to do, and it's to hold down this site. That's a second duel for him, but he turns his back, and his teammates have to pay the price. Nothing is too expensive for this hold, as the Killjoys are going to size each other up. A marquee matchup, perhaps. The young gun versus the more experienced veteran. And, of course, a Batman is going to inch away with that victory. 30 health, but 100% confidence still. Look at all of the ultimates on the side of GameLab Alpha, though. Boogie, Fall X, all incredibly aggressive. And I have to say, remember when we talked about the negative value of a KO flash? And this is just me hating on the KO pick again. I think it's the worst flash in the game, because people are so good at anti-flashing now. They hear the sound cue, they'll just swing you right after. If it's not layered properly, they're just going to punish you for it. And we saw that very, very well executed by GameLab.
Even a super good KO player will have like a bad day on those, on that.
Oh yeah.
What's it called again? Flashpoint?
Flashpoint. Flash drive.
Wait, no, Flash drive. Sorry, Flashpoint is...
I love the flash.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Run, Barry, run. And now it's going to be Fall X dash, Fall X dash.
Mm-hmm. The time that you were interrupted during your call, Aserai, it was Boogie. It was him all along, and Fall X. We were talking about those ultimates, the Blade Storms, the Run It Backs, but the shots ultimately connect. And NCG, they are looking like a drawing board. Yanagi and Mid-Mathers, they have to fill the gaps of this defense. Despite having Vandals, this is still looking so precarious, as the eye for detail on the side of GameLab. Oh, you see that bounce up top. Mid-Mathers trying to stray for his life. Yet again, Fall X landing a more impressive shot, but Owen Cutie, oh dear, fails his fellow controller. And what a thrifty round. Okay, interesting stat. I think we've had the most thrifties on this map. Like, just from the top of my head.
Probably akin to just how effective Game of Alpha has been with using all the utilities in conjunction with the Boogie utility. Or maybe it's because of just how well GameLab are just able to chase the kills. Because how many times also have you seen GameLab just basically go above and beyond through enemy lines just to go for the extra bit of pick?
Yeah, it has been a strength, but a double-edged sword for them. We've seen them kind of drop rounds in a very similar fashion to Aserai. But what I want to point out is the sites themselves, when you're in the site, these are pretty much perfect sheriff ranges where you're not going to get that incredibly devious 145. You're going to get the full one hit. And Mid-Mathers with his back turned, Once again, a very dangerous prospect. He will find a little bit of safety towards Pillar. And Joms is here to get the info they need. And oh dear. I was thinking they might pop a few shock cards in that direction, but no. Fallex, despite the noise, despite the obstruction, gets a nice clear shot onto Joms. So NCG, not having the best weapons, will have more salt to their wound.
Thankfully for them, it's the whole defense that is stacked up on the B side itself. No picks just yet from GameLab though. They're looking for it, but they're starting to whiff on it too. But that's been picked off.
30 seconds left.
As Boogie spots him out. Equalize in terms of numbers, but the shots aren't connecting. What's going to be close? But Boogie, once again, if you're just blocking his pathway to another run it back, just run away. You'll never win against Boogie.
Wow, I like the Faye. You know, I wish they would play Reyna again.
Spike down.
I like Reyna picks. Despite people blaming me for that. But the Flames cannot be doused on the side of Boogie, as his Phoenix has been just a monster. Like you mentioned, he has another run it back, Asterai. SR Nacague, they better start plugging the holes to this defense, or else this halftime is gonna be looking super lopsided against them. And yet another default play here. NCG still finding no interest whatsoever to contest said orbs. So it's gonna fall in the pockets of Aeonics. Thrasher's gonna be around very, very soon. They throw a few ultimates here, but mid Mathers getting down and dirty towards mid and will take out that lurk. Boogie, though, you were saying that he's so good at pushing tempo and pushing the enemy lines.
Oh my god.
But Joms is going to have that Odin to tear up anybody who would cross that beach. Boogie, though, where are you? Joms, you better check your back, otherwise, like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace. NCG knew not where to look, knew not where to stand as they fall to the sizzle of the Boogeyman.
Too much heat, Aserai. The floor was lava, and Boogie consumed everybody. No holds barred, no bullets wasted, and yet another ult on the board. GameLab making a stand and making a huge statement. This time it's just Mid Mathers alone towards the B site. An early pick perhaps could be lingering. Oh, but it's Fall X to fall, and Owen gets a trade. But now Boogie has another ult. I wouldn't be surprised if he uses it here.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, he's the factory man. Just keep doing all of the run it backs. Oh, wow. Dritch is in such a good position to get at least the flanks all done and dusted for him. Yanagi does deal, but at what cost? Down to 5 HP. Got nothing left on the chamber for him. The Onyx now in a 1v1 against. Never mind, it's Boogie. He just runs it down all to Yanagi. He's quivering in his boots as he does have the rifle in hand. A save might not be too bad of a call here, as he would love to just be able to work with that in the next round. They can still buy just in case he does get picked off, as he's from what he's maneuvering towards to, maybe exit frags, but with that, Game Alpha secure another.
I don't think exits would be the call here. He doesn't seem very interested in any reliable angles here. He's exposed to 3, if you really think about it. And it might just bite him in the back. Don't, Yanagi, please! Wait. Like I said, he's exposed to the weather, to the elements. And he was naked and afraid. And there you go. That is going to be the machine uprising. Denied of any presence. I have to say, Aserai, GameLab, again, the strengths that they've really touted and have presented are just how clean they are in trading, and the players popping off still within the system. I mean, Boogie was so deep in enemy territory in the previous round where he got that ace, but nobody was really too far behind to really maximize his value. Now GameLab, they have an ultimate on the side of Dreech, so maybe, just maybe, they're not gonna let him lurk. He is part of the main cluster now. The flank watch is gonna be there. A pretty hit towards A. As NCG, they've cleared out B.
Either way. Yeah. Oh, alright. So Nanoswarm will stop the plant on the spike. And Aeonix might have to trade his life. No utilities could kill him. No ultimates could tap him. And now because of that, it should be a clear-cut move into the post plant. Good pickoff though onto Fall X as the operator and Walk on Water finds its value. They're using all utilities right now to clear up the site itself. Do believe there is some sort of line from Aeonix. He was looking right above him, I think, for something, but the defuse is still happening, and it will come to fruition as NCG finally find their footing, finally find their round.
You can trust my bots.
Potentially a footing, Asterai, potentially a foundation for a comeback on the side of NCG. Again, a team that's been so incredibly resilient and gritty that GameLab Alpha, they have to put them away quickly. And honestly, we're not even close to halftime yet. Probably 2 rounds away. Boogie's already on that 20 mark. So what's the call here? Boogie, go kill. And that's my favorite call, you know?
Here.
True. After all, despite all the tactics, you still gotta land your shot. You still gotta click him in the head. And, well, poor Dizzy, as he's gonna be obstructing the vision of Walk on Water at the very least. I don't think he should go for this, but what on earth is that flick? A miracle! Turning the water of Dizzy into wine that he may drink for himself. Walk on Water, you absolute madman. I hope your wrist is okay. Aeonix.
Dang.
No more corner clearing, no more life, no more presence in this round as GameLab, maybe slightly intimidated by that operator, has slowed down quite a bit. But look at this. Dreech, yet again. A flag. Some pressure. Of course, signature Boogie ultimate is going to be expended here, Asura, and he is going to barrel through Art, and they're just going to plug any vulnerabilities here. And despite a disadvantage, Fall X picks it up. Now suddenly Walk on Water with that operator is in a very, very awkward spot here. A site that has a lot of close angles and a lot of claustrophobic encounters, especially with Joms and an Odin around the corner. They have 15 seconds for that dart, but where is the movement from a Batman? A little worried as Dreech is still really, again, planted his feet towards Art. Now Boogie, there is a smoke, and there is no redemption, no smoke and mirrors for him. True clarity, no magic tricks whatsoever. Despite an impressive start.
Oh.
Wait a minute before I call it too soon. A Batman!
Time.
No.
Oh. Yeah. He got the clutch, but the delay definitely hurt them there. No, GameLab just knew what they had to do. You're absolutely right, man. They know how to pick their fights, and a other option to that is not really going for the fight itself and just bait out the clock. Walk on Water, though. He's got to have to put himself in the hospital, man. He's got to call the doctor because that hospital flick was disgusting. But in any case, still not enough to go over the GameLab Alpha formula.
Oh, man. I mean, seems that they've readjusted in Fall X. Really not too far behind in terms of heat. Maybe volume, yes. Boogie. But Fall X, he's been super reliable in just adjusting for these 3vX type of situations. NCG, a bit more anxiety in their body language here as they jiggle all across the map. We see despite Walk on Water having an early stoppage towards B, decides to go for A. And not necessarily disagreeing with the call, but this is going to give GameLab yet another orb and more fuel to the war efforts of Boogie.
Love that. War efforts to Boogie. He's 1 kill away from again having his ultimate. We haven't even gone over the threshold of the first half, and he has gone for a bajillion run it back, and he's going to be the one to plant the spike. You may phase him, you may tag him, but if you do not kill him, he will haunt you in your dreams. and he's activated once more, chasing for the kill, looking for the kill. There could be the ultimate, but it does not matter as Boogie finds one. Yanagi does tend, or has at least tended to the ultimate. It's going to be too much of an issue. If he still gets a second shot, that would be so bad for a Batman. But in any case, his teammates have fallen all around him as he tries to get closer into the spike, planted out into the open, picks up the operator, and you know he's just going to back away to safety.
I love that there was a wingman just crossing. Just a little bit of extra security there on the side of GameLab. And one thing that we have to talk about, especially with utility on the side of Gecko, it's incredibly impressive. When you can't contest him taking back his little abilities, he is just so problematic across the round. He's just going to have so much uptime. And aside from that, Boogie's flashes have been on point, Aserai. If not, there has been no tell whatsoever. FallX nearly survives this encounter, but unfortunately for him, there's too many bullets being thrown in his direction. And NCG, this is not a very good buy on a last round. Again, they still have the judge here, but Jobs has to play a very awkward angle considering he's a Sova. And mid has not been a point of interest. At least this mid link has not been a point of interest for GameLab. But look at this, Aserai. I love the patience here. Mid Mathers, though, he's going to pay the price. And a Batman makes it not as expensive. But unfortunately for them, the discount runs a little wild. And maybe not running into the shotgun could be the play call here. Owen is going to get tagged up. The Sheriff tries to line up a shot, and Joms, a saving grace on the side of NCG. And once again, a round that's fairly confusing, honestly. Statistically, GameLab should have won this. But NCG, people are going to probably say, oh, no. They're avoiding the 9-3 curse. That's the tactical value of 4-8.
True.
Switching sides.
Man, how did this come to fruition too? Because that round went by an absolute blur. I think it was Joms that had the most impact with this angle of his. Man, when you're in that kind of position where Joms was, that is the funnest of funs you can have. You feel like you're John Wick at some point. You know, just dodging, ducking, weaving, shooting, hitting your shots, and avenging your dog in your car. Perfect stuff.
I'd be pretty upset if anything would happen to my dog, and maybe that's what the call is.
You have the hair for it too, you know? You have the hair for it too. So.
Be seeing you, Aserai. Did you know he said a total of like 480 words in the fourth movie? That's mind-boggling considering that's
not a lot, right?
Really, no, it is not, man. It really isn't.
For a 2 to 3 hour movie, I'm assuming. I haven't watched it yet.
It's really good. You should watch it. I implore everybody to watch it.
Yeah.
We're not sponsored by them. It'd be nice if we
love
were.
Oh,
but
no.
Joms, man, he's been picking it up, and even just the classic, he is already turning this pistol round on its head. GameLab Alpha. This was the sickness that they had to deal with. And Owen gets discovered there despite having a small corner of safety as Walk on Water once again trying to drown everybody with this frenzy. And as I was alluding to, this was the problem that GameLab had. Every time NCG throws a wrench into their plans, and I guess this applies to everybody, right? But in more clarity, every time NCG go for a more aggressive play, they just don't seem to be ready, especially in the defending side. Do you think GameLab's defending side is considerably weaker than their attacking?
Huh, that's a good question. I don't think it is, to be honest, because they also have, as what we saw on their Lotus map, like a pretty solid defensive lineup as well. Before it was only on the attack, but I think they're rounding out their weaknesses, which is just the side difference, right? The side change. So I feel like they have it in the bag, especially with players like Onyx being such great anchors for it. Of course, this weaker buy, this thrifty round, not the best of gauges just yet, probably be on the next one, but they do have some rounds to give away. Oh, FallX, if he can find some motion in the ocean with this, could be good for him. Can he get closer? Are they thinking it's going to go on the other side? That could be damage that he's looking for. Look at that. It's actually pretty winnable for Boogie here if he can isolate the fights right now, as everybody from the side of NCG is just drizzled with bullets.
Too many Aserai, and it is looking like a rainy day for GameLab. But Boogie, he's completely healthy. And look how fragile the players are on this NCG roster. And he's gonna spot Joms, but Yanagi with a Spectre from way downtown is going to dunk on him. And NCG coming alive here. Now, once again, a fork in their road. Do they go for an aggressive buy? Or do they try to steal this away with lesser weapons and perhaps subterfuge? But we know GameLab are very, very proficient with rifles, so they should have this round in the bag, statistically. Boogie has ult again. Huh. And especially with Boogie on that Phoenix, he's proved to be so problematic here. This is potentially something that they can use as a little bit of a safety net. But the call for A is here. Walk on Water has found himself in a one-way situation. He does have a pair of smokes for himself. But Mather's already very, very patient on the cross. As GameLab, they shed a new layer yet again. A lot of temperance. Fallx could land a shot. And I love the confidence on that angle. But unfortunately for him and NCG, nothing will go their way in that exchange. Still, the defense has not been pulled completely towards A. And NCG have no intention of selling their position at the moment. We have a Batman fighting for map control and getting some forward space for them. Mid has been largely ignored on the side of GameLab again. We do have a single Killjoy on that B link to really give safety or at least just a little bit of security. But look at this. They go for an Art Explode. Aeonix, I don't think he has his Dizzy available. Yes, he does, but instead he burns that Mosh just to prevent anybody from walking into the site. And now GameLab, their forces have coagulated towards a site Aserai.
Yeah.
So this could be very, very brutal and bloody for NCG.
Especially with the cross fire that GameLab have obviously set up in the back of the site. Nagi's getting closer in. They need to start something with this one. Does that hit the drone? It does not, so at least the coverage for the Owl drone gives them all the information that they need. But Fallx finds one, Eonix follows up, although it's a whole bunch of mess right now as both sides trying to converge, looking for the picks. Even though there was one that lost the bullets, there was Boogie again, proving to be a thorn on the side. Game of Alpha, 6-9, very nice defense altogether.
I'm rolling my eyes. I'm just saying, I'm rolling my eyes. As GameLab rolled their opponents on that retake. Like I mentioned, Aserai, there was a theme that NCG was following and found a lot of success in Lotus, and that was basically fighting in the shade, right? Picking GameLab apart little by little, dividing and conquering, but that hasn't really shown itself just yet. Granted, this is only the 4th round of their attacking side, so we may see more of that. No. Still no. Not a lot of mid presence to be had. They have Walk on Water, and I believe this is going to be a Batman walking towards B. You would assume they would have somebody taking space towards B link, right? Or maybe just a star to push Dreach back. And like I said, to have that rotating power cut off for GameLab. But no, they're going to go into this one full force yet again. Fallx is still very wary of what might happen if he leaves the site too early. But there you go. He's prompted to leave. Walk on Water draws first blood. And now back halls occupied in a very, very dangerous spot. But GameLab playing to their strengths, getting 2 quick kills. Still a very clean 3v3. Joms can play post plant here, but the flank has been opened. But knowing GameLab, they're not going to go for any of those silly non-front facing tactics.
Yanagi's in danger right now. He has nobody to refrag him. Yes, he does have his team in Walk on Water on the side, but he's so low in the case. Oh, that is huge though. Yanagi wasn't able to get the pick. One more into the corner, but that is Joms just overwhelmed with too much interactions. I think Alex might have wanted to get the charge.
Give me the orb.
Onyx is near the thrash, so it's all good in the it's all according to Kate's good play. Man, that was a crucial whiff from Walk on Water, or just a great challenge altogether by Boogie, ultimately leading to GameLab piercing through the 10-6.
I feel like GameLab is probably one of the most dangerous teams to face on a post plant, especially in a 5v5. Maybe bar none, actually. So NCG, they have to start investing a little bit more to not have dead mid rounds. I mean, we just see NCG kind of stand around Asarai. Like, to be completely honest, they're really just waiting for the timer to wind down and potentially find inherent weaknesses in GameLab, or rather fabricated weaknesses, as like a mistimed push or an early rotate. But Walk on Water, once again, finding success in that first blood, has found quite a bit of that. But Boogie is an anti-air gun, and he is not allowing any jets in his airspace. Still a very awkward angle, perhaps. As he crosses, he's going to be completely blind, but somehow flies under the radar of Yanagi. But Mid Mathers picks up the slack. Joms is here to help. And a 1v2, all of a sudden, a Batman, Joms, they have a rifle in their hand. Dreech only has a single Nano Swarm, so they can play this for time. GameLab, their only consolation prize is to force that Hunter's Fury out. And this is looking super, super realistic on the side of NCG, as you see Joms already vacating his past position to be the traitor.
Thing is, though, yeah, he can isolate the fight here. Maybe even find a Batman. If he does, that could be detrimental to Jobs. But thankfully, a Batman was very prepared for the push out. And NCG on their force buy, especially with that double up, that saving play from Mid Matters was huge. Because the flash from Yanagi was good, but unfortunately he wasn't able to clear the spot where the rest of GameLab tucked themselves in near the corner there. But thankfully, the reaction from NCG was just what they needed, again, to get them the site and to win them the round.
And the breakdown here on the side of NCG. Of course, Asarai, very good eye on you, my friend. Not very good knees, but very keen sets of eyes, especially with the glasses. But Walk on Water needs not anything but a Vandal to get 2 kills. In GameLab, the first time they've shown interest in taking mid, they got gunned down so easily. But again, they're still super close. I think Dreech just wants this ult or Basar just so the lockdown is available for him. They're probably going to run it down towards wherever NCG is. Because either way, they're going to have their ults prepped for their future undertaking.
Anyways. Oh, NCG playing the very safe card. Were they expecting that their opponents were able to pick up some weapons? In any case, they at least want to keep...
They do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure enough. So they wanted to use Yanagi, obviously, as the fire starter on the site. He still has his flash, he still has his molly. And the thing with GameLab is they might not know that they're playing hard on the back of the site. Although OAQ due diligence, starting to pick it up. Loses the fight. It's not looking too good. Now they don't have the molly anymore, but they still have the star. Drake has got to clear something up. There it is, the swing. Deals the wraparound. No wraparounds here for OAQ as he starts, or needs to start popping it down. Oh, are you really? Okay, Shock dart.
Oh, he's gonna get tased. Oh, come on, man. The man was about to be electrocuted into a charred corpse. Come on now. Well, wait. Do you remember? You know what? Maybe I'll reference that some other time. That's the Home Alone screen. What's he gonna reference? You remember that one, right? Where he holds onto the doorknob? Of course. Once again, audience, if you're not getting this reference, educate yourself. Home Alone is literally one of the most enjoyable and maybe important movies.
Christmas movies of all time. Yeah. Aside from Die Hard.
Die Hard is a all-time favorite for Christmas movies. I don't know what the newer Christmas movies are. Honestly, there are none. There are none.
Don't go the same. It just doesn't hit the same. And speaking of not hitting the same, well, no, he hits the same as when he was, still a couple of years back, the player from another team, a Batman. Holy, take that shot. This Boogie's down.
Why are there's so many previously Sova players that are Bat related. Bat Ghost is one of them, but now Batman is a Senti. But again, this was like a land before time. So is he also a Bruce Wayne? Folex, wow, still despite the drone, I love that small window that he's so good at just really opening for himself here. And this is yet again a very expensive take on the side of NCG, but the divide and conquer has been in place. And Boogie sort of shutting down in these, last 2-3 rounds. Asura is not a good look for them. Maybe he went Supernova and has decided to cool down, maybe unintentionally, but the Thresh is there. It's going to catch 2. It doesn't catch 2. Only catches 1, and Drums has found himself in the safer side. The wingman is going to keep him a little bit safer. The lockdown is here. And a Batman and Mid Mathers, they're playing the long game. They're playing the long con, but Reach is going to stake this. No, he doesn't even get to half. Maybe that's a crucial mistake. And now they're going to be frozen in place. Oh, no.
Oh, the pocket.
Oh. But still, time burnt. Precious time being denied here on the side of NCG. All they can really do is go for exits, and Mid Mathers holding strong.
No,
Reach.
No time. Maybe a second or so. 2 at the most. But I think the reason why is, again, is that mid again, right? Just surviving for the longest time and using the stars to his advantage. Because we couldn't see it through that wall, but I assume that's the reason why. Because there would be no cause for GameLab to stop that defuse when nobody was pushing through the wall.
Yeah. Maybe it was one of the stars from it. Again, perhaps an oversight from us too. But Boogie, the success rate of his run it backs have been pretty insane. We see a hero vandal on his side. He has an extra life to really maximize his value. Goes for a straight hit towards B, and GameLab? Not the greatest of defensive positions right now, but first contact is going to be Boogie Asar. We talked about how good he is, and we talked about how explosive he can be. This time around, the number is just a little too heavy for him to solo defend. And GameLab will actually just give up the post-plant situation here. Not the greatest considering they only have pistols. But Boogie looking to create some sort of advantage. Once again, using these ults as a band-aid solution. But the band-aid, a pretty good one apparently. And that is going to be the molly missing too. They try to get the spike, but Joms is here. Too much ammo. Too much oppression. And NCG, they are looking to just cut everyone down. And this Odin is missing! What? He's running away!
He was standing on...
Oh my goodness.
Yo, Dritch couldn't even believe he survived through that defuse, man.
1 second, peeps. I gotta visit
the
Astro
to play some stars. Goodness. Dritch. Yo, show us the replay, please, Prodman.
What the heck?
I thought, Joms, he was channeling his inner John Wick, his John Wick, as it were. But look at Dritch.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Plot armor.
If we're talking about, Keanu Reeves, we got the John Wick, but Dritch was the Neo, dodging the bullets, man.
Oh, maybe he took both pills, Asarai, as he was largely aware of what was happening. He started to believe. He just stood there. Now Owen, finding all the Agent Smiths, trying to invade the site. GameLab, they have been rejuvenated, but Mid Mathers, he lives for the hunt. 2v3 still. I don't think that they know that Walk on Water is here. A quick check on the side of Owen is going to give him a false sense of security. And he's going to spam it twice. A response is here. But that's going to be taking quite a bit of attention away from this Flower player. And Mid Mathers decides to go for a more compact play here, Asarai. Boogie's going to be healing up without any issues whatsoever. And Mid Mathers not winning this time around. NCG. Very close precipice of death, at least for this round.
Solid round altogether. Now, the obvious fact, the obvious statement, one more, and we go to game number 3. Ooh, what's left on the menu here for GameLab Alpha? They have basically everything that they want in terms of weapons. They do have the wall once again, which has been quite the trifling ultimate from on either team, if I'm being honest. On NCG though, they're also pretty looking dapper with their purchases.
Incredibly dapper, incredibly sharp, Asarai, but is it as sharp as Walk on Water's blades? And we see that early Mosh investment on Aeonix. A little fearful or respectful of a would-be push. And this has been the funnel for NCG. They have been taking Art with no issue whatsoever. But GameLab, they haven't lost any bodies. So this retake, or rather this defense, is still holding strong. Especially when Owen Cutie can snipe out the Duelist. Walk on water out of the air. As the drums will try to fall back again. But look at this. No more utility on everybody's side. They only really have a Batman's Nano Swarm. And I believe it's already been invested towards the spike itself. Cosmic Divide coming into play by GameLab. Slicing up the sights. And Aeonix finds a lurking Sova. The hunter becomes the prey himself. And yet again, more heroics on the side of GameLab. They do not get that half, but instead, they find an extra kill. Yanagi going for that flash. Beautiful attention pulling here, but Mid Mathers, he has to find the diffuser. Otherwise, this is the end, and it is. The fortress, once again, pilfered, raided by GameLab, and Pearl falls to our mad scientists.
Pearl falls. GameLab securing themselves that victory through, I think, just that one particular round that Dritch brought it back, and you saw GameLab just change shape, just change the flow of what was happening to them. What is that? Ah, okay. Thought it was another GameLab player because I saw the black and yellow, but it was, yes, the SO.
I see.
Yeah. Anyways, solid game altogether. We're gonna go to a game number 3, and that was just phenomenal. I think one of the biggest takeaways from that particular game is never give Boogie the chance to pop off, because the cycle of him having his run it back active and him just chasing it down to the ends of the earth, picking up a kill, and then so on and so forth for Game of Alpha has just been that good.
Yeah, but the thing is, and this is not a knock on GameLab, if you need Boogie to drop 30 for, I would say, a pretty Pyrrhic victory, it's a little worrying. But still, we cannot take how impressive that performance was away from him. And everybody was also really pulling their weight. But NCG, like I said, there was a clear-cut blueprint that they had to follow for Lotus, but somehow completely absent this map.
Well, NCG, I think, just had a different setup that GameLab was just not expecting. The speed at which, they were taking the rounds was unprecedented. I think just unrecognizable by the rest of GameLab. To be fair, though, as well, it still could have gone the distance, because you saw the very neck-and-neck thing that was happening, especially the, what was that, 6, if not 8 straight rounds of given by GameLab that resulted in the 13-10, even though they did lose. So this series is showing to us how both teams are operating at such high levels of intensity, but still managing to find success.
Success they found, Asteroid. So many spearheads on the side of GameLab that it really is such a daunting task to put a completely stop, or rather to put a complete stop on them. You can only hope to slow them down. And what is our decider map here? Did we get into Icebox? If my memory serves me correctly.
Yes, I believe.
Was it Icebox?
So.
I think it was Icebox, right?
Yes, it is Icebox.
Oh, there you go. It is Icebox.
Wow.
Thank you for
nice
the...
hair.
Who, me? I mean,
yeah,
don't make me untie it. Don't make me untie it. People's got to know. People's got to be reminded. But in any case, guys, we are still very excited for this 3-map series already, as Fall X. Oh, so reliable for GameLab, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see that again, at least in our next map.
Hoping to see that definitely again on our next map, especially now it's going to be Icebox. For either side, we've reset the board. Both teams looking to, again, get that dub, get that victory. Any case, I believe we are going to go on a quick break. And when we do come back, guys, again, Icebox to net us what will be the final destination of this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we're back, guys, once again to continue this back and forth between GameLab Alpha and SR Nakage. On Icebox will be our game number 3. Anyways, my name is Ascension. Now is Raf. And it's been a ride, man. It's just been a ride. As far as I can describe it, that's how I'm gonna go.
I absolutely agree with you, and I'm just thinking about the theme of Icebox, and I have mentioned that Icebox is a map that revolves around loose calling, and I feel like it really will benefit GameLab more than it will benefit NCG. But we haven't proven wrong many times in the past. This could be yet another anomaly in our predictions. But with NCG just being super commanding, or rather not NCG, GameLab being super commanding of the last few rounds in that, I would say, Pearl debacle, then maybe that was already a preview of how the series would go. But I am very, very appreciative of the fact that both these teams are really showing up today, and they're really bringing their best. But at the same time, you have to wonder, why is NCG ignoring that foolproof plan that they were employing on Lotus?
I'm not sure, actually. But in any case, one of the biggest factors, I think, of this entire series, to be honest, has got to be... well, especially on that second map, has got to be Boogie once again with his Phoenix. We saw really good impact of it on map 1, and then it just blew up Supernova as we were describing on map 2. Now, I'm pretty sure it's not going to come out on Icebox because it's not as prevalent. I don't know if they're going to go, off kilter here and just use the Phoenix. I would love to see it if ever. We could, as you mentioned, also maybe look at the Reyna here. Could go either way. Could go none of that and just a whole different direction. But in any case, Boogie definitely was... I mean, another composition, you know what I mean? Boogie definitely was doing so much for GameLab Alpha in this entire series.
I mean, if you really want to talk about a duelist with amazing pop-off potential, then Reyna. I mean, Reyna's best map is Icebox. I will stand by that. And if Boogie continues his dominance from that previous run, then I don't think it's too far off the mark for him to go with such an agent like that. Again, people are like, oh yeah, but that's a super pubby agent. We get it, but Reyna is also a snowballing machine. And with a good start like they had on Pearl, I feel like it's within reason to do that.
Yeah, I could definitely see that going. And to be honest as well, like I have been seeing a trend in Asia Pacific where teams are starting to actually default back onto the double duelist depending if their opponents are incredibly hyper aggressive, which works well because duelist, it's in the name, it's all about the skirmish, it's all about having those battles go in your favor. So having that extra bit of firepower, especially when two of your players are this incredibly heated, is actually, I feel like, a good description or good destination here for GameLab Alpha. So with that being said, while we are waiting for the agent selection, it's still yet to see, but I think like we have a chance, maybe 60% chance to see it, if I'm playing safe.
Either that or probably just gonna go for something super standard. I mean, his jet is not necessarily bad, perhaps, but that's already occupied by so many members on the side of GameLab. I mean, Fallex is there, and etc, etc, etc. I'm pretty sure Aeonix is gonna go for that Sage again, Aserai, so maybe that's going to stray them away from going for that double duelist. Again, I feel like Sage already takes up that duelist slot as a main rifler. She functions like that on the offense anyway. So maybe they're just gonna avoid redundancy. Maybe we're overthinking about the agent selection too much.
Yeah, I mean, we still are preparing for the agent selection to begin, so it's not a bad thing just to kind of describe things. But okay, looking at the side first, at the other team with SR Nakage, I feel like this is a whole different face. Well, it is somewhat of a different face that actually shines pretty good for them, to be honest. Like, again, Walk on Water back on more of the roles that he is very akin to, which is the jet, is really good to see. Yanagi being able to stretch out his duelist chops is also really nice to see. And the ability, I think, of a Batman to support this team and not only Mid Matters to be the older generation, the more veterans of the team, is, from what it looks like, helping them reset fights a whole lot faster.
And that's a very, very big thing, right? You can't get lost in the scramble. Otherwise, you are pretty much going into a spiral. And that's something you want to avoid. NCG, go for a pretty standard comp here. Actually, on both sides. I'm still surprised that the double controller meta hasn't super caught on just yet. We've had a lot of samples already from a lot of teams too. But Sage has been a more reliable choice for a lot of those teams, despite Harbor being ready and available.
Yeah, I agree. And again, the capability of healing as well as rezzing in very clutch situations is something you just can't really put off kilter. And I think this is the second best to finding a double duelist. You still have the utility that stays longer, impacts a lot longer. So with that being said, this mirror match is going to be for the distance, for the ages, obviously, because whoever wins this wins the series and gets themselves back on track, with GameLab Alpha supposedly looking undefeated if they win against SR Nakage, and SR Nakage toppling off their 0-1 when they lost to Oasis Gaming.
Oh boy. Again, just a little bit of a throwback there for people who need a little bit of catching up. GameLab, man. Once again, they have a lot of their cards in their favor here, Aserai, but we have yet to see that actually come into full force as we are still entering the map. I feel like we've exhausted a lot of our talking points when it comes to just speculations on the agents, considering that we've talked about most of the variations. So we will jump right into the game here. We have Fall X going for a bit of height control as Joms has backed out and recognizes the danger of his situation. GameLab, once again, not the team to overcomplicate things. They're just going to stick together and 5-man sight, and it looks like they're about to do that yet again.
You actually fall back quite quickly too after getting the orb already here. Walk on water, very dangerous yet impactful position. Having that sheriff in hand. The GameLab Alpha, what is happening? They're just holding it for like a good 30 seconds. That's the call right now. It could put SCG off for a spin, especially if they can, if they don't actually go for the flag and get that proper read. In any case, good damage on Walk on Water. They'll have to wait for Boogie to get the heal up. And anything else, it's going to just be a full defuse, or a full retake, excuse me. Okay. Now it's a start. Oh, that's a little peek, but Fall X! Oh my gosh, he just does not get denied, does he? Onyx on top of things, actually still gets a pick, excuse me, and doesn't get picked off himself. 3 versus 1, all down to a Batman, 69 HP. He's the nice Batman, but he will be not nice for long. That's going to be a straight up win for GameLab.
A straight up win, and every time we see GameLab take that pistol momentum, it becomes so dangerous for the opposition, Aserai. And I would have to say that this was one of their cleaner takes. Didn't really see too much overextension here, but it is the pistol, so there is a lot more leniency. Everybody, though, getting theirs as they do get one apiece. NCG, like I mentioned, might be in for a rut, as they are a team that has a considerable wind-up before they start executing things. Again, this has been pretty much proven time and time again in GameLab. They're a little bit faster. Yeah. So NCG coming off those hard reads are pretty much, how do I put this? Required. I guess that's the word. There has to be a lot of urgency with these hard reads.
Ooh, Yanagi just playing at the back of yellow here. GameLab is really waiting for someone to rile up the map. Not them. They're hoping that NCG commits a bit more. Nothing else. NCG's just play far back. Now that GameLab have gotten the forward map control that they were hoping for, slowly creeping up and setting up things for the B site. All this utility, oh, that is so good. They might not be able to make Yanagi this early on, though. But other than that, that is so mean. You know, cutting so much noise and it popping off. It's such a deadly tactic that is catching NCG little by little.
Little by little indeed. But these cuts, these smaller cuts are adding up, Asarai. Death by 1,000 cuts is such a painful way to go. GameLab, they are just going to be super dominant. But yeah, again, guys, it's the anti-eco. Not that big of a deal. NCG, they have to make a stand here now or never. But again, I keep asking the same question, man. NCG has had a winning formula in Lotus. Why isn't it translating to all their other maps? I mean, again, we talked about the layers game and the macro of Valorant and whatnot. And maybe, just maybe, they're falling into a curse for more of our strategically oriented teams. And that's overthinking. It's easier said than done, to be honest, to avoid it. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, you know, that was actually a quite a quaint thing to point out as well, because I felt like GameLab Alpha at the very start, since, you know, we didn't have too much metrics on them, they were very frag heavy, as it were. But the longer that we got into Split 1 and the deeper that we're getting into Split 2, their calls started getting even better and better, right? Their ability to read the situation. It's just a quick adaptation of this team, which is honestly so scary. It's so rapid, and they're really taking names and numbers right at this point. And what's even scarier than that is I think Split 2 is perfect for them. They're not starting off going up against Naos or Oasis, so they can build up steam in once they get into that series in the regular season.
Yeah. And there is really that different mood and setting when we get into the playoffs, Asarai, but I feel like we are getting ahead of things again. Like I said, this is a very high priority round for NCG. They're clumped up and they're getting absolutely juiced. They're getting juiced! Oh, but here we go. The NCG recovery is not gonna happen this round. Oh man, what a bonus on the side of GameLab, and it hurts my soul to say that. There's a lot of excitement for that comeback, but like I said, thematically, GameLab and Icebox, they match very, very well. And NCG, that slower, more rigid play style, is looking brittle right now.
The thing is, again, excuse me, they haven't really gotten that map control at the very start too, because I think that's what GameLab have been doing with their cut of noise, right? It's them trying to see if NCG will actually force a fight elsewhere. That's why you're seeing this kind of split up now that they have their proper weapons, because they know that NCG like to get that quick information to play around it, and they were so good at that on Lotus. This time on Icebox, it's a big risk, especially if they're playing, if they're feeling a lot more fearful as to how strong the first kill percentage or first kill prowess of GameLab is, right? Again, I know that this is just a pistol round for NCG, but when they were on their buy round just a round ago, it was the same story regardless.
That's very troubling when you put it in that light. But GameLab, I like the patience still. Sorry, they got the first pick on Mid Mathers, and despite having the weaker weapons on the side of NCG, they're not pushing their luck. They know for a fact that they can take this as an overrun, but the cost of losing a rifle may be too expensive in their eyes. This Fallex is one away from blades and whatnot. NCG, what do they have in their back pockets to really try and steal this round away? Looking unlikely, but they're inching closer and closer to the site. The sight lines slowly returning to them, as well as that Viper wall drops. The Sage Wall is going to provide a bit of a nuisance, but so far no action has been called. Boogie finds his counterpart. Fallex will get rid of those atrocious whiffs on the side of NCG. And like I said, man, this is not looking good.
Nothing I can say at this point, man. This is just looking so on tune, in tune for GameLab Alpha. They're absolutely right. There is just, it feels like their Steam, not their accounts, but the train. NCG.
What about the train?
It's run out of steam. I mean, I know that our trains are now.
I'm excited for the trains.
Yeah.
You know, for what endeavor we might proceed with. You know, no spoilers, but you know what I'm saying? Are there actually still Steam trains? I feel like there are for novelty.
There still are in
Oh,
other
oh, wait,
countries
wait.
as well. Or
Did you
other
know-
regions, yeah?
So this is me kind of nerding out with while the timeout is happening. There was actually a prototype of a very basic and a very primitive Steam engine way back in the Roman period of times. But as we know, the Roman Empire was very, very, very indulged in the slave trade. So they were like, oh, that might just toss the economy under the bus or chariot at the time. So they're like, yeah, nah, dude, don't do it. Dax might actually have a say in this too, because he loves history. He's a nerd like that.
History graduate, isn't he?
Yeah. But in any case, thank you for bringing that up. That's your useless fact of the day, guys.
I don't think it's useless. Again,
Human greed is the enemy of progress, guys.
yeah, what was that saying
is
again?
what I'm
with
trying to say.
learning from the past, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah.
there's got to be learning from the past as well, because NCG, they've been at this dance for a very long time. Walk on water. Oh boy, shielded by the wall. And this is one of those few times that I actually see the push under orange find its value, but now the post plant is where it gets a little bit gutted. But with GameLab actually having control of kitchen, this could go in a better direction for them. Batman getting closer, but that wall really blocking so many angles, avenues. Dritch just peeks out, picks him off. No, Batman does get the kills here regardless. Onyx, his timing, his flanks, all gorgeous, all good. Owen Cutie holds on, and as Fall X was about to go for the flank, not needed, as Owen gets it regardless, gets it in the end.
Is this a smile and wave moment for GameLab? I mean, NCG, this is proving to be a rather vexing problem, Asarai. As the defenses, even on the gun round, have proven to be quite serendipitous. And GameLab are just having their way. I mean, we know that Icebox is historically a lot more attacker-sided than it is defender-sided. But we haven't seen this much of a lopsided half in a while, especially on this map. It's very even for the most part. At least historically and within our region as well. Granted, we are one of the best Icebox regions in the world, so there's a lot of mastery to be thrown around.
Oh, man. That really is, right? Icebox feels like it's been our strong suit ever since, right? There was, I guess, one point where Talent Esports was just able to take it away from Team Secret, but even then, right? Those are those one-offs, I feel. And, well, going back into the PHC, the local scene here, it just hasn't been good for NCG. And this is the push back to always go, you know, eco round paradox that NCG are kind of feeling. Joms just trying to run away. There's going to be the ultimate. Again, GameLab, not a team that actually is very, what's the word here? Conservative of their ultimates. If they can get around off of this, they will use the round, or they will use the ultimate to get around off of this. Ooh,
yeah.
Walk on water, though. Just out of nowhere. Picks off, but there's the res.
I agree with that sentiment completely. We did touch upon it in Pearl, where they will really use their ults. And we see Walk on Water giving NCG a small window of opportunity here. But burning the res on an eco is peculiar, but Mid Mathers has been disgusting with the Sheriff. He will find two before his post-mortem appearance. Now Boogie doing everything he can, but once again, a steal during the defuse. And NCG respond. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. A beautiful recovery, but expensive nonetheless. They still have a pit to fall back on, Asarai. But with that, the most important takeaway is confidence. They won on an eco. They did it in spectacular fashion.
Huge wall too to keep themselves to give themselves an opening. Hopefully, I also am able to pick myself up, because it seems like I'm having some hiccups with my hardware here, guys. Don't put me in that position, guys. I don't want to pick up another microphone. That's gonna suck. But yeah, I know. Anyways, as you mentioned, it's a good starting point for NCG, especially with Walk on Water having the operator already. He has good positioning here. The smoke is giving him leeway to rile his shot off. The wall's right there. Fall X. Thankfully, no one is hugging yellow here because of that lockdown. And Walk on Water, oh, can't really find the positioning for a nice little pick. He does have the dash. Is he gonna go ballistic at this and primo push it? But the wall stops him from doing so.
I mean, having an operator is a lot of deterrence, not just towards your enemies, but towards yourself. A very expensive investment and a very potent gun to give to the opposing side. But I like this. I like the fact that they use the enemy's verticality for their own sake. But once again, a defuse is on its way. Owen denies it for a few seconds, but the half has been committed already. And look at NCG Swarm GameLab. It's like a piece of fruit fell on the ground and the ants just like, I'ma take it. It's free real estate.
Ants doing things for the queen. Shout out to the queens out there.
There you go.
There
Now
you
on
go.
Icebox? Wow.
Yes, absolutely. Huge round again for NCG. The operator for Walk on Water hasn't really paid its due net worth, but to be honest, the retakes have looked a whole lot more different than it was before here. And they're starting to really dip into the reserves of GameLab Alpha in terms of their economy. Right now, Mid Matters does have his Viper's Pit, as he uses that straight up for the B site. I wonder if GameLab Alpha are going to be willing to expend forces to go here, because you can already see NCG almost nearing the 4-stack on the A side, just thinking that that is going to be the case right there. A Batman, his senses were tingling as he shoots through the mid.
That's the wrong person, man. That's the wrong person. That's not even the same publishing company. But I'm sorry to derail you. Like I said, Asarai, it was me all along. That one mishap you had in 2014, it was me. Again, just to keep things in continuity. When did Batman ever had Spidey sets? I hate these so much.
It's
but
not
not
Spider
as
sense, it's just the Batman sets, you know, his common sense as the greatest detective.
well, detective is Unagi will fall despite his valiant attempts. And what was that again, Fall X? He has made taking the souls with these one-taps a complete signature, and Walk on Water had a chance to rectify the mistakes, but again, GameLab overwhelmed NCG. The Joms going for the quick save here. And that's pretty much the round in the bag, Asarai. I love that super classic call to go into heaven, or rather not heaven, to kitchen and Viper's Pit. One of the earliest adopters of that in our local region was actually Southbuilt. Yet another history lesson for everybody. But they did it on SMG rounds. They did it on light buys or ecos.
It seems like GameLab Alpha are perfecting it even on their buy rounds. Just that.
Yeah. Well, with a buy round. No, well, because I just explained it. Like, they usually did it on an SMG round. Now, like, you want me to go over my point again?
No. I thought you understood the assignment there. The
Was this the SpongeBob reference?
No.
Yeah.
It's the other one. It's like, it's about being a good sister. Yeah.
Yeah. It's about that time of day, too.
Alright, we're back. Oh, glorious peaks all together. Both sides not coming out of that unscathed. But who will come out on top? Yanagi and Boogie both down. So if you've taken any sweet damage, you can't really top off, at least in this round. GameLab Alpha are giving themselves a little bit of positioning here as they push back the rest of the defense. No more Fall X to start pushing up with the rest of the team as they go slower and slower onto the A site. They don't really need to go explosive into this. They just need to find the pick first. Oh,
That's a very tall task.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say they're going to decide to actually just go straight for down low. No need to go up high. All right.
And they will fight in the shade, Asra. They take a page out of the NCG book. But it looks like it's going to be the high road for one of these players in Aeonix. You know, if that was pre-nerf Sova, he'd be down to 10 health. I am just saying.
Yeah.
Revert that nerf. Revert that nerf. As we are going to move forward with this recon dart, it's going to scan out too. Owen has been pretty much executed by Aeonix. Still undiscovered here. Mid Mathers has locked them in place, but potentially Choms could make a fatal position. Positional error. I'm not entirely sure what made him jump down. He had a low health. I think they had a snake bite on the side of mid. Never really committed to it. So just those small things adding up, Asra. Like we said in what, round 2, round 3?
Yeah.
Death by 1,000 cuts is such a painful way to go, and we saw it yet again on the side of NCG.
That backfire was evenly felt from the, as you mentioned, the push out. And is this going to be an NCG timeout? Wait, no. NCG already used their timeout. So, GameLab Alpha then? To continue the momentum? Yes, there it is. As is being shown. Again, the new overlays. Very good. Actually, the previous one didn't show... what did the previous one didn't show before? I think it was what
No, there's a bit
utility
more
you
vignette.
bought, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one's pretty dapper with like that.
Do you remember the first barracks where they had like the pie chart for the ults? I thought that was kind of unreadable.
It really was.
I mean, it was great, but this was better.
Yeah, you'd have to count it, but then because it's so sometimes, you know, depending on the screen, it can be big or small. It's kind of difficult to also count in a circle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Circles, whatever shapes that we could potentially draw from this this matchup, Asarai. And man, you know, as I want to mention, despite all the circles that they've been running around, NCG have no cornerstones in this matchup. Like, their win condition has been super varied. And I have to say, it's not a good look. We went 3 maps and it seems that they're gassed. Is it the lack of veterancy on the side of NCG? It's kind of hard to say too, because the Batman and Mid Mathers are there. Yanagi as well, who's been pretty seasoned already.
Yeah. And again, it might not be just because of that. It's just GameLab Alpha, again, having, I don't know, just the best calls. When you know that they're on a roll, you really feel that they're on a roll. This is that kind of team right in front of us. Boogie pocketed himself right there in the corner. But then look at this. He just plays it safe. Waits for his teammate. Maybe waits for his opponent to over-aggress. And this is the calls. These are the calls, the kind of plays that make GameLab Alpha just so scary to deal with.
So scary indeed, and once again, the boogeyman who's left a big imprint in that Pearl matchup, Asarai. Doing the same thing here. 13-4 is Boogie, very proficient with gathering all those heads. And not just that, having the uptime on the res is such a big thing. But before anything, we're still expecting NCG to adjust, because that was one of their biggest strengths, right? They were always down to adjust. But once Fallex is striking deep into your lines with all these blades, it becomes so problematic, and no solutions have been found. Reduced to 1v4, and closer we get to GameLab hitting that double-digit half.
Last round in the half.
Wow. They just, again, threw common sense out and just went charging ham at this. Fallex, like Yanagi putting up the wall that way, just thinking that maybe he had some form of cover. It was not true, not meant to be. 2-9. Yeah, it's just a different spell altogether.
Scanning ahead.
Altogether, well, what looks can we really expect? But Jom's getting a very, very early pick with that Hunter's Fury. Already return an investment. As Fall X trying to buy space for his teammates. We see Boogie finally burn that res. Now they are not too far off a reset point here. Mid Mathers, terribly unhealthy at the moment. And with a Spectre, makes the situation that much more uncomfortable. And GameLab, already a dominant stance here. Mid Mathers will stand his ground, potentially finding an off time. And there he goes, he gets Fall X. The spear blunted once again, but the body's a sacrifice. Already in the making, Walk on Water trying to find a similar modicum of success as his other Jet counterpart, but no, he lands on knives but not in the critical spots. GameLab looking so good already. They still have the lockdown and a Blade Storm to deal with. Yanagi, res available too if they can just create an opening here. Yellow being invaded. They want to do the same, and Boogie and Dreech, a pick for each other, and Jom's getting maximum value off that classic.
Cuties on the flank though. Already on the defuse. This is going to be very, very close. Here we are, and he denies it. Only on to half. Joms only had the pistol for such a long time. He was even 1v1ing Dritch with a classic, but it was just not really meant to be. 2-10, and GameLab Alpha. My God. I mean, Mid Matters could have really dealt some damage there, but unfortunately, because he was not, any form of follow-up was just not felt at all.
Not felt, not heard, not seen. And this is truly becoming the unbecoming of NCG. Got a fiery start for those two mics. Rather, those two maps. Wow, Asra, I didn't... That's a little bit of a Freudian slip there. Doesn't really matter, though. As Owlman would say it. GameLab just, once again, having their way here. If they win this pistol, then this map is as good as dusted.
True enough. Fall X spotted his counterpart, Walk on Waters, right here already. He's placing himself up, positioning, timing, and they were so ready for it. Look at that. Both Boogie and Fall X have fallen down. Walk on Water and the rest of the team secured themselves the round here. And as you mentioned, if they lost this pistol, it would have been as good as Dunzo. It's not just yet, but the fall. Oh, Leonix flag. I haven't really fed Leonix in a long time in this game. But they're isolating the fight. How are they actually able to bring this back 2-2? It's still not yet over. And Leonix, he has positioning. The wall is giving him a little bit of decency here. And Mid Matters. Oh no, this could be bad. Mid Matters might not have the timing. He sees it and he gets it. He expertly slow peeks and gets it in the end. What a crucial clutch for the boss man.
The boss man, the big boss. Might have a few clones here and there, but none can replace the original. And maybe, just maybe, Asar, this is where NCG start revving up those fryers. As GameLab having a shaky defense is somewhat characteristic of them already. Fairly notorious for that type of flimsiness, but GameLab, they only need 3 more rounds, and that is such a daunting task for NCG. As long as they keep their focus round per round, and they might still have a very, very good chance at this.
Right. If we can start building up steam, you're absolutely right. Dritch, okay, he's got a couple of tags.
Spike planted.
The softening up some of the players right now. I mean, what can they really do at this point? The rest of NCG now just playing it a lot more closer with their rifles. There it is, the slowdown by Owen Cutie as the wall drops. He shall also fall himself. One more on Boogie right now. They're picking him off, and his classic actually finds a Batman.
NCG, they take this yet again, but the bonus that's been so elusive for them is quite problematic. Interestingly enough, GameLab not going for a full rifle buy here, or at least on the side of Dreech. Only having a Bulldog Asarai. And with the rifles abound, this is going to be fairly okay for GameLab Alpha to deal with. They just have to worry about that Guardian and that Bulldog on the side of a Batman and Joms, which has proven to be very, very good. This time they take a more active stance on the offense, putting Fall X in the precarious maze position. Do they have any lurk threats? No, none whatsoever. But look at that. You already see Owen going for a little bit more control towards mid. A walk on water. Trying to get lucky with this Vandal. Trying to create his own luck. Inching closer and closer. Did they actually extend the recon yet? Yes, they have. It matters. Has been keeping this team well above the water, as Walk on Water has already infiltrated the site. Boogie gets the trade. And a clean 3v3 yet again. Owen. Interestingly enough, does not commit for that flank, and wow, already paying off as to why. Is the post-plant position beneficial for NCG? Doesn't seem like it. They want to stay on the site, and they may have caught Boogie off guard. 1v2, the body advantage still on the side of GameLab, as they haven't really cleared out the deeper angles here. A Batman, they might think he's playing off Nano Swarm.
They spotted him.
Did they spot his head? Did they spot his head?
Yes.
Owen Cutie has to make the shot. There you go. And that's the 11th round on the board for NCG.
Number on the board for NCG. That was honestly, that looked very, very scary at a certain point, especially with them just losing so much at the early start of that fight. As you can see right here, just so quick. And what was kind of also concerning there was Boogie's positioning almost was him falling to his death. Fortunately, he gets the pick off, he equalizes, and gives chance for the two remaining players of GameLab to secure the round regardless. NCG though, he still got a lot of bite. Batman's nearing his ultimate. Yanagi has the res, and this is going to be very crucial for them, obviously. If not, in any case, change of setup for GameLab is, I think this is a GameLab specialty too, or just a specialty from like Filipino teams where they love to go for that 3 insta B. If there's nobody there, they start to rotate 1, maybe 2 out. That's about it for at least for now.
I'm not entirely sure if I can back that claim up or that statistic up, but we have seen quite a few of our more, or rather of our international brethren go for a more solo hold on B. Have somebody jiggle from Snowman and just play the retake, having a little more focus towards mid and that A site. So maybe there are merits to that, Asterai. Nearly gets caught out, but Walk on Water once again threading the needle, finding Owen. No more controllers here, but Mid Mathers, he's gonna be completely vulnerable. Boogie dealing twice the damage and twice the bullets to his opponent. No, again the lockdown making this so expensive. Trick, perhaps a ruse on the side of NCG is brewing as they send a super late lurk on a Batman. He just goes for a very long anti-flank here. I'm going to assume that the post plant is already set in place, but with Aeonix carving up the post plant defenders like this, oh my goodness, Asterai, it looked so good for NCG. It looked so good.
Dude, Aeonix, again, just a great pickup for GameLab here, especially with his capability to always have those impact moments. Again, he wasn't as felt in the past couple of games, but he wasn't necessarily needed to do anything other than just support Boogie for the moment. But now that everything's slowed down, even Boogie's pace, we can see how good he is on that follow-up, on those retakes. And it is giving GameLab here solid performance all throughout.
Here.
Solid like the Sage Walls that they have been producing, Asai, whether it has been on the second map or this one. GameLab have quite a footing in their success, especially with, once again, more freewheeling playstyles. Walk on Water getting, oh no, pretty much teased there, but oh no is the correct answer here, Asterai. With Mathers, we've seen him really save his team. A Batman has done the same. But in a situation like this where 5 strong on the side of GameLab are absolutely on fire, and they still do it. They get step 1 right, they get 1 pick, tries to get another, but with a Batman getting cut down by just sheer numbers, it is a very clean GameLab recovery.
Boogie has turned into one of my favorite players. Look at how he just approaches that fight and just dances perfectly. to bait out the bullets and shoot at the bullets. And of course, this is the GameLab Alpha reason as to why they are winning. I want to say Bebe buff, and at the same time, maybe a parent buff somewhere there in the mix. The face of Rap. Dude, did you not see what they were doing with their phones? You know what they were doing. You know what the intent was, the inspiration, you know? As Chicago has taught us, you're the meaning in my life. You're the inspiration.
Asterai, they're too young to understand what that means. I keep telling you over and over again. And we're going to be jumping right into our post-game stats. As buff or not, the numbers don't lie. And GameLab have been genetic freaks with the way they've been tearing it up on the server. The first blood kills, surprisingly not that lopsided. NCG had so many impressive entries, especially with Walk on Water. I think the biggest issue for them now was the follow-through. Was it the routing? Was it the layering of utility? Could be everything. But they still have the rest of the split to figure that out. It's actually great that we see these types of, I would say, setbacks early in our split, just so come playoffs, they'll be as refined, as well-oiled as we would expect every team to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah. But again, to be fair, NCG, they're one of the teams that have experienced the big roster shuffle, right? GameLab Alpha, they only really did lose Chase in exchange for Ionix, and he's proven really damn good at this. You could say the same with how Yanagi and the Batman have done for NCG2, as well as, of course, they basically had to reshuffle everybody at this point. But you can see the pieces moving correctly, beautifully working, but it's not there in these prolonged series, especially against the more notable teams that we have. And of course, to end things off, we have Boogie, who delivered the win with Grab Unlimited.
And that's really been, like, again, congratulations to GameLab, right? But to add to what you just said about stamina for all these teams, it's really been a common problem for the newcomers of the scene. And to be fair, we could have seen a preview of what might be the future of our scene. Again, these are very, very young stars. They've already proven their mettle, and they've already showed what their aptitude or where their signatures lie in. So Asterai, no matter what the results of or today, or at least for the split, it's been definitely healthy for us as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's being able to, flesh out these budding talents as well, especially with GameLab Alpha coming in from out of nowhere. Again, they might have been playing a lot more in the community tournaments. Not sure how far they've actually gone in that kind of direction, but in any case, so happy to see that they have just grown so much in just these past couple of months. It's actually kind of crazy. Anyways, we're gonna give it to the panel already to discuss this even further. So guys, thank you so much.
Ray, hello the squad. Hello the squad.
Si Ray kasi pag nakakalimutan yung pangalan, lagi siya may term. Squad goals, guys. Buti na lang hindi tayo tawag the others eh. Parang last time.
The others.
Sige,
Oo nga.
salamat na lang Osiris at kapwa mong caster. Yun na lang.
Ganun, no? Pero salamat talaga kay GameLab Alpha dahil napakaganda ang pinakita nila dito sa series na ito. Especially, we do have to point this out, si Boogie. Napakaganda talaga ng performance niya, di ba? And especially on Pearl, he got that 30, bro, Daps.
Yeah, of course. He had a good recovery rin when that Phoenix came online. Alam mo na, ang laking pressure na apply dito na GameLab Alpha. And throughout the series, they've really proven, especially on the attacking side, dun sila sobrang komportable. The way they're able to execute, they're able to set the pace, and of course, yung impact frags para lang mapunta sa kanila yung attention at yung advantage. But honestly, kahit nanalo dito GameLab Alpha, I do wanna talk about this first map more. So SR Nacague putting up such a good fight na mitigate nila talaga yung, or in all honesty, na take advantage na yung fact na GameLab Alpha was starting on a defense, at parang mas na-expose pa dito yung GameLab Alpha in terms of their weakness. Yes, sa series na to, pinakita nila yung strength, but at the same time, alam mo na kung saan sila mag-work on in the future eh.
Pag nakita mo din yung mga additions dito, in fairness, ng SR Nakage, Batman played really well. Masal na dun sa map number 2 when we swap on over to Pearl. He was on the top frag of that side dito pa sa SR Nakage. Hindi sila nanalo, oo. But to many of the same kind of benefits na nakita nga natin gumana para sa GameLab Alpha with Boogie and Folex leading that charge. The Phoenix by Boogie, by the way, plus 16. That's a 30 and 14 KDA, and that is absolutely huge. Pero the bigger part of this, I think, when you look at the opposing side naman ng SR Nakage, is that Icebox closing out was a problem for them. Mid-Mathers did okay, but the rest of the team, it seems like Yanagi, to be fair, I don't want to really put blame on just one player, but you really did see him kind of still struggle this far in, coming into week 2, on where he exactly should be placing himself. We saw that struggle on the stage last time around when he was on action. We saw a bit of that struggle as well, this time on Pearl and Lotus, same as on Icebox, and I think the team just hasn't really exactly figured out where to put their pieces, which is kind of parang mapapansin mo talaga at saka kind of normal din naman in fairness para sa team na medyo baguhan.
I mean, we've been talking about that, diba? Na parang si Walk on Water, iniiba konti yung role pag yung second love. Ito nga si Abat, since you have him right now, wouldn't be surprising to see him play that Killjoy. But I'd love to see nga adjustments there for the side of SR Nakage moving forward kung sino man maglalaro nga ng stage, especially sa Icebox. But here we have it. Itong MVP, I think this is something I brought up nung umpisa pa lang about GameLab Alpha. Boogie was low-key their best player last time around. Ngayon, medyo high-key na talaga Mika. Halatang halata ginagawa niya dito sa roster na to eh.
Siyempre, halatang halata. Tinan mo naman, 20 kills on Lotus, tapos naka 30 siya sa Pearl, tapos dito naman sa Icebox, 23. Hindi naman yan maliit na bagay, no? Pero actually, so, you know, speaking of Boogie on the stage, diba, yung sa last map, in-expect ko kasi na si Aeonix ang mag-stage, pero nag-KJ naman siya, which in-expect ko kay Dritch. So, yung flexibility ng GameLab is something that's really, really impressive for me. And I have to ask, no, talagang hindi ko ma-predict yung mangyayari sa series na ito kasi akala ko yung GameLab, solid na sila si Lotus, fix na sila si Lotus, pero ano nangyari? Yung SR Nakage pa lang naka-ano ng Lotus, tapos nahirapan sila to close out Lotus. This was a big, and Boogie was such a big part of keeping SR Nakage at bay. Napakaganda talaga ng performance niya. Pero as we wrap up that first series of the day, diba? Congratulations to GameLab Alpha. For SR Nakage though, it was very, very well fought. And dito ay tatapon ko kay Black and Blue kasi, diba, bottom mo yung SR Nakage. So what do you have to say for the boys over there at SR Nakage? I still feel like this was a really, really well fought series.
It was a well fought series up until dun dumating sa may bandang dulo nga, and you can really see that parang yun talaga nawalan sila ng gas by the time na umabot doon. And for a bit of the newer players, sila nag-struggle habang tumagal yung laban. If anything, the more veteran player like Mid-Mathers, siya top frag nga doon sa map number 3 dahil siya ang pinaka-experienced. He has more of that cardio to keep on going pag humaba yung series. And I thought na kung umabot ng map 3, doon talagang pinakamalaking chance na manalo dito ang SR Nakage, but it almost seemed like it should have been done in 2 nung hindi nila naitapos sa Pearl. Nakala ko mas mahirapan pa sila on Pearl than compared to Icebox. Ikala ko din mga mangyayari, but no. It didn't come to it. GameLab really holding on. As katulad ng sabi ni Dax kanina, for GameLab to cement themselves as a team that didn't just go on a fluke run last time nung nag-top 3 sila, they have to continue the run like this, and so far, they're achieving it.
Yeah, doon pa nga sa simula nahirapan yung GameLab, diba? Nung depensa sila, it's something I guess that has been a discomfort on Lotus. Their attacking side, absolutely incredible. And just something to point out na si minention kanina ni Mika, expectations right now for GameLab Alpha, I think mas na-gets nila paano yung roles, paano sila mag-settle in. Dritch is basically filling in yung nawala kay Chase, or in terms of the active rotations. Aeonix has really been that central player. And of course, you want Boogie to be that battle stage. His frag potential is unreal pagkasama rin niya si Folex. So as of right now, kita natin for GameLab Alpha, there are some very, very blatant strengths that they can utilize para sa kanilang run dito sa regular season na to.
Ako, happy lang ako na lumabas si Wingman. So, good job. Good job sa kanya. It's a rare thing to see, diba? Sa ngayon na nagsha-shape pa yung meta around Gecko. Pero, good job na-risk naman din nila. Pero, eto na yung pinakamalaki na risk, diba? Kasi pupunta na tayo sa second series and it will be Naos Esports versus Oasis Gaming. High risk, high reward dito sa second series natin for the day, which will be right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Babalik ang VCTPH Split 2.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taken down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts, and Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo, NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition, NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits though trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here. NDG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taken down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts, and Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo, NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition, NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Witz still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there. Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Witz though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center beat section. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Modra taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Witz again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the pick from Poppy Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Witz walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, and Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Witz, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Witz. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Witz still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there. Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Witz though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead.
Welcome back sa VCTPH Split 2. Ako nga pala si Tita Mika Fabs at kasama ko ngayon si Osiris tsaka si Ray Ray or Osiray. Hindi ba? Ang ganda ng ng tandem nyo eh. Ang ganda ng pangalan, 'di ba, ng tandem nyo. Osiray Ray. Pwede din.
Oo, pwede.
Sige na, Tita Mika. We'll give it to you. Pinag-isipan mo eh. Feel ko.
Hindi na ako proud. Alam mo yung tono mo na yan, Ray Ray eh. Alam ko na. Wala na. Wag na guys.
Hindi
Balik lang
supportive
tayo sa
si Ray Ray.
series. O, di ba yung GameLab Alpha, nanalo. Wow, Pero yun nga, nanalo ang GameLab Alpha versus SR Nakage earlier. 2-1 in favor of GameLab. At ngayon naman, pupunta na tayo sa second series of the day, which will be between Naos Esports and Oasis Gaming. Hindi ba pang grand finals ito? El Clasico ng PH scene today eh. Hindi ba, Osiris? Parang grand finals ata to eh.
Parang familiar tong laban na to. Parang napanood ko siya last month. Parang grabe.
Pa Manila Clasico pala tong dalawang to pag parati sila naglalaban, syempre.
Oo nga eh. And we've been seeing this matchup ever since Split 1 and even since 2022. Although, medyo iba yung rosters nung time na yan, di ba? I think si Wild Oreo na lang ang last one standing from that time. So with this current roster, it seems as though Naos is leading over Oasis so far. Pero tingnan nga natin, let's take a closer look at Oasis Gaming with their current roster. Isa talaga sa mga mainstays dito sa PH scene, Oasis Gaming hashtag since day 1. Osiris, yung question ko dito is, syempre, since bago na yung roster nila at nakita din natin kung gaano ka-solid ang Naos roster sa ngayon, magtatagumpay ba ang Oasis dito sa series na to, finally, after so long?
Alam mo, napakadaming surprises, lalo na dito sa El Clasico, and wala man si Fluffy for today. Parang andun ako, leaning towards ako, Oasis, no, to be honest. And patikim pa lang yun sa aking prediction. And alam mo naman, sa ating tradisyon, Mika, sa panel adversity, kung paano mag-predict ang isang Osiris, kung babalikan natin ang nakaraan, kung paano nila in-execute yung kanilang play last split. Nanalo sila sa Lotus. They won against Naos, one map over, and that's an overtime pa. And everyone really did perform with the double-digit score. And at that point, after nga lang no momentum nila sa Lotus, nagdire-diretso for Naos.
Syempre naman, yung time kasi na natalo ng Oasis yung Naos last split, nag-a-adjust pa yung Naos with their new roster. Pero nung nakapag-accumulate na nga sila ng experience, may mga nakalaban na nga silang team nung finals mismo, bumawi sila against Oasis. And that's a big question mark. Kasi nga, veterans na yung mga most of the members of Naos. Kaya talagang every time they are being shaken up by Oasis, hindi sila natatalo.
Yun na nga eh. And yun din yung isa sa mga katanungan natin dito sa series na ito, especially since we're dealing with new rosters, we're dealing with some new blood, and we're dealing with new chemistry dito. Kahit na ilang beses na natin nakita yung series na ito, may something new pa rin. And for now, let's take a closer look at Naos naman. Now's the time to take a look at Naos roster. Alam mo, you can't deny how solid of a team Naos is right now. Very, very established na core. Not to mention, yung chemistry na nandyan pa, even since before the days of Valorant, hindi ba, Ray? The very thing na so many of these rosters are struggling with right now.
Talagang on the course of time, they really managed to improve. Talagang they had a hard time actually na may mas younger sa kanilang roster. Pero patience is there with the help of Amix, syempre with the strats, di ba? Sobrang nag-connect all together sa Naos. Pero the big question is, yung kanilang Icebox ngayon, natatalo na sila ng mga nakakalaban nila here in this regular season. So, I hope na they will be able to calibrate something new. Kasi nga, open book na to sa lahat ng teams. What will be the next step that they have kapag pagdating sa particular map na to?
Yeah, and come to think of it na sila na yung nasa tuktok ever since. So talagang pinag-aaralan na sila ng bawat teams. And I believe that they are raising the bars even higher. So kung gaano nga competitive ang Philippines as a whole. And Naos really did perform well sa lahat ng mga leagues sa sinalihan nila.
Yun nga eh. And now they appear to have Oasis's number, hindi ba? Checking out our head-to-head right now, para sa akin, isa sa mga things that makes Oasis also unique is they have they have Nexi rather, who is definitely one of the best players that we have here in the PH scene right now, Ray.
Yeah, I love how Nexi is like a really talagang W or GOAT pagdating sa kanyang Sentinel, but that's also the same from Papi Chulo. Both of them are very experienced since day one. We've seen them sa iba't ibang VCT, and yun pa rin yung performance na binibigay nila sa atin. Although Papi Chulo is kind of a flex player, he's also playing a controller on some other maps. We can definitely see naman that both of them are not just only good players, but they're also good anchors for each team. They got the most of the clutches, diba? Mga 1v1s, 1v2s na ipapanalo nila. But if we just based on the last performance between Papi Chulo together with Nexi sa Fracture, talagang hindi inayaan ni Papi Chulo kay si Nexi magkaroon ng magandang wonders. And let's see if it's gonna be the same in this matchup.
Yeah, and tulad nga na sinabi mo, no, Papi Chulo is a flexi player, but ever since nga nung nag-final sila going up against Oasis, nakita natin na nag-pop off yung kanyang Omen for 2 maps, making sure na makuha nila yung mga much-needed points. And I think Papi Chulo, one of the consistent players, cornerstone ng Naos for their success, and I'm expecting more from him this time around.
Speaking of yung mga ibang players to watch out for dito, as we head into our map veto here, I think we've seen Oasis, sa side naman ng Oasis, diba, we've seen them rotate between Georgie, Wild Oreo, or si Savvy 8K. We see as duelists, no? So we see how very different yung parang yung pinapalabas ng Oasis Gaming dito when they bring out, you know, potentially like maybe Savvy 8K as a duelist, or magsiswitch ba naman, magna-neon si Wild Oreo. So it has very, very different faces here. And as we can see, Naos muna ang magbaban ng Haven dito. Isa sa mga standard natin na quote-unquote PH maps dito, Ray.
Talagang gusto na maging safe. They don't want to stress themselves over Haven. Kasi if you take a look at it, parating nananalo ang Oasis against them. Isang beses pa lang nila natatalo ang Oasis pagdating sa Naos in this map itself. So to be safe na lang, let's just close ang Haven. Pero ngayon yung Oasis, Osiris, they will be banning Icebox instead. That's a smart move kasi pwede tong i-pressure yung Naos to pick a map na pwedeng kasing galing nila ang Oasis.
Yes, and yun nga, no, yung dalawang mapa na comfortable yung dalawang team natin, considering na ang Haven for Oasis Gaming has a 62% win rate, and the same as 63% win rate naman ang Icebox ng Naos. So alam mo yun, they kind of share the same sentiments that they're above 50 dun sa dalawang ban nila, and ayaw nila mo problema parehas dun. Starting things off, ang unang piniling mapa ngayon ng Naos ay Pearl, at Oasis ang unang aatake.
Interesting, no? Parang, actually, parang whenever these two teams go up against each other, sobrang close ng mga maps, diba? Para sa akin, if ever may yung parang may papalabas na curveball dito, it might be Split, since it's been a while since we've seen both of these teams on that map. Pero Oasis naman selects Lotus dito. Very interesting, Pearl tsaka Lotus.
Yeah, yung Pearl dito kung tutuusin with Naos pick, andito lang din sa ating stats is 78% win rate. So alam mo yun, above and beyond the Icebox that we are expecting, and now Oasis should be tricky or make sure na makakuha sila ng mga much needed points on their attack so they can chill on the defend. But this time, matatanggal na rin ng split.
Ayaw pa mag-split, ayaw pa nilang makita. Sabi ng Naos itong split map. Pero ito pa, remember, Pearl, it's a 50-50 between Naos together with Oasis. But Lotus, it's a struggle pagdating sa Naos to defeat Oasis. Pero malay nyo ngayon, matapang na ang Naos. Kaya na nalang tapatin ngayon yung performance ng Oasis sa Lotus. At sana nga, nag-calibrate sila ng something big. Because I'm sure when it comes to Naos naman, mabilis sila mag-adapt sa playstyle ng kanilang kalaban. And they actually did their homework nga when they went up against Oasis. Pero here it is, Fracture, guys. This can go on to a 3 maps altogether, pero pwede ding maging 2-0 in favor of Naos, 2-0 in favor of Oasis. Sobrang hirap talaga ngayon diktahan kung sino ang may mas malaking posibilidad sa pagkapanalo ngayon sa series na to.
Ako usually like I get so excited pag yung mga bagong maps yung lumalabas. Ito, yung Pearl, yung Lotus, yung Fracture. Kasi alam mo yan, yung parang ang dami pang mga bagong posibleng strats na magagawa na nakikita natin dito sa mga maps na ito.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
para sa akin, we're in for a very, very exciting series. No? I wonder ngayon yung pagdating sa mga Asian compositions, pagdating sa mga players, syempre, I wonder if si Wits will be on the signature initiator dito sa, will be starting off with Pearl, or will he be swapping out for a controller role, or even Sage, which we've seen before, Osiris?
I'm expecting an Omen kagad dito sa Pearl actually. And a Sage, of course, has been always there. Ang pinaka siguro a Sage plus the Phoenix. Kasi nakita natin na napakadali mag-farm ng orb for those two sites, and they can really maximize yung ganong klaseng dynamics that they can easily just go for a run it back or a res.
Actually, maganda yung question din ni Mika, di ba? Ano ba pipiliin ni Wits? But I think he's really on that flex role. But hopefully here in Pearl, he's just gonna retain himself as that Sky or that KO. Pero in terms of performance, mas maganda talaga yung salon ni Wits kapag naka-Sky siya. And hopefully maganda na yung flashes niya this time.
Comfort pick, no? Comfort pick talaga. Signature pick talaga ni Wits ang Sky. Pero very curious kung ano yung mga predictions natin dito. Parang hindi ko alam, no? Parang hindi ko
Kunyari, clueless ka.
Kunyari, ano kaya yung pinili nitong panel ko? Pero ipalabas na natin ang predictions natin for this series. And I think dahil nandito nga si Osiris, palagi naman may kontrabida dito sa sa predictions natin. As is tradition, hindi ba? Kaya na nga may dati kasi may parang may Osiris curse na lumabas. Mukhang hindi pa siya, mas malakas pa rin ang Ray curse dito sa Valorant. So, parang nagbabalanse ngayon eh. Pero Osiris, napili mo ang Oasis Gaming. Bakit?
Feeling ko it always has been Naos doing doing their best, and yung performance nila always has been there, and it feels like Oasis already did their homework, all the good reads that they can, and I think this is the time that they need to assert their dominance, that they are one of the teams na talagang deserving sa top 1.
Okay.
Ikaw naman, Ray sa Naos.
Ako, all I can say is Naos sa time. Joke lang. Pero, basic lang naman sa kung gaano maglaro, gaano ka straightforward yung plays ngayon ng Naos. Tingin ko naman kaya na nilang ipanalo pa rin to against Oasis Gaming. Kasi nga, yung pagdating sa crucial rounds, nakikita mo yung kalamangan ng Naos Esports talaga pagdating sa deciding match, sa deciding maps, pagdating sa how they face this crucial rounds, diba? Nati-350 nila parating Oasis Gaming. But as for Oasis Gaming, I'm sure they come prepared already kung ano man yung ibabato ng Naos Esports sa kanila. And knowing itong map dito nga, this can go actually favorable sa Oasis Gaming compared pa to Naos.
Oo, interesting. Ako naman, nasa Naos kasi malaki yung tuwala ko sa experience. Sa experience, sa veteranship. And syempre, this roster has been working together for so long. Yun ang tanong kasi ng mga ibang teams na wala pa masyado yung chemistry, hindi pa parang pwede nila ipalabas yung mga malaking team plays. Pero for this roster, they definitely can. But let's see indeed kung kaya ng Oasis Gaming this time around. There is a score to settle here in this series as we kick it off on Pearl. Casters, over to you guys.
Hello. It's nice to see you there. Didn't realize you were there already. I am Dax. With me is Black and Blue. And I've got a question to ask you, BNB. Do you think now is the time? Or will this be the day that Oasis have won?
First of all, I don't talk like that. Second of all, I don't sound like that. And third, I thought you were gonna hype it up, and now you're just messing with me here. So I guess I am the Black and Blue.
Yeah.
We are having fun. You are the Dax, and we will not continue on that train of thought because perhaps it might lead into something we cannot talk about here on broadcast. But ladies and gentlemen, we are hyped up. We are back. And I remember the last time we were together here for the season, besides the open qualifiers, of course, my friend, was for this exact matchup. It's a rematch of all the epic proportions. One will ascend and one will fall. There you have it. Naos Esports versus Oasis Gaming. There you go. That's how you set it up, brother.
Well, thank you very much there. So, BNB, you're so good, aren't you? Always, all the time. Amazing. But we're going into the Philippines' finest once more. The grand final matchup we did see come in big and come in absolutely huge and deliver during that grand finals. A full 5 maps we went. Let's not forget the last time these two teams faced off at each other. And we're seeing some of these kind of maps being repeated here, especially with that opening Pearl and Lotus.
I mean, it was all, by the way.
What do you mean?
It was only 3-1.
There's 5 in my heart. Change this Black and Blue. You're so wrong.
They played out
I'm Dax. I'm correct.
Look, they played out Icebox in your hearts there, brother. But there you have it. I think it's really one good point right now. Pearl was last played in that best of 5 grand finals. Lotus was last played in that best of 5 grand finals. And of course, was played there as well. So such a familiar map draft right now for both Naos and Oasis. But in all honesty, I think what we can really talk about right now before we get into this game is how both Naos and Oasis have effectively, I'd say, went back to how they begun their regular seasons last time around there. Can I start calling you Black and Blue now?
Yeah.
Can you be Black and Blue now?
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
So because we saw Oasis stoop against SR Nakage. On the other hand, Naos shaky yet again and losing out on Icebox for the first time in their history here in VCTPH.
Well, sometimes it's not about how you open, it's how you end. And we saw Naos be able to end their run even after a bit of a rocky opening during that last regular season, as we did touch upon. And Oasis, it's been uphill at the very start, but when they do lose that steam, it came at the most crucial moment during the playoffs itself. And that's something you're going to have to try and rectify, because we've, to be frank, seen that kind of be true for what, almost 3 years now, Dax, where it does replicate itself. They get really good during the regular season, playoffs, things start to sizzle when the going gets tough, when it comes down to the grand finals, and that's something that the Oasis still haven't been able to shake off as of Split 1. Their newer roster had some changes once more to the back end of things too. Who is coaching and where is what, and we're kind of wondering now, maybe this means less cooks in the kitchen. It'll keep this team more focused.
Exactly that, and probably their rotations as well a little bit more refined. And it's such a good point because we saw that from Oasis even before this squad was its iteration. They would do well in a certain stage in VCTPH. Once they back, that's when they would fizzle out. So it's really just about Oasis striking when the iron is hot right now, and especially because this split itself is where you move into Ascension. On the other hand, Naos Esports of consistency, that was full split number 1. They were absolutely dominant as soon as it came to the playoffs. I believe the only time they dropped them was in that grand finals against Oasis Gaming. They still have a win streak from when they last lost to Oasis Gaming. They still have kept up with their victorious ways, and this roster has just refined their communication, their playmaking, and their team chemistry as we go back now into Split 2.
And that continuous refinement, just like a well-oiled, machine, just like a well-honed blade, is something that we're gonna have to see that continue on moving forward. Now, as we know that their heights of heights arguably have been higher here than Oasis, but it's been more of a question of, even though they were super dominant against every other team that was in Oasis, we saw them, win 21 straight maps, I think, during that last regular season. They finally take an L, as you were talking about, the opening Icebox map that they weren't able to finally convert, but we're not going to have that here as we start things off on Pearl. Now, the last time we saw them play Pearl versus Zol was pretty one-sided, 13-2 in the opening week of the regular season, but Oasis against them in that playoffs, rather in that grand final, when it came on to map number 3, that is where we saw Naos really wake on up and start to turn that series over. So this could be more of the same if Oasis haven't learned more of the, I guess, real ways to counteract this.
Yeah, and they shook it off, and because of that now, Oasis is going to be running a different roster in terms of their agents. I believe I saw a Harbor there in the hands of Savvy 8K. It's going to be interesting. Double wall is the setup, and it's something Oasis Gaming has fizzled in around in a few maps here and there, but it's just about that execution. It's about that communication, and truth be told, that's what Oasis Gaming needs to build on moving forward. Who is going to be playing what is the roster going to look like, and how I'd say Hammer Down will be just the playmaking as a team, because we've seen Oasis Gaming. This is an all-star squad that's been put together, but Naos has felt like more of the team at the end of Split 1, the roster that has really acclimated one another. Oasis needs to prove that against Naos Esports, that they can be a unit that can match the absolute, I'd say, company that is Naos Esports today.
Well, how do they match that up? We're going to find out here for ourselves as we go into the opening round. Oasis on the attack, Naos on the defend. A site, opening fight.
The wrestler Georgie moves over rather than that Phoenix. You don't get the Sage anymore. Sky from Marquis set double control with the Harbor and the Viper together. Such a different look right now here for the side of Oasis Gaming. Naos in the meantime tried, tested, and looking to continue on with Ja in the frontline, Mojer at the back. So that's one big role swap that's to become a bit more consistent here, Black and Blue. Ja is gonna be over and over again playing that Jet.
We saw a lot of times, like on those Iceboxes, right, where some of the best performances we saw from Ja were when he was in a bit more of a fighting capacity, but you also see him struggle sometimes if he's going to be the tip of that spear instead of being able to capitalize off of the space a player like Mojer would give him. He dashes on in, but the blind catches him in return.
And Oasis already finding 2 frags, and they're straight up towards that A side. It's 5v3 immediately. Georgie moving over to this little hole over here, and Mojer goes down. Oasis now clean execution towards that A side. They just find the target so easily, and now they're gonna get the plant going.
Well, they push on in here, right? 2v5. Difficult retake scenario. As they continue on, pushing on forward, Drax, he gets taken down. NDG found the angle. They know where Savvy is. He's on the default, but NDG, he's taking lots of damage. The snake bite doesn't connect. The Papi Chulo does eventually with a right click. 2v3. Time being burned here. They have utility to force him off. They get the spam through here. Coming in Georgie. Papi Chulo, a single point of health. Trying to wait in this smoke. Trying to get a kill. He flushes him on out. They push across, but they know where he is. And Nexi will seal the deal. Opening round here for Oasis on the attacking side. With a nice round coming from Oasis. You can really see that they're coming here to play. And a bit of an awkward moment there, I think, for Ja as he pushes on in. The flash from Wits, just missed timing, misconnection, and they really pay a price for it in the end. Even with such a valiant effort from Naos, Oasis just struggled to really get that much. I'm hoping to see if they can come back from it. So Oasis here on the attacking side. Opening round 1, rifle abound for Georgie already. Doesn't want to give anything on up. Want to make sure they can secure these rounds. Pop flash on through. Gravity Well connects, but Savvy AK able to get the trade off here. NDG good for the 1, but they're ultimately done. Ja and NDG respond with a classic in their hand. Okay, 2v2. Suddenly winnable. Suddenly doable. Ja's very low though. Do we have to anticipate him playing close on here? Papi Chulo coming a bit closer to play the trade.
And as of now, you get Ja here just trying to play so committed, but good damage done by Naos here already. Can Oasis clean up though? That's the question. Nexi looking to sweep things over, but Ja still finds another one. And Ja, where did that come from? Peeks it over, and in the blink of an eye, Naos will steal it away.
All right, Naos with a return there. Response. The Gravity Well, the opening one, it didn't even catch them on the pullback, but it at least kept them at bay and allowed Naos here to not be overrun on that push. It didn't necessarily pull them in the way they wanted to, but at the end of the day, it still had the desired effect of gaining them around.
Yeah, just incredibly done though by Ja at the end. He only had the classic, and he's still as sharp. That's why you put him in the front line right now. That's why he's been the star of the show here for the side of Naos. And Oasis gonna be limping now to try and make it towards another site. They are on an eco state. Savvy has a marshal, sure, but they still have to deal with Ja anyway.
Well, there's a lot for them to have to worry about in this case. Ja anticipating here the push out. You can see Georgie doing the same. Opening B main push kind of slowed down, so they're trying to look for a different avenue now. They have both of the midsections locked down. Art with utility, and personally marked by Mojer to make sure they don't slip in.
A bit of a tag though towards Ja. Wit's gonna be on healing duty. But as it stands, Oasis, they can navigate away from that B site and look the Vi for mid instead. Still though, this defense, there's just so many utility tools here for the side of Naos to utilize. With the Astra and the Viper together, plus that Killjoy, you know that now towards these links, towards these main angles will be danger. Papi Chulo now control with the Poison Cloud. The rest of Oasis though, moving from Art, and they do want to pinch the Viper.
Well, they're pushing on in for sure, but now also keeping him at bay, shutting the doors in their face, and Oasis simply do not have the firepower to respond, and so I don't see this round going towards Oasis's way. Could be a flawless if Nacague isn't able to maybe get a pick off here at least.
And they learned so quickly here for Naos. You can see that as soon as they realize that it's similar to that pistol round, how they control that Art, they navigated, played closer towards main, and from that point on, they had a strong anchor there for Papi Chulo. 2-1 now, and with Naos stealing that second round away, you know that the pace of the game is controlled by them.
It's funny, every time I see 1v5 and I call out a potential flawless, it just never happens if I do actually point it out in the first place, but at least Nacague, he gets one before he's ultimately done. Okay, but this is a round that Oasis have to play and want to win. They talked about the adjustment from Naos there, recognizing a similar situation to what they saw in the opening pistol. That incredible adaptability that they've shown throughout the entirety of that Season 1. That's part of the reason why they're in this type of spot where they're one of the favorites to win it all once more.
Yeah, fast flexibility has been something forged here by Naos. And as soon as it happens, right here, right now, you have Ja with the operator in hand. So aggression towards the club area. This has to be Drax respecting that. And Oasis, they really want to go for a strong exit towards main. Use those two walls together if ever. But then again, if Naos plays away from them, right, if they're not going to be able to get that smoke value, that's where Oasis is going to struggle.
But Ja, we've touted him as one of the best operators, arguably, here in the PH. Can he connect on these type of shots? He's alone. No one to support him. Guiding Light confirms his presence, I believe, and they pull out the dog because of that. Operator rings out. That confirms what he's got and what he's looking to fight with. They go instead the other way.
Yeah, now they know that an op's in hand, and Oasis will stay away from that B side for the time being. They felt comfort in Art, and it's trying to see if they can build a masterpiece yet again. Clear out the alarm bots. Some good shots there from Georgie at the very least, but he has to dash on in all by his lonesome. Oasis now separated into two. Georgie wants to be that forefront, wants to be that tip of the spear, but it's blunted by Papi Chulo. Wits is ready yet again. A 3K for Wits. Papi Chulo's on the other side. X marks the spot, and Naos will be able to dig up the treasure and dig up this round.
Why have I seen that duo do that type of stuff many years ago, and they continue it here once again? Naos perfectly stifling their Oasis, and Oasis, this is where we did see during the tail end of that stage 1 run, their problems really come into effect. When it comes to those mid rounds and they're kind of wondering what to do, sometimes they just slow down to such a snail's pace without much map control that in the end they're forced into these kind of all or nothing pushes late in the round, and we see that they got nothing instead of everything.
Yeah, quick little anti-flash though from Ja, looks towards the waters and now has to deal with the tides turning, perhaps for Oasis to move on forward. Shot rings towards Nexi, 5 HP still left, but Oasis right now still hurting because of just that economical damage. Ja able to hold down the line. Georgie cannot stand a chance against the shorty. Mojer, they're looking for a target. The Cascade is there to play, but NDG will ring through. Who cares about the waters? It's just shallow right now as Naos is turning the tides in their favor yet again. Another one here for NDG, and it's 4-1 now.
Look at this. Quick and clean Naos. Such a statement of a response after losing that opening pistol, getting overrun. Seem to have shaken away those sands real quick. And Ja, even though he gets tagged by the Trailblazer a bit too late, allows him to pull out the shorty to fend him off, but we're seeing Naos really bring back what made them so good last stage.
And it's just a twofold thing. Oasis is trying to play separation with the Cascade, but Naos is still willing to set up the crossfire and push through it if necessary. On the other hand, Oasis, when they're separated, when they're clear out the utility that Naos has on the defense. It's still not enough, and we saw it a while ago towards that A side. Georgie is a little too eager to go after Naos. Naos is just always going to be prepared with a buddy system, with that crossfire, and it's one of the biggest strengths they have anchoring down these sites here.
But that's the thing, right? That's why they picked up Georgie in the first place, because they want somebody to be able to push that envelope. They want somebody to be able to go and chase him down like a bloodhound. But as you said, Naos, they are so prepared for that. They know that. They recognize that. Some of them even played with Georgie damn well in the past, right? And to know that tendency, to know just how much awareness they have regarding Oasis's play, that has to be something that looms in the back of the minds of the Oasis squad. And so it has to be a bit more, I guess, diverse here in how Oasis play these rounds. Yes, they can play slow, but can they play it effective is a question.
Yeah, Oasis, since round 1, they haven't gotten a scoreline as of now. And Naos, yet again, the main push successful a while ago with the lesser buy. Will it be strong here with the rifles? They put pressure to force Oasis now to funnel towards that middle area. Art now a bit more exposed than before. So perhaps Oasis has a new avenue of attack if ever.
Yeah, well, Ja, okay. Makes contact, but cannot connect the shot here, and the Drax confirms his place once again. They're going for that Art, as he talked about. Less occupied compared to the last time. Ja can dip on in here, and when he does, that could be the signal for Mojer. He connects, but Georgie off of the Trailblazer gets a trade.
Yeah, this is interesting. Oasis can actually rotate towards that A site now with that connector control. And while Ja dips in, finds that target, it's still Oasis now who has semblance of a group up here. They're moving now towards Art and Link. As it stands, Naos has already evacuated and are playing towards main instead. Guiding Light gets confirmation someone's looking, but which direction will it be? That's the question. Nova Pulse rings out, stun, doesn't get the connection. But NDG behind the smoke with Papichulo, waiting for opportunity. No smokes now. NDG gets 2. Georgie is there though with the takedown in response. But the damage has been done. Oasis gonna be stuck here, and Naos is on the hunt.
This is so smart coming from Naos as Wits confirms the kill. So incredibly played. And this is the type of kind of multiple points of redundancy that you see here on the Naos defense. If they lose one position, they know automatically what to do. It's chess, it's checkers at this point. They know they've given up on Art, so what do they do instead? They take that A main, because they know if they just hold on to CT, if they play here from the dugout, they're gonna get overrun, because you don't have that Art presence to try and help you out when fending off against an A main take. So if they lose Art, what do? They go and take A main, which allows the rest of the defense to come from CT, and now they have an automatic 180 pincer on the retake of the site. Perfectly played from Naos.
Yeah, and if Oasis is trying to play checkers right now, Naos is commanding and conquering, basically. Every single angle they can utilize, every single avenue they will take under their banner. Oasis absolutely lost here on Pearl on where to even go in the first place. The Trailblazer says hello, implies immediately that there is presence here towards A main. And Oasis, they're gonna have to clear things out differently. Trailblazer in response. You get the star here from NDG if ever. Does this dissuade Oasis enough? That's the question, because Naos is still there by their doorstep.
Well, dissuasion, will that even be enough? It sends them packing, running really, on a sprint towards his B site, which they want to hit heavily. But we know that's where Ja has been having his operator be the most effective it can. They popped that Viper Spit just for security towards the A side, but it's really B they're going to go and hit. And look at Ja. He's dipping further. He wants to get a snippet, an angle, and he does find more than that, but not before being taken down after.
Yeah, this clot little ragged at the very end. Georgie makes the impact now and gets the kill that they've been looking for. Spike looking to get planted here. Savvy 8K inside the safety of the cove. And it gives a bit of space here for Oasis to work with. They're going to also go for the Reckoning right now. Make even more space. Naos need to move out of here.
Well, they have that site. And to find Wits, that is huge here from Naos. This is more of what they need to be able to make sure that Naos, they don't go unchecked, they don't go untraded. Now the retake, they don't have the Viper Spit for it anymore, and Marky finding that on Mojer is huge as well. NDG trying to take the backside, he's good for the second, but only that before Drax shuts it, rather Savvy 8K as well, shuts him down. Oasis, they finally get around here.
Yeah, they played against that Cosmic Divide. As soon as it went online, you could see anyone playing towards that B main pushed forward towards the site itself. NDG, some strong impact as he went for that Hall's control, but just wasn't enough. Oasis willing to play in CQC, willing to fight them to to the bitter end. And in this case, it was a bit costly, but with Drax and Savvy holding down the line, it was enough for Oasis to win.
Very Crocodile Dundee moment there. You think you got a knife? We've got a bigger one. And Oasis, more of that is what they need. You see how they don't let Ja go unchecked there. You see how they get the punish on the Wits. Those type of things is what's been sorely lacking. Oh, Bladestorm, nice attempt here, but Papi Chulo's just a step ahead.
And Oasis right now, a few more rounds like we saw from last time. Those small microcalls to be a bit more aggressive can help them out if they get that spike planted. And I've heard stories that really Savvy 8K is that more dedicated IGL right now, really sacrificing a lot to play as dedicated as possible for this team. We'll see how Oasis will fare moving forward with him at the helm.
See how that really affects the team, you know, as a whole. Maybe that'll give them a different look. Something none of the teams are as prepared for as compared to last split, where they seem to have gotten red by the end of that stage. Ace site is what they want to hit. They got Wits here and the rest of the squad to defend.
Yeah, it's always been the problem of Oasis, right? Too many chefs in the kitchen. Now there's a head chef, and now there is a bit more of those lesser voices in the back line. We're really focused down on who's able to contribute. But speaking of contribution now with the Cove and the spike planted, Oasis getting set on up. Flank possibility here from Mojo. No one looking towards mid. And Drax also will fall as he slowly dips into that one. Georgie at least and Savvy 8K do fight one back, make it 3v3. Savvy 8K coming in huge to get the double kill. Papi Chulo makes the trade happen. And now it's a lockdown into play. Papi though has a plan. Get it halfway. No, he's gonna stick it. He won't let go, but Georgie is there to catch him in the end. The lockdown gonna be into play. Can Ja get away? That's the question. No dice, no way. On the time, baby. Next, he's there to get the kill with the knife. And Oasis out.
He stayed in it, tried to go for a risky play. It just didn't work on out. And that lockdown here coming from Nexi, really winning them the round. But Savvy 8K, for him to find those 2 kills, especially while low on the second, towards that art position was huge. That was critical. I'd even wager if they got the kill immediately there on the Savvy, that hold from them would have been completely dismantled and they would have had so much more time to actually play this retake on out. But the fact that he got the kill there on the Wits just really bought them the time, the space, and the momentum they needed to close out that round.
And they both went for it. They both just wanted to take their frustrations out of Ja, bringing out the knives, shanking the poor man. But then again, we go now into the next round, and now still has a good economy behind them. So the up is back, and the waves are here too. The smokes do come out. Trailblazer to lead the charge. Oasis trying to find a way in.
You got some presence, heavy presence really made here towards that B main, but you don't really see them want to commit just yet. They're kind of waiting for this mid push, the split, to actually pull some aggression off and maybe help them out, because the defense right now, they're pretty locked in on repelling this B long push that they have to wait at some moment. When this art push comes, when Georgie and Drax, their timing is going to be crucial on this.
Oh, Wits has to be careful though. That's more people than he might expect. Turret though broken. You still have Ja waiting for the forced rotation if ever. But the Oasis will not let go. Their toxic train is set up here anyway. They're going to have to deal with all of these forces the hard way. At the op, doesn't see anything coming. Now with the high side into play, you know Oasis wants to execute. Papi Chulo though, snake bites into play. The Guidelight's gonna be there too, and Papi finds one before Mark. He gets 2 for his own. 1 HP, and the Dream's still alive. Gotta be careful. Mojo's onto the high ground right now, and it seems like that long control is what Naos will want to play. Lockdown's there. Viper Spit is the answer too.
Critical kills there coming from Marcus. NDG is able to find one. Okay. He saw there that when they were running away from that mid, from that shot position, that they were pinging that map. They knew the rotation was coming from Georgie and Drax, and still they're able to win it out in the end. Nexi, good for the one, but keeping him together. NDG is there. And Naos, because of that awareness, because of the information given away by Oasis, it allowed them to be ready and not have to worry about that B-Link position.
And they flushed out Marky at such an opportune time too. You could feel the pressure that he knew he was gonna get detained. They killed him so quickly. And the fact that Josh still gets a takedown before him falling was just absolute value here for Naos. Sure, they lost out on the ground, but on the second floor, there was still Mojo whispering, waiting, and playing patiently. That's communication to a T for Naos.
And isn't that what I talked about just a few rounds ago? Multiple points of redundancy. If one point of your defense fails, there's another piece piece of that net, another point of the puzzle to really slot on in and fill that place back on up. And that's what Naos are just so good at right now, making sure that they have multiple options for different scenarios.
Yeah, the backup plans upon backup plans. Plan B, Plan C, Plan Naos is the answer. But then Oasis, same kind of scenario. Cascades to make the space. Trailblazer to sniff out anyone playing close. And from that point on, Georgie will get confidence to go for Hall's control. Mojo, though, he's expecting it. And that's why he's been playing on top of this tower for quite a while. Let's see what Oasis can do from here.
Yeah, they're giving up this site for free. Really opting to go for the retake in this case. They do have the Cosmic Divide for it anyways. And Mojo on the spam gets Georgie.
Told you so. That's exactly why he's there. Now 5v4 Seekers though are going to be the answer here from Oasis, but it's not enough. Mojo, where did that come from? Witz is there too, and now it's just hitting the mark, hitting those hits. Marky brought down MBG as he dances around him, but this is going to be a tango, or more like a salsa, or whatever kind of dance you like. A waltz on in here from Naos, takes the space and takes the round.
My goodness. Mojo just absolutely abusing the most precise gunplay I've ever seen on that drop there. Like an absolute assassin. He gets the one through the wall. That one I have no words for. But really, the overrun, perfect here. And considering the fact that it can be pretty difficult to play the retake with an operator, and they make it still work so successfully 2 rounds in a row now, that is very impressive here for Naos.
And yeah, here we go again, Papi Chulo, we talk about Ja, but NDG has been one of their best players ever since the playoffs. 14 takedowns, strong anchor, and this is what we wanted to see from Naos moving forward. Our biggest concern, will NDG and Mojo be able to deliver alongside the veterans? Not only did they deliver, they excel, they impress, and sometimes they do even better to bail out some of the, I'd say, older players they have in this roster.
That's the thing, right? You wonder, can they excel? Can they even keep up? Nope, not just. They are on par with the way they've been playing throughout this entire last season and in coming into this as well. So many moments that, if not for these 2 young guns on the Naos squad, it wouldn't have even been Naos' map wins. And to have that reliability from such a young, from 2 young players who are so willing to adapt, so willing to learn, that is invaluable.
Yeah, number 1 and number 2 on the Radiant leaderboard at one point in time before they went into Naos, how they made their names before back into, I'd say, the competitive grind. On the other hand, though, we know already about the repertoire of most of the Oasis roster, if not all of them. You can see the accolades, but they need to build on a better foundation than just 2nd place from last split. They move towards Art yet again through the link to go for the plant. Fakes it out, just tries to at least get someone to peek it in the first place, but with so disciplined. Same thing here for NDG as well as Ja. They're waiting for timing now, and Witz, of course, ultimate opportunist, finds the edge and finds the takedown.
The ultimate warrior he is. Gets that one, looking for a second. If they do give him that opportunity, they're trying to take the backside, but ultimately they're just gonna get slapped in the backhand. Mojo gets a 3rd, and Naos dominating defensive half as they get the 8th.
This is the standard we see from Naos, and truth be told, every single time Oasis commits on site, Naos has their nets all at the ready. 8-3, and it's just so suffocating here. You get a small bit of air once you plant, but sometimes even you're asphyxiated as soon as you're trying to do so.
That's a thing. They're the ones giving up the air here for Oasis. They're like, okay, we'll give you a bubble, but you're still drowning in our sea. We'll give you the plant, a plant attempt at least, but we're still ready to drown and pour and waterfall right after on the retake. And that is with just such confidence they're able to do. And look at this, Ja might only have 7, but the mere fact that he has an op in his hands, the presence of that is a terrifying prospect for Oasis on the attack.
Yeah, they have to play so careful. They have to use cascades early on, and it actually does get in the way of what Georgie wants to do. Let's not forget the slow affects every single one of these agents. And not only that, it removes that vision. He might be blindly dashing in to a 1v2 scenario that Naos is set up for. And that's the thing. Despite the scoreline, I think Naos really respects Oasis and their firepower. They're making sure the double up is available. They have to respect the reckoning, though. Stays over onto the corner. And as Georgie dashes on in, in right now. NDG might be able to fight back, but never mind. Georgie packs a punch. Witz is there to make the trade happen, and Witzarino looking to make it happen. He finds 2 before he falls. It's 3v3 now.
That was huge. The fact he was able to get those super tracks on the lurk catches out Ja, and this might be Oasis at least closing out the half with a round win. Papi Chulo gets the one. They're trying to fall on back. Lockdown in place. Drax on the trade.
Yeah, Mojo's there though, backing on away. Big kills here for Oasis, giving them a chance at the very least. Light perhaps at the end of the tunnel, but Mojo is here to try and consume. Snakebite lob towards the spike. The tap was there, but Mojo will push. Alarm bot put gives a chance for Marquis to reset and refire. Oasis at least heating up at the very end, but with an 8-4 scoreline, you know the job is going to get harder from here for Oasis.
Well, many times on Overdex, we see that teams struggling throughout the opening half and win that final round of the first half. They're able to use that momentum to continue on further in the second, especially if they win the pistol. 8-4 might seem daunting, but if there's a team to do it here against this matchup, it has to be Oasis.
Yeah, and honestly, before we get started to the second half, big shoutouts to everyone who's watching right now. Of course, the rematch, I believe a bunch of watch parties going on. There's at one point that Ariana replaced you and me on the pre-panel.
I saw that.
Third caster, by the way. Maybe we can get her to do our jobs at one point in time. I'd like that.
A new Oasis caster here, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But besides that, though, Oasis, they do need to recover at this point in time. Oasis, I think with this double wall setup, they're going to need to try and dissuade Naos. And if they find that degree of separation we saw, courtesy of Naos a while ago, that will be their best chance to get these picks here.
Well, that opportunity, it's going to have to come right now. Georgie, he finds the angle, gets a free kill on NDG, drops through smoke, Mojo and Job, but everything's just crumbling on in as Naos simply have no problems, not much of a fuss to take the site.
Where's the separation? Non-existent. Unity, harmony, and just a kumbaya for Naos as they move towards that B site. Nexi all alone. We've seen him clutch it out situations like this before. But against a team like Naos, it's such a mean feat. And as it stands, the staying power right now of Oasis, they need to do more to just scare off Naos. They have the 2 walls to utilize. They have the double control set up. Might as well perhaps use it early. Matter of timing. But Naos at the ready. Nano Swarm's gonna be into play too. Nexi, please peek. I dare you. Papi Chulo will get the takedown. And Naos moves to 9.
Well, that was a completely impressive way that they were able to just shut down the opening pick there. Georgie finds the one. We expect that. But for the rest of the defense here to follow suit in the opposition side, Oasis just... I'm not sure if the game plan there was kind of like, do we halt them? Do we stop them from going in? Or do we play the retake? Because their position suggested the former, rather the latter, but then the way they played it kind of suggested the latter, so the former. So it kind of became a bit of a confusing situation, as it's confusing me right now for Oasis, it seems like, on the defense.
Yeah, that's a good point, because their position was more so for fighting and then backing away and then a retake, right? But they didn't really commit the utility that they want to dissuade that. Go for the retake, you better make sure you're in position to go for the wall from afar. But Ja, just a small pixel angle. Peekaboo, Ja sees you. Scary thought, he's up on top. Naos already effectively winning the round from this point on.
Oh, it's like a slasher movie. Ghostface just says hello, and he wears a mask of Ja.
Didn't you guys watch that movie?
Oh, we did. And let me tell you, within the first, like, 3 or 5 minutes, Ray was just screaming already here like that.
Dude, I told you I was gonna go out, right? I was gonna do something else, and I gave you the Ghostface face. So maybe later on, we can do that to react once this game is over. But reactions aside, Naos is just executing on the spot. 10-4 scoreline, just the mastery of the map right now. And I really feel like it's just the game sense here from Naos. When they want to push, where they can go, and even the small nooks and crannies they can utilize, they will do so here.
Well, moments here for Oasis to potentially come back into. Not gonna be easy. But anything with virtue, anything with value isn't easy. We know Oasis, they love to keep it difficult just to make it even more sweeter. No, maybe not. It's just copium by me. But I'm just trying to give them something sweet to fight for.
Someone would say it's for the content, man. It's from backstory. And let's not
Yeah.
forget the words of Oasis themselves. You can keep the stats. We prefer the magic. So perhaps now, a spell needed to be cast here, as they are going to be on such an important round to win for Oasis. If they lose this even more so now, will just roll over them by that point.
Well, they've got a Phantom here in Ja's hands, Bulldogs as well, to accompany all that. The Spectres can certainly be useful in taking that back hall control in just a second. They've kind of avoided here, giving away information. With that wall going on up, allows Naos to crawl forward because of the double controller they got.
Oh, the Cascade's thrown, and now I think they know Savvy 8K is the one playing towards Hull. A dash in immediately towards the site from Ja. They want to clear out the link instead. Nexy's the target, and Nexy will fall, but Marky and Savvy still ready to get the kills on their favor. Savvy gets 2 first troubles. Mark is there to keep things together, and everything's left now to NDG in a 1v3. 2 stacked up towards the alleyway, though. Slow peek perhaps gets the isolation. No, Drax is there to get that takedown. And Oasis in the round they needed, it's a round they'll win.
It was a nice attempt here, but because Ja was already that far forward towards that B link entrance and they weren't able to take out the halls, that just puts him in such a difficult spot for both. You see both him and Mojer get trapped between where Savvy was because they weren't able to take that back halls control away. So nice hold here by Oasis. Great attempt as well to keep him at bay and hold on to most of the rifles, and this could be where they start to march back.
And there you go. The first incantation has been set by Oasis. We'll see if they can channel a little bit more energy after that. But the birds do fly and the guiding lights pop. Immediately intel given for both sides. Trailblazer confirms. That's around 3 targets on this side. Counter Trailblazer and a kill to boot. Oasis will take that.
Oh yeah, that's value for sure. Fall away. Take your value meal. Papi Chulo. The rest of them crawling on up. Georgie on the trade, but Papi Chulo with a double! When you need him the most, he comes in big. It's a 3v2. They get the plant down.
Daddy does what Daddy does best. And here we go again. Naos Esports, the opening made, and the retake a must for Oasis. Nexy playing towards Link. You do have Savvy 8K trying to go for the flank, but immediately NDG's watching out for it. Papi Chulo, though, watching towards Art. Such a committed position here for Ja. He needs to fight on back. He's just trying to hide. Now will swing and get the takedown. Hey, Bata. Savvy 8K to the plate and strikes out NDG at the very least. But you can see for Naos, immediately a re-engage by regrouping. 2v1 is set up, and Savvy 8K easily knocked down. Naos with the 11.
Well, it's a potential home run they're going to end up here with, as Naos just have looking like a major league problem for this Oasis squad. Many times on over, you see Oasis, they get a good opening round, but it's the recovery from Naos in those situations that have been really so much more reliable. And to have that, just always have kind of like a buyback card, that can be difficult to fight against.
Hey, that's a different game. We can't talk about that.
Hey, there's many games of that. What do you mean?
Not the one that's related to this one, that's for sure. Anyway, we do have Oasis calling for the timeout, and I think one thing we can see here from Naos, what they're doing so well, is they're removing hero time from Oasis. You see a roster like Oasis, you expect that someone can win a 1v3, someone can clutch out a round out of nowhere because of the experience of these players individually. But Naos is always in a position that respects the firepower of Oasis no matter what, and that's why they're winning these rounds so convincingly.
Well, it could be the case of, you know, maybe they could 1v3 us. Maybe they could 1v2 us, but then they're going up against the only other team that has that potential as well. The only other team with really superstars that come into this stage that we know have already proved themselves even past just this year. You know, throughout last year, throughout the year before that. And having that kind of really just CV behind you, right? That just is a lot to bank on. And if Oasis, if they're relying on star power, that's not what's going to win them this game. I know they're not relying on that, but it's just something that really has to be hammered in, that if they don't play like a team, if they completely just are always confused in so many moments, they're going to be set straight really soon.
Yeah, it's not a matter of reliance, it's just what they can do in a pinch, right? And right now, Naos is removing that part, that bit of bonus what Oasis looks for in their roster from this matchup. Seekers, though, into play. Naos station all the way towards Secret anyway with Ja. Oasis, though, it's a bit of a repeat of the first half. Here we go again from Art from Link. They do want to group on up, send the Trailblazer, send Georgie in, but NDG is so ready with danger close. Mojer's turret gets into the action as well, and Naos easily find the funnel and get those takedowns. It's a blender, it's a grinder, and it's Naos again with a win.
You know that scene in 300 when Leonidas is like, let's all just stay in the small funnel, the small crevasse, so they come to us? The winning point there was that they came to the 300 Spartans, not the 300 Spartans walked out into the open. And that's kind of the problem there. You see that with Oasis sometimes. They just don't have enough control to make their numbers work. They walk on out from the same singular angle, nothing really in terms of CT presence, but now they've got a gun round to play, and hopefully the Reckoning plus the Seekers can be enough to gain them some rounds here in this half.
And just like the Spartans before, they came in as warriors. Their legacy was heroic, but they were still dead at the very end. And Naos now, perhaps looking to put their flag yet again here on Pearl over the carcasses of Oasis. One last for Oasis if ever. Dash in! Joe wants to go after Marquee, but a bit too ambitious. That's where Oasis is able to thrive. They win at the duels, they win at the CQC. Marquee and Nexty will not stand for this disrespect, and it's what's left alone now in the 1v4.
You know, that actually would have worked out if Ja already had his blades popped before doing the dash. If he just dashed in and then had his blades immediately at the ready, he actually would have won that fight because Marquee took quite a while to get the kill. Witz finds a one. Okay, 3v1. We've seen this before, Dax, but I'm not too hopeful for this. Just yet.
Hey.
Just yet.
Okay, so I'm gonna watch where Witz is gonna go.
Yeah.
Moving over to CT. Oh no.
Oh.
I had something ready if he was at A site.
30 seconds left.
Come
what was
on.
it gonna be? Say it anyways.
Yeah, he was gonna go to Secret. I'm like, didn't he pass that already in this day and age?
Oh.
Oh.
No.
But yeah. I
Oi.
will though.
Oh.
Oi. Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Where do you want to take this conversation? Outside the cast
B
or
site.
here? Okay, to the B side. And in all honesty, right, you're talking about repertoire, you talk about resume, which has to be the one with the best and brightest in this scene alone. But can he handle both Savvy and Georgie coming at him? Absolutely not. Paper stained with blood. Oasis continue on.
Unfortunate. Could have planned it on that back site, but obviously the pressure there from Savvy was just too much. Not recognizing, or not getting the right read that he was going to wait for the rest of his team. So it comes on in, and well, Oasis they hold on for a round. And I use hold on very aptly, very strictly, because they're still on the ledge here. They're still we're fighting against gravity. We know eventually gravity does win, but Oasis, maybe they can fly high above.
Yeah, whoa.
Whoa.
That's the other team's
Wrong
tagline.
team?
You can't-
Yeah, my bad.
Wrong team. You can't use that.
Maybe they
But
can stay
they can-
for the day.
Since day one.
For this one. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So, sure, let's get those rhymes going. But truth be told, I think your point really there was Oasis beat Naos when Naos was playing aggressive. It's still not the usual plan for the execute there from Naos. And now as it stands, they move towards main. You do have Mojer watching the flag alongside Papi Chulo, so at least this time, a bit of a default, trying to dissuade any kind of Oasis aggression.
Let's see if their defensive aggression here towards that B long works on out. Doesn't have the op here, Georgie. And he's all alone. So it's not going to be potentially as effective as maybe Jaws was earlier on. Makes that contact towards Papi Chulo. He knows he has a straight duel, but it doesn't matter. Georgie with the headshot angle has more to play and cover with and connects.
Yeah, difficult to challenge Georgie in a straight-up gunfight. You know he's as sharp as a blade. NDG, though, just meditating behind the box. Marquis watching it like a hawk, and he was ready alongside Draxi. Oasis, their markers on, poking into play too, waiting the water still for Mojer. Gets that takedown over Marquis, but dude, they find Savvy 8K on the inside. That's the question. Wit's desperate to put that plant down. Mojer's here towards the corner. Savvy 8K in and out, slinking on in like a snake in water. And it's Georgie there to boot to finish up the round. Oasis with the roll call, and this time they find the end.
That was really smart there by Drax as soon as they pushed out A main and got that kill on the NDG. Yes, they were traded out by Mojer, but you see how Drax would just play so patient. He pushed even further back into A main. Did not give the fight that Mojer wanted, because just the mere presence of knowing the Viper is still there is going to burn so much time from Naos, and that's why they weren't able to focus on the plant alone.
Yeah, just the possibility where Oasis can go for the swarm, can just go in and out like that. So much discipline there from Oasis alongside the Reckoning. And a good investment this time of the cards on the Oasis table, but it's still not. And one mistake can cost them this whole game right here.
A single slip could be where they dip. Naos, all they need to do is punish these moments and drop his dash burns on out. Thus halts the aggressive angles he could potentially take. Gets a body shot on the Savvy. That was a small slip that could have been catastrophic.
They wanted to find an opening, but Oasis dissuading them immediately. Let's not forget, Naos on an eco state right now. 4 sheriffs into play. And it's Oasis still committing a number of utility right here, right now, towards the middle. The oppressive nature, really, of this double control setup. Really, so much time. And stall out this round effectively. Marky, though, might see that attack. Poison Cloud still there. Yet again, the flash is burned. And Oasis just keeping tabs of Naos. Eventually, someone's got to give, and Naos needs to get in there.
Yeah, but most of the defense of Oasis, they're here. They're ready to repel this. This is going to be a difficult entry coming from Naos. No more dash. Marky gets the third. Quick and easy. Way too peasy. Oasis, they continue to hold on here. And Naos, now they've got a gun.
Yeah, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. And once Naos goes in there, when you're at the ready, take those kills and get your ultimates on hand. Marky, effective shooting, gets 3 before he has to reload. Luckily, he still got Savvy there alongside him. Of course, with the pressure and timing from Jax and Savvy, they controlled the round so effectively. And it's one of the strongest suits of playing that Viper and that Harbor together. It takes a lot of coordination and communication, though. And it seems like for Oasis, they're looking to build on that moving forward.
Yeah, but you see how much time they're able to stall. And when you're on the attacking side, that clock, that sand, that hour clock up above is one of the biggest hurdles you're going to have to go up against, because the more that drains, the more difficult things begin to become. And Oasis, they recognize that. Having this kind of double controller wall composition is always going to be a problem for a team that likes to default and play that slow, because on the utility shuffle, a lot of times you'll lose out because of just how much more the defense has to play with.
Yeah, the uptime is ridiculous if you time things right. It's around half a second to a full second where you might not have any smokes while you're setting the height yet again. But if you compound it with the Cascade, with the Poison Cloud, with a strong Toxic Screen to begin with, then there is just no crossing that smoke screen whatsoever. I think for now, that timeout especially is, do we just back away when we see the Viper and the Harbor together?
They go the other way. That could be true, but then again, that just means that they're going to be forced to play Oasis's game. Forced to be taken, you know, that map control be taken away from them. And Georgie with the op doesn't connect this time. As it rings out, Naos have a choice here. They recognize the op is towards B. Do they continue on still?
It was a smart Poison Cloud, though, there. Courtesy Papi Chulo gives them a little bit of those moments to re-engage against the op. Guiding Light's going to be into play. Toxic Screen is set if ever they need to here for Oasis. And the lockdown now is the call from Nexi. Danger close. He has to hold things down. They break the Seekers, and because of that lockdown, since they couldn't get any space with the ultimate, Naos will have to back on away.
He's going to let himself get detained here towards that pillar. They think it possibly is towards the back halls, but because of the noise being cut by Naos, it sends the defense pulling away. They throw that flash towards A main just to check Marky for the Guiding Light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Naos with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
Yeah, at least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer, but Oasis there to boot them out. And yet again, controlled chaos here by Oasis.
So close, but you see, because they were pressed for time, Naos had to push before that lockdown even expired, before it even popped. And because of that, that small window of timing opportunity, Savvy was able to use and slither in there to get the double and just stifles a push from Naos.
Yeah, you see how he moved, right? Put down that Cascade to dissuade that initial push. Get in there, anticipate the push itself. an academic arena made there by the sides of Savvy 8K, and it really goes to show that they've studied this composition. Don't quote me on that, man.
You're witty, huh? Yeah, I like your word, Blame.
Oh, I like that one from Mojer, though.
Oh, I like that one even better from Mojer, shutting down the op here on the Georgie. And that's a big piece of the puzzle already taken on in. This A side going to be a lot more frequent to hit, a lot more vulnerable to the push. But Drax keeps him at bay. Good shutdown on Jaw's entry.
Yeah, despite the stun, right, he still found the takedown anyway. And this forces Naos to retreat one more time. Oasis pulling off a strong defense here when they're on the ropes. This rotation here from Naos, perhaps into the arms of Savvy 8K yet again. Reckoning's at the ready. One more time, Oasis can redo the retake if ever.
They don't have the op to have to deal with this time anymore. They know they've dropped that. It could be retrieved, but might not always be the best option in a 4v4 like this when the defense is absolutely split. It does favor the attacking side considerably a lot of times because that defense is going to be spread a bit more thin. Viper's Pit here towards that B site. The plant should go down for the most part, undefended, unhinged. It's the retake to have to come in from Oasis.
Yeah, Papi Chulo building the Naos arena by himself. Wits now putting that spike down. And there you go, the flag of Naos initiating what could be a final countdown. The Reckoning though to try and turn that tide in the Oasis' favor. And let's not forget, the stuns do give a bit of intel, but Mojer comes up big yet again. Prevents Nexi from getting impact from the flag. Marky's here in position to try and go for back hauls, but there's no one to call it home whatsoever. Still 4v3. Naos is playing inside their own pit here. The sea of green will be colored now in the shade of Naos. Wits and NDG finish off the job. Created and crafted. Naos winning through their own masterpiece.
And you see that there, once they lost Georgie, they didn't have that person to make that space on the retake once more. And now it's able to convert. Maybe it came a bit too late, but better late than never, I'd like to say.
Yeah, and well, they weathered the storm of what could have been the Oasis comeback, but at the same time, now as Esports, they knew they just needed to get a good angle onto the side. The Viper's Pit provided all of that. The Reckoning this way did, so it's like, okay, sure, we're gonna get stunned enough. Let's play on the smoke screen, the safety where Papi Chulo will be able to protect us. And really from that point on, there are just some big impactful kills from Mojer, right? At the very start towards main, also caught Nexi in that rotation. If you cut off the other avenues of assault, courtesy of Oasis Gaming, it's easier to control there for Naos.
Of course, and whenever you have that type of situation, that scenario where you kind of lose a lot early in the round and then you go into a 4v4, as I was saying, it does favor the attacking side, and you see it really come to effect there because the defense is spread so thin. In a 4v4, a lot of times you're almost forced to have to play that retake, but when they have such great post-plan utility like that Viper's Pit, it makes it even more difficult in that scenario.
Yeah, but the controller I really want to talk about right now has to be NDG. 22 takedowns, multi-kills especially in that first half, and we saw it there with how Naos was able to manipulate the battlefield and the timings of Oasis just because of his utility alongside, I believe, the Nano Swarms we saw a while ago from the Killjoy as well. Really goes to show the dynamic duo of the Young Guns of Naos really providing so much worth here for the squad. On the other hand though, Oasis, it was really that beginning that cost them this game. Since they were always trapped, they were always caught out by Naos, it gave Naos that big buffer, and once we got into the defense, Oasis got that second win, but it was a little too late in terms of the scoreline.
Yeah, very true. I love, the kind of development we've seen from a player there like NDG. From a bit more shaky moments in the early season last time around during split number 1, you can really see how confident and how just capable and also concise his decision making can be. Positions where he would just plug up these holes, and that's what you need from your controller, especially in this case when you got two of them and they're both very reliable. How do you falter?
Yeah, just really goes to show Naos still rebuilding that consistency. Was that Icebox loss there against Zol just that one hiccup? Moving forward now, the standard is set. Naos looks strong, and they were very tidy there at the end, and delivering the win with Grand Unlimited. It's your top frag boy himself, NDG. I don't know what this means, but perhaps the end there stands for Naos, and the rest, well, that's his name, and that's where we're gonna leave it there.
Maybe it's his name. Who knows?
Yeah.
No, I just realized now those are my initials as well, potentially. So
You want to say
maybe
your name out loud?
He's my brother, my friend.
Maybe it's you playing. That's
Maybe
why.
it is me.
That's why we had some of the watch parties replacing you. Be like, go play,
Yeah.
Nico. Go
Yeah,
play Black and
it
Blue.
seems like we're both replaced at some point in the moment by one very, very observant potential future shoutcaster on the Oasis creator. But we're moving on forward because we got the break to go in. So map number 2, Lotus, by the way, we went into double overtime the last time we saw this during the grand finals. Will we once more? We'll find out when we come back. VCTPH shall return.
Well, we know Pearl isn't the Philippines, but apparently the Pearl of Valorant has been claimed by Naos Esports. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Naos commands their presence, and we're able to wrap up the job pretty neatly there at the end to take down Oasis Gaming and get that 1-0 series scoreline. But we are not done. We move now into Lotus, but before that, my name's Dax here with Black and Blue. See, our names are correct this time around. And truth be told, I'm looking at this Oasis Lotus pick just to be their one hope in this series, because last time they faced off against each other in that grand finals, this was the map pick that Oasis was able to steal away from Naos.
Yeah, and they've had a pretty successful run. Like before that, Abaddon, Abyss as well. That squad that we do see as the LFS roster, LFO roster coming into this. So they've had a pretty good track record so far on Lotus. It's Naos who have been a bit more wayward on it, at least when we look at them historically throughout that past season. And I have to disagree with you, Dax, because the Philippines is Pearl. The Pearl is in the Philippines, right? We are the Pearl of the Orient. You look outside, there's Pearl and boba tea everywhere.
Okay, Mr. Milk Tea, sure ahead.
Even our host was looking at pearls just yesterday.
Yeah, dude,
right?
I'm gonna send,
Under the Sea.
Under the Sea, indeed. She was the live action Ariel when she should have been the live action Moana. But besides our own conversations, I'll send you Milk Tea later on. I do feel like that if it wasn't Icebox, the
Lactose
best.
intolerant.
Nah, don't worry about it. You still have to suffer through it. But yes, back to my point real quick. If we weren't gonna get Icebox to be the best map for Naos, right? It would be Pearl in terms of the stats. And what we saw there, just dominating how they were able to always trap Oasis, how they're able to keep them absolutely contained. And I do wonder if Naos can do the same thing here on Lotus, because now it kind of differs in terms of philosophy of the map, right? It can be a bit more fast in the hard hit. You can move into those looser angles by pushing towards the spawn. And if Oasis can take advantage of that, they might have a few more avenues, not just of entrance, but of exit to put themselves in better positions.
Well, I think you'd agree with me that coming into this matchup in the first place, into this series, that we would look at Lotus to be the map that Oasis are supposed to win anyways out of the three here. They did have kind of, I'd say, awkward performances, because it didn't really seem like, even though they lost on Fracture versus Naos in the past, it didn't seem like the type of Oasis core or gameplay that we're come used to. It didn't seem like they were activated, and want to see if Oasis can really fully be there. We saw them kind of changing up comps as well the last two times they played against Naos, so it didn't seem like they were set in place. And so if we do go to Fracture, it's going to be even more difficult, knowing at how, yes, they have history in terms of being able to review what went wrong, but we at least aren't sure just yet if they found out what's right. But that's for Fracture. We look on over to Lotus, the map that they were able to beat, and we did see, to be fair, Naos beat that old SR Nakage squad, now coming into this, under a new brand, but still remains the same. They have faltered against this Oasis squad in the past, and the composition that they were running there, I thought, was something very interesting, because they pulled out the Raze on Lotus, something you never really saw too often. And who was playing that Raze? Kindly remind me, Dax, because I think you're a big fan of him.
Hey, you can't do me like that. But yes, it was.
Okay, I'll
what? I'll do
savvy.
it. I'll do it. Oh,
okay,
come
fine.
On. How could you steal my thunder like this? You already took...
I thought you wanted me to catch you.
You took the entrance already a while ago.
Okay, again. So who was it on the Raze?
No, it's okay. Yeah,
no,
it was Savvy 8K. You know, he's one of the best Razes you have here in the VCT scene.
Academic.
Yeah. Thanks, Nico. That was great.
I thought you wanted me to catch you.
No.
I'll always catch you when you fall.
Of course, I know, brother. You're so reliable. But I guess right now, when we start talking about these two teams again, instead of our quote-unquote marital strife here, my friend, this has been one of the least played maps of Naos, and it's one that Oasis is trying to exploit right now. They're never really gonna be able to play Haven against Naos. Naos will always ban that, no questions asked, because of, I'd say, the history of Oasis on Haven as a whole. But when you move into Lotus, it's kind of the next best thing. It, of course, still favors the attacking side. Some leagues have figured out the defense a little bit more. But for Oasis, the struggles a while ago was where they could go, what kind of position. If they can get some strong executes and some strong picks early, that can set the pace moving forward for them to be a lot more successful compared to what we saw in Pearl.
You think this is the same composition they're still going to run, though? On the last time, it did work on out, but I'm kind of wondering here if you're going to flex away from it, because we have seen the double controller kind of be a hallmark of a lot of the maps that we do see come on in from Oasis. And knowing at how they're one of the teams that really like to employ that harbor, maybe you could see it coming into this. Maybe they could run a double controller, a wall controller plus the Omen. I think could be something very effective they could toy with. We saw the breach coming from Wild Oreo the last time around, but I think if you have him be on something that who can be a bit more within the fight, you kind of utilize the strengths of a player of his caliber a bit more. And even though it worked out last time, that does mean that while it was effective once, it won't necessarily mean it shall be effective again now that Naos kind of have found the blueprint or have found a bit of a código on how that worked out.
I mean, that's the truth right now for Oasis, right? They've experimented with both the Harbor and the Omen individually. It has gotten modicums of success here and there, but nothing as convincing as they want in the first place. On the other hand, though, I feel like here for Naos, what will they actually bring to the table, since it just hasn't really been the best look there against Oasis. It was shaky. They made a lot of space with the Neon. They still got impact from the Sage, but right here, right now, maybe we'll get some changes. And I'm keeping an eye out with Naos, and immediately there's the shift. Double control here from Naos with the Viper and the Omen together. So not the Harbor at all for either side. You have Wits on the Sky, but Savvy 8K back on the Raze. And I'm looking here for the substitutions of Oasis Gaming. Wild Oreo's in, Marky moves over to controller because Drax is out, Georgie's over to the Sky instead.
Same exact composition that we really see from that Grand Finals Lotus matchup here from Oasis. No real change-ups, and that I think is a bit worrisome to me. Yes, you don't want to change what is effective, but one can argue, how effective was it really? And I was pulling out that Harbor potentially from Wild Oreo because we did see that come on in the past when they did face a team, you know, like Abaddon Abyss here, and they had Wild Oreo on that Harbor, and I thought it was quite effective. But it's really Naos that are shaking things up here. They put Ja back on that duelist role. They put him on the front line, and they swap Mojer to the Sentinel role. And this could be a crucial thing, a big contrast to what we saw from that stage 1.
I think, honestly, for Oasis, this is just me trying to spitball here, basically. If they're playing that Harbor only, and they're expecting Naos to run it back with something like the Neon that they did before, would that be enough timing for them to contest that in the first place? Maybe that's one of the philosophies in the first place. But Naos, well, you put Papi Chulo on this Viper, and it's a little bit different from how Harbors run on a map like this. It's very static. You can't really adjust your smoke anymore once you put down the Toxic Stranger. You're a little bit committed on one side. You need to have that second controller just in case you're gonna rotate, but at the same time, strong on the post plant. And secondly, it's a different kind of pace that Oasis is expecting. Now that Naos is playing that Jet with this double control, I do wonder how they're gonna shift up, how they're gonna move, how they're gonna station, and how especially they're gonna be contesting the mains if ever. If they're a little too eager and early, they might just be able to, they might just blow that paranoia way too early on for it to get any value, as well as the fault line, and that's when Naos can take advantage of it.
Well, opening round here of the second map of this series coming on in. Opening fight towards a pillar, and Ja gets a double. Quick and easy, it seems.
Straight up. No one really checks the pillars that early on into a round, and from that point on, Ja able to exploit it. He wants more. Ja is just on fire right now as he takes some critical damage, or rather inflicts critical damage towards Wild Oreo. It's Marky taking the life of Ja in response. A-side though gonna be the call here for Naos, moving through the door, moving through 3, and it's Nexi though waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. And now a 1v1. Marky versus Papi Chulo. The adjustment here made by Oasis in terms of roles, but now still so stable and so willing to play with Papi Chulo to go for the clutch. He's flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
he's so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. It's just Papi Chulo showing us who's authority, and the pistol goes now in his favor.
His name is Poppy, but you might as well call him Daddy because he knows exactly what you're doing, where you're going. And he sniffed him out. Such a wonderful read in that situation. He gets the 2 kills there at the end and finds a third on the Marky. As I talked about, you know, to have both controllers be such a reliable source, that is invaluable. And that perfect read once more, knowing that he has to come from the CT. He pushes towards the stairs and he finds his way to heaven.
Yeah, well, stairway perhaps to heaven here. A bit of an angle, truly. And now with the guiding light into play, Ja blinded, and Marky, no, Marky, that is so risky. Inside of his own smoke, Naos already dissuaded to play that angle. Oasis though, A trio stack up moving towards main. You can see though how scary it becomes to push here for Oasis just because of the toxic screen setup of Papi Chulo.
Okay, Rubble found out here by Oasis. As Naos realize there's a bit of a heavy push there towards that A site. They go and re-hit the site they originally were thinking, but Marky, oh, he's waiting here. Could not find the one.
He got a shot onto Georgie, sure. Or rather, onto Wits, I believe. But then again, it's not going to be enough. And here you have it now. Now, superior firepower. They just rotate, they execute, and now they get the kills. Ja easily finds the two lined up for him. And while Oasis will inflict some casualties, it's Nexi now in a 1v3. Classic in hand towards the halls. Cornered now and snuffed out by Papi Chulo again. 2-0 for Naos.
Quick round here. When they finally do decide to push in from Naos, at least. Not the cleanest, but they're going to have to be able to, at least they're going to be able, rather, to hold on to these Bulldogs coming into this round. And those are the type of moments where, you know, you have to maybe at least get the one just to hurt the economy of the opposing side, especially on the attack. It didn't come into play just yet, but I want to see how this Rubble push works out for Oasis. They've tried it the second time now.
And this time they're gonna get really tested here for Naos. The toxic screen is the ultimate way to scare off the competition, but because of it also, it will provide Oasis an easier avenue to move towards the Rubble and play there from this point on. Will Naos use that opportunity to move elsewhere though? That seems to be the question. Bladestorm now pop. They're relying on Ja to play the entry here.
Very little map control Naos have for themselves so far. But they got Georgie this far up. He doesn't have any real tools to back on off. They found out where he is. As you said, the blades was popped. The paranoia connects on him. Nobody really there to help him. Nobody within fighting distance. And while Oreo gets a double, that's huge. Savvy trapped out in the open. But they're still winning the fight here, and they have a potential to go towards that A site.
Yeah, and while Oasis can rely on Wild Oreo in that pinch to get that 2K concede here for Naos, it's a trap they can set up because of the Viper's existence. Good punish there from Naos, even better done here by Ja. Blades connect onto the face of Nexi. Wild Oreo here towards drop though. Still has the flash to utilize, waiting for the timing with the plant itself. The smoke dissipates, and Wild Oreo will destroy any target in front of him. A 3K now, the Rolling Thunder into play too. Marky trying to go for the pinch. Wild Oreo doing it all by his lonesome. A 4K already. There's the tap. Mojer trying to go through the middle yet again. Has to go for contact versus Wild Oreo, but Wild Oreo stands strong and gets the ace here for Oasis. A point now on the board for the defense.
All right, round here from Oasis. The ace as well to cap it off at the end. And Wild Oreo seemingly going feral finally when Oasis needed. Good shutdown there. Good stop, but let's not forget, that was a bonus round, and how close it came from Naos to winning it.
Yeah, Naos, they understand now. They don't have that much map control, sure, but they're willing to do that to put Oasis in committed positions. And if that's something they can exploit moving forward, that's an opportunity to get a pick. Hero time though, big comeuppance courtesy of Wild Oreo finally playing in this series. He's the one to watch out for right now here, and of course the breach so effective at stopping any kind of commit Naos does here.
Well, it can be. Not always is, but can be. If they play it right, and that could be what stifles a lot of the heavy pushes that Naos have got in their hands. No real way of gathering information on either side aside from those Trailblazers and the Guiding Light. Though we've seen that be very effective, but because there's only a single innie here on the Naos, they just have less tools to initiate with, unlike, you know, maybe Oasis, who have that flash from Wild Oreo as well to throw out if in case they need corner clearing.
Yeah, they have ways now to make sure that the battle goes in their favor, but Naos move towards main. And they're bringing the spike actually towards that small little doorway. So a rotation perhaps towards B, something to consider. But instead, they're clearing out that A site, dashing in already with Ja. The Guiding Light was there too to get a bit of intel. Now, though, a bit more wary of the drop this time around. Savvy 8K anticipating the push. And that's already a good start here for Oasis.
They have to be wary, though, of the drop position. NDG, that's good cover. He's providing wits here. But the nade comes on the fault line as well. They're so trapped. They're so dangerously positioned here. Still able to come out of it, but with very little HP. Papi Chulo gets the one, but they just flood him down. NDG gets another. Georgie on the response.
Oasis had the high ground the whole time, and they were just watching for a small bit of weakness on that Naos hold. Enough was enough as soon as they got Papi Chulo. That was the floodgates bursting, and Oasis able to swim with the tide. A 2-2 scoreline. It really seems like here for Oasis, they have a lot more of control on a map like this compared to Pearl.
Well, when the gates opened, it just seemingly was too much for Naos to deal with. They didn't have much power positions. The drop wasn't theirs, which could have been a big point of contention. And then obviously the Heaven as well. They didn't have true rubble control, true mid control there outside A main. It just had so much more to worry about. And if Oasis can continue to gain that type of map control on the retakes, this could be where they respond for map 3.
And you can feel like Oasis are really putting up more of a fight here compared to that first map. Don't get me wrong, there was a bit of that comeback there in the second half. But that was just Naos very dominant in their positions. This time around, though, Papi Chulo finds Georgie early on. They're pushing now towards that C-side. The hero rifle playing off. Mojer with a stellar shot on the Wild Warrior 2 lurking in the middle. And now, not only are there 2 rifles at the ready here for Naos, the Viper Spit makes it even better.
Okay. Naos have a chance here, a real chance, if anything. Viper Spit pop. 2 rifles abound and 1 in Jaw's hands. Papi Chulo as well, so that dynamic duo could do a lot of damage in this hold. Oasis, how do they play the retake? The mound control is going to be difficult. It isn't necessarily planted for mound, but that's besides the point.
Well, it's not even planted for there, man. It's just planted for that pit here for Naos. They're happy to stay on the inside, juggle those guns, and keep it away from the Naos faithful.
It's a save.
It's a save. What a round from Naos. Just a single pick. They didn't expect that firepower to come out suddenly from Papi Chulo especially.
Well, he's one of the most reliable players in a thrifty position. You give him a Sheriff and he can make that hand cannon really ring true to its name.
I bet you're so proud with Naos is winning.
What do you mean? I have no horse in this stake.
Of course not. Not anymore. That's for sure.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Gladly. How about you?
What do you mean?
Which chicken are you fighting for? I was use the other word, but then I recognized.
They both gave me a jersey, so I'm happy with both of them. Don't worry. I'm a caster who's professional. Let's just leave it at that. Smile.
No biases.
Of course, we're the English broadcast, so we can't be the other side. This is how it works here. Ja, though.
Sometimes.
Go ahead.
Sometimes. I wish I could be.
Well, sometimes we gotta play for the people, play for the world, and right now, the world here is watching Naos and Oasis yet again do battle here in the second split. Many will say that this is the matchup to look forward to see who will represent the Philippines for Ascension. Other teams may beg to differ from the performance so far in the regular season, but of course, expectations still for our 1 and 2 seed from last split. And speaking of, Naos right now, still happy to play towards that main, a slow crawl, using that toxic screen for cover.
Georgie's got the Seekers here. Just aid him a bit on the retake. Lockdown almost in place for Mojer. And that could be used for the post plant if he gets a kill here and the plant as well. They're going to go towards this A site. No backing out now. Spike to be placed.
Yeah, now it's going to commit onto this one. Paint Shell's lob here by Savvy. 8k though. And keep an eye out on Georgie. He has the Seekers. He has close contact. And Ja will just cross that line and will get taken on down. 3 already. The targets left. Georgie gets 2. Showstopper denied, sure. But with the intel now Oasis has, they know the positions where Naos is stationed. One more guiding light to boot. Doesn't get the pop because of the smoke. But Nexi and Wild Warrior don't care. They flush out the members of Naos. And now it's Oasis who cleanly retakes.
Wow. Tying it up there. And I thought that nade was a bit late there from Savvy, but he still is able to find a second off of the follow-up. And Georgie, great usage there of just recognition that Naos, they like to take that extra space because you saw Naos struggle when they didn't have that space on the post plant hold. And so he anticipated Ja's push to come in. Perfect read here from Georgie.
Yeah, he couldn't check that corner by his lonesome because he's waiting for someone to peek from the CT stair side. And with that line crossed, Oasis, they knew that was their trigger point. The Seekers also very effectively used. And this is what I say about people who like playing Sky. Like, they can have that duelist mindset, they can play off their own utility, and players right now like Wits, as per usual, or Georgie, who comes from that duelist background, they can make plays on their own from the abilities that they have there.
For sure, it wasn't as, I guess, reliable for solo play. The pop flash isn't as quick as it used to be, but that doesn't matter. That's besides the point, because they can still make work out of it. Ja quick on the push here, trying to take that CT control, but there's a lot in his face, being Nexi as well.
Nexi, the big man at the ready, and well, Oasis dissuades that initial push, but they still have to deal with the A-side take here of Naos. One more time, Papi Chulo slinking by the wall. Oasis has already been expecting this. We'll see if anyone's gonna swing from the other side of the top side, if ever. But Mojer now, close hold, hero rifle yet again for Papi Chulo. That's really the most firepower they have here for Naos. The Rolling Thunder now to play. The sun is there, and fly high Oasis. Fly high indeed. Georgie with the kills, as have the 8k provides the theatrics. A 3k for the Sky, and this is Oasis now taking the lead away.
They finally flipped the script. It's really the first round take here. Side switch that we do see in terms of the favor of the lead. We've seen all series long. And Oasis, maybe expensive, one would argue, to burn that Rolling Thunder, but just as well, at least they finally confirmed those rounds, because we saw Thrifties be utilized in one a while ago that it's kind of imprinted to Oasis that they can't let those rounds go away, so they try and secure it absolutely.
Oh man, when I hear that, honestly, two things come to my mind. First things first, better safe than sorry. Second, if you're good enough, you'll get that ultimate when you need it anyway. So there you go.
True.
Confidence, man. Confidence.
But it's a big ult to burn, and it takes a lot of orbs to get back.
Okay, Mr. Analyst, whatever you say. I understand your point, though. And it can be really good, especially if Naos uses that lockdown for the next round, if ever. Luckily, though, for Oasis, they also have their own lockdown to boot to dissuade that. And speaking of, they want to make a play towards B, if ever. You can see Savvy 8k and Wild Oreo both stationed now to anticipate any push from the pillars, if ever. But for now, cutting noise, trying to throw out just a bit of utility to see where the aggression comes. Now with the guiding light seen, they do know that Oasis has a bigger fortification here in the middle of the map.
What Naos are trying to do, though, is crawl up towards his C site, but they've given some noise away. The orb being taken out already kind of signals here to Oasis that the push is going to come. Paranoia, perfect. They know Nexi's here on the backside. Papi Chulo finds one there towards that B side, and Ja gets the opening towards the C. That's exactly what they needed to take the site.
Yeah, patient play here from Naos, and Papi Chulo trying to take advantage, but Wild Oreo's on the mark. He's just on fire right now in this game. From the bench, at the ready now to go for the fights even more so, but NDG will break that bluster. At least now, a 2v2. As Naos move over towards that B site with Marky though and Savvy AK on the hunt. They will have to watch the cross, sure.
Timing.
But they have to be even more careful here of Marky. He's just slinking behind them here, Black and Blue, following in suit. And this is gonna be bad news, Bears, if Ja doesn't keep an eye on this. Spike's now planted, and Ja finds the head! What a shot!
He still gets a catch. How did that not work out for Marky?
He was just slinking in. He was just stalking his prey, but instead, Naos are the true Apex Predators here. Can they finish the job off though versus Savvy AK? That's the question. Pain Shell's lob, anticipating the swing with the blast back even. NDG, sure he's gonna get hit. Savvy AK finds the head of Ja. It's doable here for Oasis if ever. Time ticking, and Savvy will fall as NDG will be able to hold 4-4. These rounds getting so close there at the end.
I don't think he knew that NDG was that low. I bet if he did, he would have pulled out his classic or something else to try and fight back with and confirm the kill, but what a roller coaster of a round. Now let's get the opening 2. Oasis respond with 3. A response of the first kill there coming from NDG, and then somehow Ja gets a catch on the Marquee on their flank when they seem so unaware, but the timing works out anyways, and then in the end, it comes down to the 1v1 between two 1 HP players. What a roller coaster is really the best way to put it.
Yeah,
Up and down.
Yeah, just two critical points there in that round for Oasis Gaming. The first one, Wild Oreo. They opened the door, and as soon as that happens, Wild Oreo checked their behind, basically. Kills Papi Chulo, gets another one, allows Oasis to equalize the odds effectively, right? And the second one there with Savvy 8K understanding to put the blast back down. Since he's able to boop off NDG, he's able to focus on isolating the duel versus Ja, if ever, prevent that double swing. He already knew the second target was his priority in the first place, and those small little decisions that Oasis makes from these individuals is really one of their biggest strengths as a team.
Well, the strengths that they have to rely on here for Oasis is the fact that they have a lot of reinitiating utility, and those retakes of theirs has been effective on that A site. But when they try and anchor things down, you're not going to win in that bat because Naos have that double controller to really lock down. But as once again, the problem is when it comes down to the post plant, there's so much more uptime that Naos have with their smokes.
Yeah, and as soon as they get on that site right, Papi Chulo says, this is our house now, get off my lawn. NDG, though, always teleports on the cross, allows him a better angle for the paranoia if ever. Standard execute here from Naos. Ja trying to get in there, but Georgie is not afraid of close contact whatsoever. By the bend, the dog is sick, and Naos has to back away.
Yeah, Oasis really prepared for the push on here. You can see him wanting to go towards his B site. They have the Seekers. They make contact on where Savvy is there on that upper. Then now they're going to try and fend him off, but he has the nades being erased, and this could really stifle them. Flash comes on out. A second one off the guiding light.
Yeah, they know the angle's now towards B. Also the lurk here for Papi Chulo, but timing from Marky even better. They were waiting, keeping tabs of where the Viper could come from. Mojer, though, a big pick. NDG does it yet again, and now it's 3v3 now. NDG wants to fight more so, but Wild Oreo gonna shut them down. Still, Oasis keeping control towards Link. They're not being overeager. They're waiting now for the timing of the spike plant, and Marky finds another one in the stopwatch. Just another kill here from Marky at the best moment. Wits trying to go for the duel. Marky is there on the other side. An opening made though by Wits, and now the wraparound. It's gonna be a chase towards A.
Well, another clutch situation Wits is placed in, and I saw in chat that someone's gonna strangle someone else.
Whoa!
If he does not make this clutch on again from them content creators. So Wits, you got a big opportunity here to make something happen. It just doesn't come as Nexi closes out the round.
Oh no, someone called the police after that one because I just witnessed a murder. Hopefully, we get safety for everyone all involved. But Oasis, speaking of safety, playing it so safe all throughout. Usually you'd see Oasis just rush in there, be confident to go for the fight, but they just played that patiently with Marky, finding the kill on Papi Chulo, finding the second one towards the top side, and just some big denials courtesy of Wild Oreo to boot. It really goes to show here for Oasis that they understand when to reel it back. So discipline now being showcased here by Oasis, keeping this small lead in their favor.
Undeniably a much better half already than what we saw there coming on Pearl. And Oasis, they beat Naos here on the grand finals, can replicate that success once again. Now so, thrifty rounds, one always formidable. A third round in a row, they're gonna opt to go towards the seaside. You see the bird just fluttering up there. A bit of a miscatch.
Yeah, went towards its nest rather than the sightlines it wanted. But Oasis still staying stable towards Hall Seekers right now to try and catch Ja especially. And from that point on, they throw out the flashes as well. Lockdown now initiated. A lot of utility here. The double dip! Ja just like, you hit me? Sure. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna kill you. And a takedown onto Georgie is a good beginning towards Naos.
And he gets out of it as well. That's a lot placed for really nothing much. Seekers when they're not even going to retake. Lockdown when they just want to burn time. And this is a lot really being shown here in terms of cards in their hands by Oasis. Marky been trying to defend this with Savvy up above.
Yeah, very early utilization there from Oasis, but Marky gets a big kill now. Savvy AK, timing is everything with a showstopper even. And speaking of evened up right now, 3v3. Good thing Nexi's there to get the trade going, but behind them, Papi Chulo still slinking. It's all left now to Wits though to try and get these takedowns, but the pistol isn't enough. Oasis is there in recompense, and they're just protecting each other when they need to the most.
Nice attempt there from Naos, but once again, that's a lot burned on these eco rounds here coming from Oasis. They have their Rolling Thunder and about an orb if it maybe does come within this round, then that could be what they use to, you know, further hold on to this advantageous half. But Oasis here, they've already gotten a good half at the very least. Moving forward, much better than what we saw. Timeout called by Naos as they really got to talk things over. How do they continue? We've been seeing these past 3 rounds kind of go on the wayward. Even if they won the first of the 3, it hasn't been the cleanest.
Hasn't the biggest strength of Oasis really been the speed of their rotations? And I said it a while ago, if anything that can enable Oasis just like what Haven does, it's going to be Lotus. Since it's a 3-site map, one of the best things they're really good at calling is how they're able to regroup with one another after being separated in such a, I'd say, an X-axis, right? They always are in position to help each other out in a pinch. That rescue from Nexi, that would have been honestly Savvy 8K dead to rights if ever. And those are the kind of moments that allows Oasis to have more numbers than they should compared to other teams on maps like this. This is one of the biggest strengths they're doing on the defense right now, and one of the biggest linchpins they have here has to be Wild Oreo manipulating the battlefield with the fault lines and of course the instrumental kills along the way.
Speaking of instruments, Naos here cannot continue to be played like a fiddle.
Oh. Okay, sure. Man with the
That
electric
was my
guitar.
one input.
Okay,
That was my one
okay.
input.
Alexa,
no, it's a Metal Gear.
Metal Gear what? Solid?
Metal Gear reference. No, 5.
I know.
Yes.
I know. Don't worry.
You know.
Yeah, I know.
That game.
That game.
Moving on.
We're playing Valorant, by the way.
Yes.
And unlike.
I love. Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Japan.
Sure. See you there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, unlike other games in the future where you can shoot smokes and make sure that there's a small little hole in it, Naos, in the meantime, has to deal with whatever Oasis is able to bring. That's what the lockdown's for. NDG also they're just strafing right now. You see from Naos, they get back out of cover, they get the peek and they get the kill. Paranoia lob though from Marky. Savvy 8K is there towards the spawn as well. And while Naos is now at the center of this map, you mentioned it here, Black and Blue, hits up and Oasis needs to play on the outskirts.
You know, we've seen Oasis be in this situation before, and they do like to opt to go for a save even if they don't find an opening kill early in the retake, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they go for here now. TP, a bit wayward though. Wits, great on the catch, Nexi on the trade, but Papi Chulo holds down to his own pit. He knows this is where the bounds are drawn. This is theirs, the upper, their immediate problem. Ooh. Savvy gets a kill, Jaw goes down, but the rest of Naos respond and keep them in check and in bay. Naos take a 5th.
You know already by this point, right? Naos feels at home with Papi's pit. And there you go. They let that set up, everything goes down. Do not take my words out of context. And it's true. Every single time we see Papi Chulo put that Viper's pit, it's something the rest of Naos can play off, can play in position, and just be ready for any kind of close contact. And that's one of their easiest win conditions once they put that spike down.
It certainly can be deadly to be in Poppy's pit for sure, Dax. Especially in such a hot, sweaty game like this. So Naos here. Ultimates abound. Let's go, they say. Here comes the Rolling Thunder to try and close out this half. Rubble trying to be taken on the way. They have the Paranoia thrown away. Now the cross, though. That's a big question. Does Mojo come out of this safe? And the G on the trade. Georgie gets him one. And Nexi responds with Papi Chulo. That's both smokers down for Naos.
Smells like aggression. And get a sniff of that. Oasis deciding to take the fight towards Naos and come up ahead. Georgie's there too. They're playing towards the link. And they're happy right now to come together. But Mojer, that's a big pick. The Trailblazer provides intel that Nexi's around. Upper side here though for Mojer as of now. B-side still a chance for Naos if ever. But Oasis just so willing to play it patiently. Mojer, if you cross, you have to deal with 2 members, Nexi and Marky. Just looking for the timing. Nexi, he almost got sightlines there. But Naos will disengage and be willing to move away from this site if ever.
We see Naos be in this exact situation a few rounds ago, right, Dax? 2v3 with a spike in their hands, trying to find an opening, trying to find a way to rotate to a different site and maybe get the catch. And Oasis, they know this tendency at this point. It's Savvy going to make that first contact. You can see them pinging it. They have to be wary of this cross. Flash out towards a tree. Gives them on the way. They know the A site is where it's going to be.
Yeah, Wit's going to go for the plant immediately. Mojo's there too. And Nexi had the angle immediately. Night Wit's not allowed to play at all. Oasis will take the lead of the half and make it 7-5. Such a strong defense and how they're able to mobilize around the map.
Yeah, nicely done here from Oasis. You can see them starting off the round from the get-go, letting it rock, letting it wrap, and just taking down both Papi Chulo and NDG. Part of the big thing of, or at least a bonus of what really having a double controller composition brings you is that you lose one, you're not completely done for the attacking side round. You still have a second option to try and create and cut those sidelines down, but they lose both to open up the round. It just made things so much more difficult on the attack. And another point I want to add is, this is the first week, by the way, that we do have the new barracks, and I hope you like it because it looks pretty clean. Look at that. Look at that UI.
This is the one they use for Pacific League?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. That's so cool. Welcome to Korea, guys.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I think this is a good mix of the year 1 barracks and the year 2 barracks.
I was just gonna say, it's welcome guys to Samgyup Salamat. May I take your order? But here we go again.
Okay.
Back into the second half. We can have a meal later on, buddy, because we are feasting on such a good game. Oasis has woken up this series and they're ready to try and equalize the scoreline if ever. At the same time, though, for Naos, a chance to equalize the map scoreline itself. Look to win this pistol and try to take it from there.
That contact is going to be made by Papi Chulo first and foremost towards his C site as they push. And while we got some time to talk, my question is to chat is if it's Samgyup Salamat or the romantic ones that you guys go for.
We can talk about.
How about you, Dax?
I honestly know a place, but
better.
Yeah, but I forget the name, honestly. I'll show you it on Google Maps after or whatnot. But of course, our map will set us towards this A site as our destination. Careful though, NDG still there, looking for timing. John said we get the takedown. NDG eventually with that position will get that kill, and it will lead to Naos making it 4v3 immediately. Oasis though, still perhaps a push from Georgie, holding close by staircase. Wins will get the takedown. Frenzy though in hand, a single clip to get 2. Georgie fights back. It's 2v2.
That's complete value found, but 2v2 with more health to fight with. They don't have the better weapons though. Both classics here on the Naos retake, but up close, that could be exactly what they need here on the right click. The long range though going to work out for Wild Oreo, and Mojer gets the second off the flick, knowing where he's coming. 5 to 7 erased. 6 make it.
Mojo just matters in these moments so well. Out of nowhere, he's able to find the angle to get that 2K going. And from that point on, that was just now cleaning up nicely. They took advantage so early. And without Georgie getting that 2K, it would have all been lost there for Oasis. But look at Mojo go. Left and right. Easy targets. Easy flicks. He went to the train range for this. He knew that was how he could get those takedowns. And now Naos in a good chance to tie up the score.
Crucial pistol round as well for Naos to win, as they were on the deficit. A small deficit nonetheless, yes, but one that could be problematic moving forward if they lost that pistol. Could have been 9-5 real quick, but Oasis, see if they can convert the thrifty round to the same varying success that we've seen Naos be able to do.
Yeah, we'll see right now. Oasis here, setting out a bit of the Trailblazer on the Naos side. Get that intel. Frenzies sent out at least for different sides of the map. And we need to get a little bit closer than that if they want to be effective now. So keeping space in their favor. Mojer and NDG just hand in hand, so in sync. And from this point on, Naos will just have to hunt down the rest of the members of Oasis, right? This is clean looking for Naos on the defense. Ooh, nice shot.
Well, nice kill here. Yeah, from Arky. Wild Oreo, that one was clean. For sure, absolutely. Plan should go down without much of a hitch. Maybe he can find another one before going away. He's got the stun, got the flash, but neither of them come as Wits closes out the round. But Naos, okay, not much of a problem initially throughout that B main hold coming from them. But it's a bonus I want to see them try and change on up. You look at the composition here from Oasis. It might suggest that they would be better on the attacking side because of the fact that they've got those 2 initiators and the raise as well. And I want to see that come into effect.
Yeah, it seems like there should be a lot more of force here from Oasis. As soon as they commit onto a site, Naos will have to get the hell out there or fight for their lives. And that's one thing I'm looking forward to in Naos' side, actually. If you're talking about the Oasis attack, here for the Naos defense, their retake potential is pretty strong with the Viper as well as the Omen. If they can find a good angle to throw down the smokes, they can set up the site the way they want. And as it stands, you can see here, if you're playing the Viper, you throw that toxic screen straight down the middle of the map to encompass 2 sites in one.
Well, kind of wondering here if Naos are going to recognize this push, because they're still stacked up towards that C site. They're still anticipating C is where the push is going to be. But because that orb was taken towards that B site, you would think that Naos would kind of flex on the way. Trailblazer coming on out here. Now that alarm bot is shied away. And now this should send alarm bells to Naos to go for the flank.
Yeah, quick little rings and quick little setup towards the doorway. Knock, knock. Naos is coming. Oasis, though, with the plant follower, still willing to fight for the doorway. And next, see the timing! Left and right, sure. Easy pickings by the doorway yet again. When one door opens, it will be Oasis closing down these lines. And with the rifles in hand, they just execute so well. This is them keeping the lead.
I didn't have much to fight with there. But Oasis, make sure that they don't lose too much against, that minimal buy that Naos had going on. Operator out for job. They love to hinge their defense on that op whenever they can. Part of the big reason why they keep him in that duelist role on the Jet specifically in the first place, because of that potency when he has an op in his hands. And I don't see if it's going to be as effective here on Lotus, because we don't see too many teams really hinge their defense and employ this type of style.
Yeah, just a bit different, right? And, well, here for Oasis now, they have to be careful of that operator, courtesy of Ja. He's willing to push, though, and peek towards middle. Georgie, this is so dangerous. But since this pixel angle doesn't provide enough intel, now Ja swings and peeks and has to back on the way. But Georgie... Oh no. Oh no. But luckily, this is a good call. Trailblazer into play. Now they know the op is in hand. Doesn't really get the stun. It will be Ja getting the hell out of there. But the Rolling Thunder, the call from Oasis, as soon as they sense that operator, they execute strongly towards that C side. Teleportation from Marky to get towards that high ground. Papi Chulo playing towards Waterfall 2. Savvy 8K though, bringing up the fight in the front line. But Witch finds 2 immediately. Where did he even get Marky from there? Stellar start from Naos instead.
And they were both body shot stacks. Not a single headshot on that one. He still finds him. Papi Chulo got on the one. Georgie on the trade. The Witch gets his third. And here comes NDG as they overrun the site. Didn't even need to wait for a trial to come on in. Naos tie up the game.
Naos is back. And with Wits there beating Savvy 8K at his own game, immediately the assault collapses on its head. Marky just swung with him, and the spray down for Wits was effective enough. An 8-8 scoreline. Oasis is gonna fight on back. And before we get back into this game, I think I saw it on the Twitch chat. I think Gwen said it. Yeah, there's a Yoshimitsu nearby here. Come over. We can eat.
Oh yeah. You know what the best thing about a place like Yoshimitsu is? You don't have to talk to the waiters. There's a machine. They just on your table. You just tap tap tap. And I like, when you go to like a Mickey D's abroad and you're like, whoa, I don't have to order from a waiter. I can use the screen machine thing. That is perfect. For
those here too. They're the...
Yeah, some of them, but not all of them.
Yeah, well, you better
It's perfect for
you go
introverts.
You go to a superior McDonald's experience. And guys, this stream is not sponsored, by the way, by either Yoshimitsu or McDonald's.
Anything.
Or anything. But, of course, we are sponsored by Grab Unlimited.
Grab Unlimited.
First month's free. You can go for it. Let's not forget, there's still that whole Pacific raffle going on, so you guys can still get your entries. See how we segue into these things? Anyway, timeouts by Oasis Gaming. They still have to be very careful right now of this Naos defense. And we were talking about their retake potential, but just the potential to stop Oasis immediately really starts with killing Savvy 8K or whoever wants to make that space for them to work with.
I think the goal here, if you're Naos, right, or Oasis, is if you get the 5 kills, you probably win the round.
Is that your point?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to see how much I can pull your strings this day, but it seems like you are very flexible to not be pulled. So I commend your infallible Presbytaspity.
Define Presbytaspity if ever. Say that 10 times. And well, screw those onomatopoeias. We go into the game yet again. It's even the wrong figure of speech, my friend. Anyway, Savvy 8K will pick up the orb. Oasis yet again, with this kind of position, they always angle themselves in an opportunity to play towards B if ever that's the case. That's why you have Nexi on the lurk, and this is a call right now with the smokes into play.
But Ja's the only one there towards that B site right now, and he's pushing pretty forward. With Nexi probably ready on the catch. Oh, he's lucky to back on off here. Ja needs to get the one because otherwise he's gonna be so trapped with an off. He's absolutely dead. That's a double kill coming from Oasis. They overrun this site. Isn't much to fight with right now. Naos, pop flash, perfect timing, but Modra still gets a catch.
He had the firing range on. He knew where to pre-fire that if ever. And Oasis, they get the overrun towards that B side. That's why you want these options on such a wide map. But then again, now still trying to play for the retake. Modra yet again with a 3K. Modra maximizing opportunities. Can he do even more so though? That's the question. While Lorio picking up the operator, scoped in. But Wits will get the takedown. Precision comes in favor of Naos until Nexi is there to fight on back. The Guiding Light's there to boot. And Wits will be able to kick him down. Naos get the retake going. But Modra, man, where does he find those kind of kills?
That was looking so well for Oasis. They dropped the op on the drop. They got the other catch as well, making the 5v3. But somehow Modra, even while pop flashed here by Georgie, it doesn't connect fully. You see the micro dodge as he flicks away to not let that be, you know, a full flash, a full blind on his part. And that was just more than enough. And then he swings out from the upper and still gets a triple kill somehow. To have a player like him, and we talked about, you know, will Modra, will NDG rise up and be on par with the rest of that Naos veterancy? It isn't even that, because sometimes they surpass expectations.
Yeah, they're exceptional, and I really have to commend Modra because he's the one who's adjusted the most from Split 1. He used to be that duelist player. They knew that Ja was able to pick up the pacey more so, and he's gotten so comfortable playing the Sentinel instead. Removes a few, I'd say, inconsistencies when Ja was on the Killjoy itself. And speaking of, immediately a kill with the operator, Oasis has to retreat from that.
Well, you drop Savvy, and a lot of what Oasis hinge on their attacking side is that explosive entry. You got Savvy, you got players like Georgie as well. Double initiator, so many flashes to throw out. But who capitalizes off of that space is the question now that they don't have somebody to really close the gap. And that gap closing, as it's taken away, will just make Naos' double controller even more effective.
Yeah, well, effective now with the lockdown here, and Naos trying to dissuade Oasis from going towards that A side. But look at Oasis go, moving towards C. Here we go again, Papi Chulo, easy pickings, and he just squeezes those 3 heads so cleanly. Transfers are unreal, and well, Naos, they're happy to receive those targets coming their way.
Papi Chulo, showing them how it's done, young Padawan.
Kind of ruined it there, honestly.
10 seconds left.
I love it.
Oh, man. But, you know, I'm always impressed, but at the same time, I'm also expecting it from Papi Chulo by this point. If it's not Ja, it's Papi Chulo so many people talk about. And it's true, the boys from SB have been exceptional. Like, the whole Naos squad has been amazing, but...
You can say that about everybody.
Yeah, but look at this! What is that? What is that? If I do that, I'm gonna clip that, post in my refrigerator, and say, Mom, get the camera, look what I did. But for Papi Chulo and for Naos, that's just the norm, honestly.
He's one of the most regular users of the Phantom I've seen, like someone who consistently prefers buying the Phantom over, and it really benefits his playstyle in situations like that too.
So you're gonna say it's a Phantom pain when you have to deal with Papi Chulo?
Probably. Yeah, I see the reference.
Yeah,
I see it.
That was the long con, buddy. I was just waiting to bring that up.
That was a few rounds over.
Yeah, well, you know, I always love going for a throwback and a callback, and now we call it back towards the C side. Lockdown placed here by Nexi. Still, though, a lot of utility to deal with. While Naos will evacuate, they have ways to slow down the push here from Oasis if ever. Oasis don't make it towards the sites.
Lockdown buys him the time. The plant as well, at least here for Oasis. But their post plant has been the questionable part of their execution here on the attacking side. Not necessarily the take, but the hold on part to it. The second half of it. They got blades here in Naja, and as I say it, he connects.
Yeah, he finds the timing towards Marky. It's Naos right now with the advantage. Showstopper lob towards Papi Chulo, but Papi brings him to the grave with him. Georgie finds the head, though, perhaps looking to just capitalize and kill with. Confirms the takedown 2v2. Mojer's on site. Nexi towards the box, though, and he's boxed in by Naos, but right behind you, Nexi still slinking. 1v1, wrapping around. Nexi does it as he goes next level, and the clutch comes Oasis's way, keeping them in arm's reach of the lead.
Well, Nexi, with another moment here to put into his caliber of play, it's exceptional. You can add that to the list of, well, really, his podium. If you got a Nexi kind of altar of all the moments that he's done rounds and clutch rounds like that, well, I think that's deserving of another spot.
Yeah, well, what's new? If a clutch for a clutch, if it's not Papi Chulo, it's Nexi on the other side. And Oasis Gaming right now, they're just keeping this lead at the minimum, basically. Keeping Naos check as much as possible, but Ja already a good beginning. Marky makes the trade happen, 4v4 scenario. And this is what the power of the Omen can do. A strong paranoia to get that control. And through the doorway, they let the Trailblazer loose.
Well, Ja still has that operator, and they're coming towards the A site here. If he can find an opening and maybe get a sliver of an angle, that peak could be deadly. You can see him boosted on up. As the smoke dissipates in a few seconds, it's going to be a big problem for them to continue to hold on to that backside control that you see them wanting to push forward into.
Yeah, Ja's always trying to play these updraft angles, though. Get even more of those pixels going his way, if ever. Marky, though, creeping closer and closer. An opportunistic angle, if ever, here for Oasis. NDG dropping down towards drop, and this allows Naos at least a few points of impact, if ever. Smoke not thrown towards Spree, might flush out Oasis there, but Marky with a takedown. NDG and Mojer. NDG's just so ready again! He's just gunning, he's just killing, and from this point on, it's all left to Georgie now. Georgie, though, making it the 1v1 scenario, time ticking, and Papi Chulo looking to get onto that site, but with time running out, can Papi Chulo make it? That's the question. He secures the kill store, and barely at the helm, he will not be able to make it happen. 10-10 in split seconds to allow Oasis to tie up the scoreline.
So close it came down. He gets the kill, but ultimately not the round there. And I don't know how NDG found another miraculous shot coming through, as he was basically kind of like half flash on that second follow-up. The opening kill here by Ja, big on that denial of the quick entry space to be taken, but that completely blind, still connects. But in the end, it's the other connection from that former SBE squad here in Georgie to come in big.
Yeah, Georgie, the latest and the last edition of SBE before it disbanded. And with that roster, they won a championship over the team he's joined itself, Oasis Gaming. Yeah, they did. It's pretty funny, honestly. Like, oh, you beat us? You want to join our team? And now, Savvy8K beating Jad his own game. Finds the aggressive angle early on, courtesy of the Trailblazer. Now the Seekers are the call from Oasis Ethan. And this gives him so much space to play towards that A site. A comfort pick here for Oasis. Papi, though, finds Nexi on the lurk.
Papi Chulo from the top there. There's a big picks he finds to get the equalized advantage at very least. Marky, quick on the trade here. Papi Chulo takes down a big presence on these retakes with the Seekers, buying information. He knows one is mid-site. He knows the rest of the two are on the tree. The pop flash confirms.
Yeah, and Oasis so stacked up. Mojer didn't expect that many targets. 2v2 though, tap comes. And here we go with Marky. Just lines him up easily. A 4K even at the very end. Oasis, it's a tree of life every single time they play that angle. And they're really forced now to play at their own game.
Big round here coming from Oasis. And that extends this potentially into a map number 3 if they can get the match point and continue this way that they're playing on their post plant, because as I was talking about a while ago, it was their post plant being the more problematic part of their attacking half. But now that they finally found the rhythm to make that work, to make it as effective as it should be, as Nexi here somehow.
I didn't know.
I know there's a Killjoy watching.
I didn't know Killjoy could do that. Why does the Killjoy have the jet passive? Why is she gliding in there? New ability for Killjoy. The turret can updraft.
I know
I'm calling it.
The Killjoy watch partier is watch partying right now.
Yeah.
So maybe she can confirm. Is this a patch note, Rihanna? Maybe, perhaps.
6.06, baby, and I'm completely distracted, honestly, by this Killjoy setup.
Point out the window.
Okay, finally he fell down. Anyway, Oasis with that win there in that round, they break the back of Naos for honestly one of the first times really in this game, or rather in this half, from what we've seen. This is a good opportunity for Oasis to put themselves on match point. They just have to be very careful yet again of the frag potential we've seen from Naos in these sheriff rounds.
Oh yeah, that thrifty potential. Always a formidable proposition that Oasis know to expect at this point. You can see him take absolute every precaution. They get the kill on the John. That is a big one. They know taking him down early has been gaining them success in converting these rounds.
Yeah, I think that's really one of the biggest points we're seeing here for the Naos defense. They rely on Ja to find that early impact, but instead they're only getting these first deaths as Oasis is punishing him with early utility, especially that Trailblazer from what we've seen on the tree take for the past few rounds. Anyway, though, Marky's just always waiting right now. He's really been on lurk duty, trying to play off his own kind of angle, and as it stands, he's over by Rubble here.
But you can see them wary of that Rubble. The ping on the Rubble itself confirms that suspicion that, you know, they're a bit aware of this. Marky does get the one. Only the one so far on the swing, though. The rest of the team is here to back him up. NDG with a double on the Ghost. But Oasis, they take match point.
This is exactly what they need to keep themselves alive in the series. Oasis right now, they've been understanding the priority picks versus Naos. Find anyone in rotation on the lurk on the defensive side. Shut down Ja as early as possible. Look to find him in those creative angles behind doorways and on top of boxes. And they're reading their opponent pretty well on some of the tendencies we've seen. Naos will change it up a little bit. Mojer's the one on A side this time.
Well, will it be enough here this time around? They do have that lockdown on the defense for the retake. They can also use it to stall. And Mojer, him being on that A site, he's gonna have to make the call on when to pop it. You can see Oasis, they always love to leave that B presence if in case they have to pivot mid-round.
And it seems like the choice is here for Mojer. Within, does he play off the contact of the Nano Swarm? Or will they play retake with that lockdown? It's very dangerous to put so much eggs onto this one basket right now, and Oasis in the meantime making the choice available towards B instead. Rolling Thunder though, avoided here by NDG. Oasis is going to be able to get the plant towards B here if ever.
Well, plant goes down here on Oasis without much of a fuss. The retake to come on in from Naos. How do they play this on out? They know they can buy some time, but it's a space towards B Link. They really wanted Papi Chulo there towards A.
Yeah, Papi Chulo has to be careful. Is he more wary now of the position of Marky? Thing is, though, it's not just a double up, it's a triple up. Savvy 8K's there, too. Snakebite now, lob. Paranoia to try and confirm this kill. Papi Chulo looking to get into cover. Savvy on the hunt, but Naos get the takedowns anyway. Papi Chulo finds Savvy 8K. Here comes the rest of Naos on the B side. They're looking to clear out the main angle here, but Waldorio and Nexi, they're at the ready. Marky's in position yet again. Marky, where does this guy even come from? Papi Chulo cannot fight, and it's Oasis who takes the map. 13-10, and Marky, how does he get in there? How does he get into that angle? And it's just the explanation of how Oasis takes the map.
Well, he was born in it within the shadows there. And Marky, when it went so dark, he knew just to completely keeping on to hark on forward. Marky, such an influential player, such an influential piece of this team. One of the OG Oasis players that we do got here coming from that year number 2. And my oh my does he deliver. It's a replication of what we saw during the grand finals stacks as Oasis take Lotus once more.
Yeah, someone just needs to play it clutch, and in these situations, Oasis has it in their OG members. We talk about Marky a bunch there, how he's able to catch out members like Papi Chulo especially. But on the other hand, Wild Oreo all throughout the game, so stable. Him there alongside Nexi really threw the retake of Naos in for a loop since they pushed forward towards that main angle, right? That crossfire setup there from Oasis was enough to hold down the line. And for Oasis, enough was enough all throughout this map to take this 13-10 victory. 20 kills for both Wild Oreo and Papi Chulo. But truth be told, it was just the small decisions during the post-plant especially that allowed Oasis to win out in that second half.
Yeah, that reliability there from Oasis. When you have a player like Wild Oreo, got a much better performance compared to maybe even a lot of the previous outings that we did see him on the breach in the past. We've seen Marky also be on that role, but him moving to this controller, to the solo Omen, allowed him a bit more space to create a bit more of a kerfuffle once the actual scramble of the round did come on in. You see him throw out all his utility right early on, maybe Paranoia on out, smoke to be placed down, and in that post plant, it just allows Marky to do what he wants because he doesn't have to play for that utility anymore. All he has to do is try and play a ratty position to try and buy time and get as many kills as he can, and in that case, he is so just competent in doing that exact thing.
Yeah, and he knows exactly when to go, especially. He was able to leave his teammate to rush down for that last member if ever. And truth be told, for Oasis, just that last few rounds showed them how much control they had of the map. The fast rotations were one thing, but the second part is they were able to cut off any advances from Naos on the attacking side. You'd see Ja try to get in there, he'll be shut down. You see someone trying to play towards the rope area, it's still not enough because Oasis is watching it, and it's always a duo system that we see from Oasis. They're always there together to help each other out, and those numbers really gave them those inches basically to win out the last few rounds especially.
Yeah, and when you have, you know, players here that step up to the plate, when you lose a really big piece of your execution, like you lose Savvy AK, and then you got somebody like Wild Oreo and Marky anyways to clutch on up, and Nexi as well, as we saw there, that is big, and we talked about his name, and definitely we should be ending out the game here, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. It's Marky, no one other.
Come on, Marky matters most in moments like this, and well done by Oasis Gaming. If it ain't broke, no need to fix it. If it worked before, do it even better. And as of now, it's Naos who's trying to find the solutions there on Lotus instead. Well done by Oasis, and we go the distance in a series that's honestly expected. This Naos versus Oasis rematch is truly the stuff of legends. The rivalry to bring the local scene to even more eyes. And as we move now into Fracture, it's one of those maps that has been played by this certain matchup again and again and again in that last split. So I think really the question right now here is, will history repeat itself, or will Oasis be able to turn it back on the other side there, Black and Blue?
Well, I mean, if you look at the maps that were played between these two teams, Fracture is arguably the one that they have the most experience in playing against each other. So, will it replicate in terms of what happened in the grand finals with Naos taking it, or will it replicate compared to what we saw earlier in that stage, in that season as well, where Oasis were able to take it out against them? We'll find out when we come back in just a bit.
A matchup so stellar, we go the distance. Things are tied up 1-1, and to quote Black and Blue backstage with censoring a few words right there, part of the Filipino, dapat lang. It has to be this kind of series. It has to go into a map number 3, or there will be questions for either Naos or Oasis. But as it stands, man, you can see that these two teams are still at each other's throats trying to slay one another.
What do you mean? We're just as professional off screen than we ever are, Dax. Don't try and throw it into a hinge, but as Dax would say, and as we translated from Filipino, dapat lang, aka as it should be. As it should be, right? Because if any team, Oasis or Naos, go down here 2-0, that's a big blunder. If that's a big disappointment, really, of what a true kind of rivalry would be. It wouldn't be a rivalry if it ain't back and forth, and we got a back and forth right now, but Fracture is arguably the biggest back and forth that we have seen from these two teams. They've played each other in the past few months thrice on this already. The first time around, Oasis coming out on top. The second time around, Naos, and the third as well, replicating that success on Fracture. So to tie up the score 2-2, it's got to be Oasis to take this one.
And exactly that. Didn't Naos take the last 2 series? Oasis took that first series in the regular season. Well, maybe Oasis, they want to make 2-2 for the VCT 2023 itself as well. But talking about Fracture itself, I really feel like it's something both Oasis and Naos would want to play. But at the same time, even when we saw that first matchup between Oasis and Naos, there are already good signs from Naos themselves in terms of playing it out. They were figuring out how to play out the Cypher. It wasn't as effective. They swapped over to the classic Ja Chamber, and that was more so the answer instead. This might be putting Mojo back into the duels role as well, and I do wonder, with the role swaps we've seen from Naos, will we get that same kind of composition as well? On the other hand, what will Oasis bring to the table when the last 2 times they played against each other, it was the Naos victory?
Yeah, let's not forget, they didn't have, that much time to kind of practice too many new things. It's only been a few weeks since the grand finals of stage 1 coming into stage 2, and that isn't much time to really experiment too much. We saw in that the very first time that Oasis did go up against Naos here on Fracture, they were running a very different composition to what later ended up being developed here by the Oasis squad. They were running that Neon plus Raze compo, and then they had instead the Killjoy coming on in, wherein later on they were kind of running a single duelist kind of thing, more Cypher plus Fade plus Raze. It just wasn't as effective against this Naos squad. But then you kind of have to propose the question, was it because the composition just wasn't the best one up against Naos, or was Naos able to actually finally adjust better onto the playstyle of Fracture that they themselves want, knowing that they forgo that Cypher and went with the Chamber as you talked about? And this has been the true constant in every single series, and now being the 4th series, we're going to see this iteration of either team go up against each other, Naos and Oasis. This is a true constant. We see it in every single series, and that just means that they have so much more to pull from in terms of what to expect and what to potentially switch on up and adjust into coming into their 4th bout now here in Fracture.
I think, honestly, there's something I've been trying to understand about this matchup especially. But from what I've seen, Naos has been able to exploit the weaker side of Oasis time and time again in every single matchup, including the first one they lost in. And that is Oasis struggles on this map on the defense. If you look at basically some of the stats here in VCTPH, they have around an estimated 44% win rate compared to a higher 65% win rate on Fracture. And I mentioned that because we've seen many times Naos is able to get a strong flank from whatever side Oasis leaves behind. And we always talk about how strong the rotate of Oasis is, right? Especially on maps like Haven and Lotus. But in Fracture, if you rotate a little too quickly and we see the circular nature of the map, it allows avenues for Naos to slink on in and then re-engage, which is one of their biggest strengths. And from that point on, it really feels like it's Naos taking advantage of one of the stronger suits of the Oasis game and then exploiting that. So really right now, that's what I'm looking to see in terms of adjustments from Oasis, how they're gonna play their defensive half.
I fully agree, because we look at the 3 matches they've played in the past, and the very first matchup that they had up against each other, the only one that Oasis were able to win is when they started on the attacking side, and then they were able to build up enough rounds in that 8-4 half before closing it out versus Naos. But when they were starting on the defense, which was the last 2 times they played Naos, which is the upper final and the grand final, they weren't able to get that quick advantageous half and had to close it out with a deficit near the end. They're going with the same composition we saw them play against Naos, though. It's Naos to try and switch things up here with Ja uncharacteristically, but not exactly unproven, coming out on the raise.
So honestly, first things first, with Oasis's roster, you don't have Georgie this time in this kind of composition. And sure, he has a lot of frag potential, and maybe that will be missed. But we've seen Waldario pop up, we've seen Marky pop off, and they're gonna be on the initiators instead. But take the floor, Black and Blue. What is up with this jaw raise?
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily something that we have never seen from Ja, but it was always somebody else taking that from him. Typically, like on this team, you'd see Mojer. Back in SPE, you'd see Aziz take that raise role, and he'd be maybe something on a Jet, maybe something on a Reyna to try and help that on out, or a Chamber, as we've come accustomed to. But to see him here on a raise, I think is going to be a big test of his pool. We already know him as one of the players, especially last year, who had such a wide pool of what he'd play. You'd see him on the Sentinel, you'd see him on the Controller, every now and then he'd flex to a second innie, and you'd see him on the Duelist, playing every role for that team. But now he's really trying to, I guess, expand his horizons, as we got Wits back now here on that KO. And I'm wondering just how exactly it all plays out. I don't mind the raise. We saw Mojer be on that the last time on the round. But now, how does it come to effect as they pull out and swap back on in this time around the Cypher once more?
Yeah,
actually, no, never mind. No Sentinel.
No, you're right. It's a Cypher. There's a Cypher there for...
Okay.
Now...
All right. I was right the first time.
Wait. We'll see. We'll see. I'm now hesitating as well. I'm waiting to see what we'll get into the game. But if we are both correct,
it's Killjoy.
It's Killjoy this time. So they've ran that Cypher, they've ran that Chamber, and now they're gonna run the Killjoy, which is of course the comfort Sentinel of Mojer instead. If Ja was playing the backline, you'd see that Chamber one last time. And just before we get into the action, never mind, it seems like Naos already wants to go straight up towards that B side. Oh, Drax, a victim to the pain chills. A strong opening here. Do they expect another player towards tower? Seems like NDG will get the refrag, and it's Naos on site.
A great follow-up there coming in by NDG, and just a great spot to get the double. That he does. Has Pain Shells in his hands, but simply overrun and outgunned. Now let's take the opening pistol.
Okay, look, I'm gonna nitpick real quick. Yeah, super strong with the 3K, but maybe that's the inexperience. Immediately going for Pain Shells. When he hears someone swinging at him, maybe not too sure. Because I was gonna bring up something I noticed in his stats from before. He had played characters like Astra, Omen, Killjoy, and Reyna more so than this race. So this is such a big question mark right now on how he's gonna play moving forward on a character he doesn't play as much, or this agent rather.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily, to that his skill, but there always is that point when you're on something a bit more unfamiliar. That is when, those small mistakes can be collapsed upon. And for Naos to pull this out on map number 3 against their bitter rivals, it's a big statement if they win this type of game.
Yeah, well, at least they got that pistol round, and we've said it before, Oasis on the defense has just been their Achilles heel on Fracture. Ja flies high, and yet again, the Pain Shells gets another kill. One thing he's good at is finding those takedowns early on with the utility, and well, Naos, they're set up on this A site now.
Well, 2 for 2 here from Ja on his nades early on. That is complete, perfect accuracy. Steph Curry? Maybe? Perhaps. Mojer with a double. And what's very interesting is that Ja is arguably such a cerebral player, but we see him a lot of times on just big agents who rely more on just absolutely popping off. The Jet, the Chamber, the Reyna. Agents that we don't normally associate with being utility heavy. And now we see him on a utility-heavy duelist like Raze.
Well, basically, if Naos is able to pull this off, this really shows their evolution even more so as individuals. A flawless way to get that second round. Naos, though, we said it. This is where they're comfy against Oasis. On the attacking side to start, they will set the pace and they will set the scoreline. Oasis is the one in trouble in these kind of scenarios. And in this case, yes, they have the rifles, but they need to make this clean if they want to move forward with a better economy.
Yeah, let's not forget, 2 out of the 3. The 2 maps that were won on Fracture here by Naos last stage are the ones when they start on the attack. When they start on the defense, that's when the bigger problem for Naos seems to come. But so far, the flight's looking on pace, so no unfamiliarity there. Able to take control early on. Bulldog in his hands, and once again, the A site is the one they want to take.
Yeah, taking some flight lessons there from Mojer especially. In the meantime, though, Oasis now ready to play aggressive here. Throw out the fault line, dissuade Mojer immediately from playing that lurk. And as he regroups through the rappel itself, it's gonna be the A-Sync looking forward to. Savvy 8K drops down into the smoke, couldn't see anything coming, but the rest of Oasis is there to follow suit. Watch out for Marky, he's just on point with these takedowns. It's Mojer left in a 1v3. Can he find a few more pickoffs? That's the question. Well, Marky's the first casualty. 2v1. Can isolate it perhaps, but Wild Oreo is just fast with the trigger fingers. So Oasis get on the board.
Did not have the firepower there to win out the duel. A bit costly, I will say, though, for Oasis to lose 3 there compared to Naos. Just had pretty much what they brought in from the previous round coming into this. And Nexi, you know, for him to be able to really utilize his composition, he's going to, rather his setup here on this composition, he's going to need just a bit more help in those cases. A fault line prepped, maybe a nade or a haunt prepared, just to give him a bit more fighting power when he decides to anchor down like that.
Yeah, and isn't that the problem with running the Cypher versus the KO? Oasis, they have to readjust, especially the Nexi setup, unless a single suppress be able to get value out of that one. And speaking of, it's Wits now on the lurk. Naos, they do enjoy some of these split moments, and they're crossing through the tunnel to try and make a play towards Arcade itself. Now at the timing from Mojer to move towards the site. Distraction being made here by Naos, but Oasis know that something is amiss, and they're just keeping an eye out towards main if ever.
The big kill they find. They drop Savvy AK. Those pain shells can be such a big stifling force, especially when combined with a fault line or a seize on the opening entry from Naos, and that's one big tool, one big piece of utility they don't have to worry about. Showstopper on out, flash towards that tower, but Ja, he wants to take the Jenny control instead. Andy G gets a huge kill here.
Yeah, they have to be careful of Cancine though inside the smoke. That could have been a target, but Wild Oreo will fall. NDG finds him, and anyway, and from that point on, everything's left to Nexi. Feels the pressure now, expects the flag to come his way, but Wits knows it's perfect here with the entrapment made by Naos. Nexi fights back, but he will fall to the hand of Wits. It's one thing to expect that they're black and blue, it's another to try and shoot out of it.
That's the thing, Dax, you might know it's there. But sometimes, well, instead of an alligator underneath the water, it's more like a lion just staring you in the face. A bear, if anything, growling, announcing its presence, that it's about to come. And that is what Naos are. They knew that most of the presence of Naos were towards a B site, but there was nothing Oasis could do against just the tenacity that Naos provide.
Interesting spirit animal when their logo literally has wings, and you give me creatures that do not have wings.
No, but like, what bird announces itself?
An eagle, dude. An eagle.
You're not
the
wrong.
birds of prey, they're willing to go
But
for
they're
it.
stealth animals, Dax.
Okay.
They just strike. Bam.
Okay, well, maybe get a degree in biology instead of
And
whatever
then
you
caw
got.
after.
Oh, I'm just trying to move on from it, but, well, we're moving towards that B site here, black and blue. And you can see that here for Naos, it's just that rotation that they're willing to go for. Cut noise, though, as soon as they make it towards the tunnel. And yet again, they're looking for a pick if ever.
Cut noise for sure. And that sends Oasis kind of guessing. They're trying to wonder where it's going now, but now that the noise has been made, you can see them pull back towards B. No, towards A. They're still confused. It's Twiddle D here. We got as
Oasis.
now the B side comes hit.
We see it. Oasis is confused, and will it be super effective courtesy of Naos? They've eventually made their way towards the B side. Look to go for the plant. Fault line, though, is the play at least. Marky is providing a bit of utility to keep Oasis in the fight, but the firepower is so heavily favored in Naos. And there you go, the roll call yet again. Ja gets 2 immediately, and the rest of Naos will follow suit. A nice try by Oasis, but this point on, Marky just wants to inflict some damage. Get the hell out of there. Someone's waiting on the other side. Ja and NDG just split on up and just pinch him in, and that's Naos now making it 4-1.
Well, they just simply didn't have enough to fight with there. Bunch of pistols, and not just that, they weren't aware the fight was about to come. You can see them kind of trotting back and forth between A, between B. Which way do they really go? Which way do they expect? And that can be, a lot of times, a sign of just a lack of confidence really in their play. And that wouldn't be something that you would necessarily expect after taking a map away. After winning that second map to run right prior to this, but because of the way the opening rounds have gone towards Naos' side in heavy favor, it can really shake up, you know, teams that the young core like Oasis have got.
Yeah, they don't flinch here for the side of Naos, and that's really just their resiliency moving forward. They drop a map to Oasis, sure, they get off to a hot start, and winning out that initial few rounds really has been absolutely instrumental to keep the pace going. They know that their attacking style is so effective against Oasis, and they're just doing the usual tactics that Naos loves to employ. The rotates, the peeks in and out, the dips to try and get a pick to get that, and then get the hell out of there to go for the reset. And it's Oasis who's always scrambling. We literally saw it in the last round, how they kept going through spawn to try and anticipate where Naos was gonna go.
Well, that anticipation, I think they're going to have to try and do something different. Don't anticipate, except, rather, aside from that, just try and take it into your own hands. Be a bit more proactive instead of reactive. You can see them trying to wait and anticipate once more where Naos are going to come, but they have to set that control early. When you're playing on Fracture, you have to take away some space early in the round, because it's always going to be a difficult thing to try and anchor down when you have to worry about a 180 pincer on either side by default.
And look at Oasis, they were just looking to cross already from A to B through spawn. Eventually, they go for that door control. Lockdown, though, is going to be the call. Hands up right now for both Drax and Nexi, still caught in its AoE. And from this point onward, Naos do force a post plant to go on. Rolling Thunder is the call. You still have Papi Chulo watching out for the flag, but it's 2v1. Has to be careful right now. Showstopper unleashed by Savvy 8K. Papi Chulo will at least get one for his troubles, but in a 4v4 scenario, the null command is the call instead, from which pulses do fly. Nexi's still here waiting for anyone to pick, but Naos, they're just trying to play the slow game. Oasis instead finding the pickups that they need. Savvy will find the Mojer. Here comes Nexi on the wins too. Here comes the Neural Theft even, and Oasis willing to commit just to clear these angles. Now then, NDG looking for the stall. Orbi Strike unleashed. Drax will be there to catch him, try to evacuate. And Oasis, it is way too close for comfort, as you mentioned, but they barely get the round in terms of time.
At least they get it done, Dax, and that's the important thing. One would argue there quite early that Rolling Thunder was, and that's why you could hear my oohs and ahs when he threw that out, because not because he threw it out in the first place, but I thought it was a bit early. They didn't really have necessarily a response from Oasis to trigger that Rolling Thunder. It was a bit more preemptive, but it just didn't work out in the end, especially when they're not looking to push off of that Rolling Thunder. They used it to stall, but they weren't really given a reason to have to force it out early in the first place. And because of that, that could have been the crucial piece to halt the retake here of Oasis and maybe win the round for Naos.
Yeah, it could have been something they used later on, but speaking of Oasis, 3 ultimates just for that round alone, but Savvy 8K inspired now from his performance. Big hold here, and you were talking about it a while ago. Maybe get a bit more of that active map control. They put themselves towards Dish, and it's Wild Oreo dishing out the pain too. Marky's there to hold down that A site, and I'm loving the positions here from Oasis. They have crawled on back to the northern hemisphere of the map. You can see Marky's here by spawn, and they're just waiting for Naos to take the space given to them.
Well, these moments here are when Wits has made a name for himself for, but even this would be difficult for him. He's gotten the 2 on pace to maybe get an ace if he clutches this out, but the spike is just way too out of control. Has a pop flash here, maybe, to throw this for a loop. Oh, gets him turned around, but Wild Oreo knows the play. And Oasis, they get the third.
Yeah, anti-flash there, I think, from Nexi, anticipating that. Oasis, in the meantime, they have that small little timing as soon as Witch jumps up in the first place. But this was such a big pickoff, like you mentioned. The spike going down and Oasis still keeping dish control all throughout. It was so effective to make sure that the round was theirs, but this is a new look from Oasis. They're willingly giving up space, they're backing on away, and still trying to draw a line to keep Naos away from the more crucial parts of their re-engage.
Well, we know Naos are trying a very different kind of game plan and composition here. Have a different hand compared to the deck we've normally seen them try and pull on in. Here comes a Rolling Thunder, and that's how you capitalize off of it, but Witch somehow comes away with a kill. Marky on the trade, but for him to even get one in that situation is big.
Yeah, at least he finds that target, but my oh my, Naos, they expected that big investment already from Oasis. It does seem like, though, they have to be wary when they're a little too proactive in those instances. And a setup here from Nexi now being navigated by Naos right behind you. Mojer's creeping, but Nexi's prepared for it anyway. Well done on the anchor. Naos right now thinking, can they actually go for an engage? Seems like that's the case, but Canteen Control is the call. Right behind this wall, there is going to be a Naos member. So dangerous right now as NEG catches out Marky. And Brax instead with Wild Oreo, reeling them in. And just hook, line, and sinker Oasis fishing for these kills.
Awkward there from Naos, and kind of losing a lot of the coherency that we saw be effective for them a while ago. Before Mojer goes to try and cross that, Naos have to push out from B main, have to make the noise to keep that tower player's focus towards that B main, and then the flank comes on in as they're executing from Mojer to potentially get that kill on the Nexi. Otherwise, Nexi's just going to be a lot more prepared to anticipate a flank like that.
And this is the adjustment we've been waiting for from Oasis. So many times they give up map control and they don't do anything with the other side of the space. Naos instead will have to rethink their plans and, well, a more full committal execute through that A main angle. They take stance control as well. Drop right now being utilized for Oasis as a staging ground. They lob the C's, don't get much out of it, and Naos should be able to get this A take now.
It's a second floor plant, and this plant is made even more valuable if you have that drop control, but that they don't, because we know a lineup can be thrown there from that breach. But here comes on now the orbital strike to try and deny that drop even more some. I think this is once again potentially a bit too early of usage for it.
Naos, they're doing just that. Early investment just to make that space rather than look to go for the spike itself. Savvy though crossing towards the door already. Wild Oreo with the first takedown, and Oasis still with the staging grounds that they need. Nice find by Nexi, but will it be enough? Naos to answer back though. Get the kills in their favor, and with the members towards the site itself, they were able to hunker on down and get those takedowns.
Well, you see why they use it, right? They wanted to take that tower control. They wanted to take away the ropes and the CT, so that when the retake does come on in, which they knew was towards A main. Look at this. It's a perfect 180 crisscross either way on very different, polar opposites. The control of Naos, site and CT. Control of Oasis, main and drop. Directly against each other. In that case, since it's Oasis who have to flood in, they're the ones trapped in a pincer. Really smart by Naos in the end.
Yeah, and with, I guess, those parallel lines, right? The sight lines of Naos are just so stabilized by that point that Oasis is the one at a disadvantage as they rush on in. So Naos is around needed for the adjustment. Showstopper prime by Ja, but he doesn't expect Savvy 8K to be up there. Speaking of the showstoppers, though, it's time for Savvy to unleash his own. Looking for any kind of targets, lobs it towards main, I believe. But as Mojer tries to play for timing, does he get the angle off this time around towards tower? Oh no, not
unfortunate.
this time.
Barely clips him through. And now they know of his presence here. Could have been a big catch-off when the rotate does come on in. I think at this point, if you're Naos, you kind of should be wanting to go towards that A site and just leave Mojer here to create a bit of noise, but they've doubled down on this position. And Oasis, I think they don't realize they're more aware of the situation than they actually are.
Yeah, exactly that. Their setup is pretty strong right now, and while they can go for the retake towards A, at least you have Wild Aura there in a safer
30
position. But
seconds
scratch that now. He's sending out the Prowler, and does it make it in time? Yes, it does. It did. I think it got the catch onto Wits. It lunged a little bit on the mini-map, and now the Null Command is the call. This will give some good suppressed value, especially towards the CT side. Savvy 8K will bring in the fight, but Naos is ready for it anyway. The swing comes, and it's Mojer and Wits with the hit. All left now to Nexi and Drax on the retake.
Big kills here coming in from Wits. And it's a 3v2. Nexi. We've seen him in this clutch situation. It's the Nexi and Draxi combo this time, Daxi. If we talked about that John Poppy Chulo duo, well, you have to forget that old SV Empire roster that was at the core. These two players. Drax gets the opener. Now in the 2v2. Have a great position here to try and get this clutch going, but the time is ticking.
Yeah, Wits is around there, though. Pop Flash comes, but he can't swing from it. Raps and Nexi still working in tandem. There's the clear out. Maybe a trade even, but no. Poppy Chulo does it better. SBE on top of SVE, and it's Naos who makes it 6-4 instead.
I see what he did there, but it's Naos we have to talk about right now, who are just really good at making sure the recovery of the rounds is really what's buying them. Oasis, we see this kind of characteristic as what we saw there on Pearl, where they would win the opening rounds, but when it comes down to rather the opening section of a round, but mid-round, late round, that's where Naos retaliate and recuperate and recover to get themselves a round win at the end.
I think it was too eager from Oasis, honestly. They had a chance to just play for the retake. Instead, they flooded in as soon as they got hit by, I believe, the suppress from the Null Command. And Naos was just so prepared for it. They used that Null Command just to do exactly that. Flush out where Oasis was trying to hide in. In this case, though, Savvy, aggressive angle, Wild Oreo can turn around if ever from Dish, if ever, to help out as well. But Naos right now, they're moving towards the B site as Oasis gamble heavily and stacking A instead.
Yeah, but the house always wins here. And Oasis, they don't recognize that Naos have completely shifted and pivoted towards the other side. Ja, good for one. Bit of, I guess, trigger discipline could have gained him even more, but he's buying time here and keeping them at bay. He knows at least there's two more within that A site, which should send the go signal for Naos to get on this B.
Yeah, and they have to be careful only of Canteen as Marky sniffs out a sense of trouble on the opposite end of the map. Aftershock also to watch the cross towards main, buys a little time for the rest of Oasis to follow suit. And Wildaria instead coming in from spawn, if ever, to utilize that angle. Orbital Strike, though, the call stalls the plan even more so. Rolling Thunder now the answer, courtesy of NDG, just to get that objective going. And here for Naos, do they bring the fight towards Oasis? We've seen the patience from Naos before. Oasis do have to fight back now in the retake.
Mojer, he's the one on flank watch duty here. Fault line, perfect on the swing. It doesn't even connect, but isolates him to the angle he wants in that case. Savvy quick on the trade. 3v4. They don't have much utility. They have a single molly on the Drax, but he's taken down immediately. Mojer, good catch here. It's all on the Savvy AK. Pain Shells flushes him out of the corner and gets a confirm off of it. 1v2 right now.
Can he do it though? The crossfire can be set up. Poppy Chulo peeks and gets the hell out of there. Another try, but he will die. Savvy 8K with a 4K himself, but Mojer will steal his thunder and even prevent him from making it towards the spike. It's another win here for Naos, and Oasis scratching their heads on how Naos is mobilizing in these rotations.
Yeah, they went for that gamble, as you said, but it wasn't necessarily a wager that they had the right coin to flip on. Especially in that case, not the best weapons to utilize. They just didn't have the right read as well in that 50-50. So on the pick as well there, Ja. Even though Naos kind of took their time to be diligent about it, they still come out with a round, as in that case, there's no way Oasis can flood back into the site. They had to play the retake with the less weapons.
Yeah, and Oasis, they understand how Naos is playing. This is the 4th time they've done it this year here in VCTPH alone, so they should have a little bit of that understanding, right? But Naos, again and again, the outmaneuver and the value we've seen across the map. Ja, he was instrumental before. Can he do so yet again this time? Nightfall's there, just really deafens the guy here. And it's another instance where Naos will be willing to back on away, leave Ja here by main, and look to re-engage if ever.
Well, Oasis, they want to close out this half, at least with a round. And Wild Oreo to get that opening pick helps equalize out the odds. A Bulldog here on the marquee. We've seen him be formidable with whatever weapon you put in his hands, though. They're being wary of that drop. You can see the pings coming on in here. With Pop Flash at the ready to execute, about to come.
Yeah, lobs it down through the smoke. They want to go. Papi Chulo with the first clear. NDG's there too. But Wild Oreo's still alive. They haven't found him on the site as of yet. Scratch that though. NDG able to sniff him out. And from this point on, Naos has the advantage. Nexi, does he find Papi Chulo mid-transit? That's the question. Here's now the spike being planted. It will be a strong post plant if ever, though. That's the Brimstone in the breach. Papi Chulo has so many things for the stall if ever.
Yeah, they got the molly, they got the orbital strike. Gonna fake out the door here. Actually, no, he continues onto it. That pulls Papi Chulo to get a bit closer. He knows a fake could be possible, but this is the absolute right move from Nexi. He has to win this fight against Papi Chulo, though, but gives his shoulder away, and Papi Chulo takes ahead. 8-4, and Naos on a pretty great opening start.
Familiar ground. Familiar ground, man. I'm just looking back at the stats here real quick. The last few series that we had versus Naos and Oasis. In the grand finals, it was that 8-4 half for Naos. I think before that, it was even better for Naos, right? I'm just making sure.
9-3. Yep.
9-3, and case in point, really for Naos, it's just the same kind of situation that they need to do, the same kind of plays that have worked before, and Oasis still struggling to find the answers on their defense.
I mean, let's not forget, though, they had a different composition at that time, and it was really that Wits and Ja duo who was doing a lot of the heavy work by far. The only two players on that Naos squad in the grand final on Fracture that even had a positive KD. And that speaks a lot to just the amount of star power that this team has. When the going gets rough, you know, those big players, they can come up with big moments as well. But Moser, he's gonna have to get value out of this, maybe get a kill at the very least.
And you're gonna need to ask that from Oasis now. It's a 4-round gap. They've been in these situations where they have to claw their way up through the nail, fight for it again and again. But we've seen how Naos has been able to wrap up these kind of situations. Will history repeat itself? That seems to be the question right now. Oasis, though, looking to go for that A site this time. It's Wits and, well, 2 other members on the site itself waiting for them.
He has a fragment here, but I'm not too sure if he's in a position to use that towards his sands unless he backs on off, trying to go for the early fight. He goes for the suppress of all things, but connects on the nade again on Savvy once more.
What is up with him on these pistol rounds? Just lobbing them 3-pointers, likes his shooting contest. Next, though, and Wild Oreo do fight back and shoot back. Wild Oreo gets 2 for his troubles. Now Ja fights low, and Ja wins it anyway. A 4K to transfer all the way on the opposite end, but he doesn't see Wild Oreo coming. It's all left now. The Mojer to finish the job off. The responsibility left to him by Ja. Spike is down. A single bullet will be enough. The headshot to confirm it. And Naos wins another pistol. They've only lost, I believe, a single pistol round this whole series here, Black and Blue.
That is incredible. And we know that typically the team that does win those pistols are more than likely to convert the game afterwards here. Ja, absolutely huge. And you would kind of wonder if it's going to be the attacking side or the defending side that you'd see him be a bit more proficient in on the duelist, but it typically has been that defensive side when he's able to pull out the op, and now on the raise when he's able to really just focus in on using that utility to stifle the plans of Oasis. We see that coming to full effect, as well as accompanied by just incredible mechanics as we saw on those shots.
Unreal recovery. I think he underflicked a little too early on, and then he just jolts it so quickly back to get that takedown. Well done here by Naos. Set the pace now for the rest of the second half here. And as the smokes do fly, Oasis, they just want to commit towards this B side. They're looking to vie for a bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm. And Mojer's there to get 2 already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least. But beyond that, it's already critical damage done here towards Oasis. Nexi on the lurk. Looking for opportunity from Arcade if ever. Tower taken also, at least a semblance of control here for Oasis if ever.
See now, that comes true. NDG. Bulldog in his hands, gonna be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Haunt as well, low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace for Wild Oreo. Twist it, lick it, and dunk it. He gets the round.
He does it again. Another ace in another map. Oasis just so happy to have him in this roster right now. And that half just rang through again and again from Wild Oreo. He knew he had the time versus Mojo first because 2 died in front of him. But beyond that, the way that he's just able to confirm the kills on everyone else, the way that he's willing to throw out that Nightfall and use the rest of the Fade utility amplified by the Nightfall to track down his final target. Wild Oreo just goes absolutely insane in moments like that, and Oasis are still in this fight because of it.
Man, is this Wild Oreo, Wild Creamo, Wild Hyro? Any way you spin it, the cookie, it hasn't crumbled so far.
They have to make an Oasis cookie after Wild Oreo after this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'd buy that.
Yeah, well, snacks aside, now Oasis can feast on the lesser buy of Naos. They just have to be still careful though. Aggressive angle now as soon as Oasis do pop off from this smoke. A lot of the pain shield still first and foremost. Savvy 8K is trying to fly in there. Takes the ground floor control. Papi Chulo will find him instead. But the race of Oasis cleaning up house. NDG does fight back, but beyond that, is Ja left alone in the 1v3. Can he do it? Absolutely not. Nicely done here by Oasis, making it 6-9.
My smokes
nice.
block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're
well, Oasis there. Those type of rounds that convert cleanly have been something that we've come accustomed to last stage early on, but then kind of tapered off near the ending side of the split. If they can go back to just that resiliency and that reliability in those moments, then it could be the Oasis of old that we were expecting to come back into it. But now that they've got a gun round here, on these type of situations where they're on the defense after an eco, where they're forced to play in the deficit, we see Naos a lot of times try and do something new to really shake up the pace of the map.
Yeah, just Naos always shifting their gears if ever, but then again, Oasis, you give them the firepower, they will find those fights and win them. Smokes now lobbed towards tower. It will be heavy arcade presence here from the side of Oasis, but they're not going to commit as of yet. They're just trying to find out where Naos is stationed, and look at the rifles right now for Oasis. They have such a good way to snowball from this point on if they start winning rounds from here on.
Snowball, maybe. An avalanche even, perhaps. But they want to take that tower control. You can see them mark it. They have the utility to do that. The fault line, typically thrown in that way, with a nade to accompany it, is going to mean Mojo is going to have a lot to deal with when this push does come. But Papi Cool, that's a good find. That alerts him towards her presence, and now he can be even more so ready for this push.
Yeah, he saw even more contact coming, and Oasis heavily invested now with time running out. Savvy 8K trying to clear things out with the boom bot. There you have the blast back even just to sway the early swing. Mojo though backing on away. Papi Chulo already with a 3K, but Mark is there to make the trade happen. Wits though has a different plan. He's navigating now to opposite end of the tower. And Oasis is running out of time. They need to commit on this B site and fast. Wild Oreo waiting for that push from Arcade. Jado lets it rip, and NDG's there too to do the same. Through the walls and through the rockets, it's Naos now with double digits.
Off of the utility as well. He actually had time there to let go of it and still reposition the plant because there was like 7 seconds left, but obviously with the pressure, you kind of put into a position where you have to make a tough choice, and Naos just know how to abuse that to make it so much more difficult for Oasis.
Yeah, Naos at the very least, they just don't let up. They're so confident on their initial anchors that they're unlike Oasis, who are always rotating on the defense. They're willing to stabilize. They're just so eager, or I'd rather patient, for the eagerness of Oasis. And in these cases where Oasis is cutting noise, they're not really getting much map control. Instead, the time is winding down. They eventually have to commit where Naos is expecting them. And case in point in that round, Papi Chulo finds value, and even the rotation from that A site. Easy pickings with the showstopper and the aftershock through the walls even.
Well, one could argue maybe a bit overkill on the util, but I mean rather on the ult, but you get the round. That's the important thing, especially when you're 6-10. And even then, Oasis, they have a bye here. A crucial bye. They lose this, that's 11. Probably an eco after, make it 12. And match point, with an entire double-digit deficit against them, 6-12, double over. That's a big deficit to play against. So, round crucial, absolutely, more so than the scoreline might suggest at face value. But the orbital strike here, plus that lockdown on the defensive side from Naos, is going to be a big thing they're going to have to deal with. Maybe they can farm the orbs here early and get that rolling thunder.
Yeah, they have the firepower here for Oasis, but this is such a must-win scenario. Now then, they're splitting up their forces, trying to do something we saw a while ago from Naos. Move towards tunnel and catch out anyone, be aggressive. But the Naos squad, they already are just so willing to anchor down, play away from the site, and look to go for the retake if ever, given that they have the lockdown and the orbital strike.
Well, that information is given away. And now know where races are going to be coming. You can see them adjust accordingly to it. Nobody within the site. They know a heavy hit should be coming. They know the orbital strike, rather the rolling thunder could come in from Oasis. And now here comes on the push. They take that site without much of a fuss. It's Naos who are ready and willing to play the retake instead.
Yeah, the plant comes down and the orbital strike is immediately the answer here from Naos. Oasis has to re-engage if ever. Savvy 8K willing to play close. Now the lockdown. Trying to force the hand of Oasis. The commit is there. Spikes planted. Rolling Thunder the answer though, courtesy of Oasis. And NDG draws first blood. Marky falls and now an angle here from Canteen is necessary for Naos. Savvy 8K though, trigger discipline. Hiding into the corner. He's been detained though. And it's Nexy instead who holds down alive. No one checks his corner. Eventually Savvy 8K lets it rip, but it doesn't hit any markers whatsoever. Naos now on site at the ready. Drax versus the world, and that weight will be too much to handle. It's an 11th round here for Naos.
He was detained. Couldn't run away there from the Jenny. But ultimately, in the end, Naos still get the round. They swap on at the end. 11-6. And crucial moment there. I thought it was a bit early once again from Naos. We see this be a tendency of theirs that hasn't necessarily been punished just yet, you know. For them to use those ultimates early into a post-plant situation, either on the attack or defending side. In that case, they threw out the orbital, tried to get a catch maybe, but it didn't really come into much effect. They could have used it to make their retake a bit more effective, or at least confirm it even more so. Luckily, they're still able to come out on top.
Yeah. Could have been a moment there for Savvy 8K, and it's a heartbreaker when you have the opportunity in front of you, and it just all falls apart. This is now looking to be absolutely painful for Oasis. They go for a few bulldog buys at the very least. In this scenario, it's a half buy really for some of them. But get the boom bot. Oasis trying to play two angles at the same time. But Naos knows that they can still weather the storm on one of them, and that's why they put NDG and Ja early on towards Halls.
It's a lot of utility to fight over and fight with. Here for Naos, fault line, that stun plus the nade can always stifle down the pushes here, but Savvy AK trying to take the A main position away. Josh still gets that one on Wild Oreo. They get 2 kills going Oasis's way here, and A main control is theirs for the most part, but will it be enough for them to take the site? No. Wits fends off Marky. They know he's here towards the stairs, but it doesn't matter ultimately. Match point for Naos.
And you just see how Naos is so secure of their position. They have the firepower. They can push that all the way towards the Oasis spawn. And while Oasis expected it and fought back, even with Savvy 8K regrouping from that point on, still Naos in such a good spot towards the site, especially with a big 3K there to hold it down. This is it. Series point for Naos Esports, looking to write history in their favor yet again.
Well, for true rivalry to continue on, it has to be a complete back and forth for the most part. And Oasis, you can be sure, damn well sure, that they do not want to let this give on up, especially against really their bitter rivals here in the end. They have that neural theft. If you can get a pick off, especially in the position safe enough to maybe burn a cage and get that info, I'm willing to bet they're gonna take it.
Yeah. At least find that intel, right? But Oasis as of now. Underpass yet again taken here. Vying for the arcade. Mojer though. Barely committed position. He's being flushed out and he's easily taken on down. Next on the list gonna be Wits, and we've seen this before in match point scenarios from Naos. They're willing to take that extra bit of risk. Oasis expects that immediately, and they punish two as for usual. Another one bites the dust. It's 4v2 now. This is such a hard to take forward the tower through the fire and the furnace. Papi Chulo tries, but he'll be denied. Oasis still survive.
Yeah, big C's as well there from Wild Oreo. And Oasis, they keep on chucking. You can see them walk through it, and so far haven't faltered a step when it comes into these comeback situations. They can gain a few rounds, but it's closing it out and forcing it in overtime that has been a bigger problem. We saw them kind of crawl back during map number 1 on Lotus a while ago in the opener of this series. It didn't come to pass for them to close it on out, but that could be a very different story. As Oasis, they got their back against the wall. They got 4 rounds a while ago on that Lotus map. Information given on the way. They're going for that bridge trap, the bridge pincer that we see a lot of teams like to employ on the defense here now, and it works out perfectly to get the catch.
There is just no escape whatsoever for Nexi. Naos now on the hunt. They smell blood in the water, and it's Oasis's. Wits with a find. It's 3v5 immediately, and one last chance perhaps from these positions. Tower though taken already by Naos. Forces Savvy 8K to go inside the holes instead. Rolling Thunder is the call, but Savvy 8K hits his target in front of him. Mojer though with the find already. There's the tap forcing out the molly early on. Drax trying to get the spray down going through the smoke. Here comes Mojer, and NDG will follow suit. Naos truly is the time. This is their era, and they're the defending champions for a reason. They take down their rivals yet again in 2-1 fashion, and this is a big matchup in the regular season that they have totally wanted.
Not exactly the final finish just yet for this team, but for sure a hump in the road they wanted to flatten, and that they do here against Oasis. You can see them calm and collected after that win, just talking things over, probably what they could have done right, what really went wrong. And you know that when a team is like that after beating the rivals, not entirely elated, you know that it means that they know there's a bigger fight to come. They won this battle, but not the war just yet.
Yeah, it's always about that matchup all the way at the very end if they make it to the grand finals for the Ascension slot. But as it stands now, they look so controlled in the first map, and in that third map we saw they're in Fracture. It's just business as usual, and we had a few doubts with some of the swaps in terms of the roles. Were we getting really Mojer dedicated on that Killjoy, truly cementing him to be that sentinel player, and Ja on the race, very effective. Just don't doubt Ja on anything, I guess. That's really what we're seeing right now. And Naos very effective at playing the same kind of playstyle that just works, especially against Oasis Gaming.
I mean, I would argue that it could be more effective when he is on the chamber, but just in generalities, in terms of being reliable, you know, the Raze is a bit more, I guess, reliable really to kind of bank on instead of that chamber, who you always just have to have an absolutely pop-off game to get value from that chamber, right? As opposed to once more the Raze, who you can rely a bit more on your utility, don't have to go all the way, don't have to go 100%, can kind of sit back in the defense and play a bit more concise in the offense. And to have that kind of just more standard thing to rely upon is a big thing, especially for a player like Ja, who you will want to give him a bit of those rounds where he can take his foot off the gas pedal just a bit, so that later in the game he can continue what he's known to do.
And honestly, as we look at these highlights, I do wonder now what the plan is for Oasis. Because on this map especially, Naos just has the perfect playstyle against what Oasis does in the first place. We saw how effective rotations were on the second map, but here on Fracture, it's such a different philosophy. You mentioned how they should be going for a bit more of those controls for areas like Dish, towards like main, towards like arcade, but then Naos is able to just reel them back and then catch them in the act anyway. So what is the plan right now for Oasis Gaming on Fracture, especially on the defense? That's something they're gonna need to keep rethinking moving forward. And let's be real, Unreal ace with the sheriff, courtesy of Wild Oreo. But the moments were mostly in the Naos favor, and NDG, of course, delivered that final moment, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Well, NDG, certainly a big piece of this roster, but I do think, you know, basically sticking with the same composition that we did see the last time around, but swapping Georgie out of this roster kind of made things a bit more difficult for them. I'd like to see them put him back in, but not just that, change the composition, man. The Fade plus, you know, the Breach isn't necessarily working for them, and when they did have, you know, a bit more of that Neon and Raze before in the past, I thought it worked well. They just had the wrong players on the wrong positions. Maybe have Wild Oreo be on the Raze and then Georgie be on the Neon, maybe things like that. But those are only my suggestions. I'm just a mere caster here. I do think, though, that there has to be a change up in terms of not only who plays what, but also what exactly their game plan is when it comes to Fracture, because this is the 4th time now they've faced against Naos, and it's the 3rd time that hasn't been a charm for them.
Yeah, it's just a blatant weakness by this point. But when we're calling it out that it's been a pattern, it really feels like for Oasis, that's something they need to keep looking into. But of course, those are only our thoughts. The panel has so much to break down along the way. We're going to be tossing it over to them right now.
At ayun, 2-1 in favor of Naos Esports. Tingnan mo yung first series natin na 2-1 din, tapos ito 2-1, pero magugulat pa ba ako? Hindi naman, dahil syempre kasama natin si Ray dito sa panel. So ayun, parang expected din naman, hindi ba? Tsaka ang dikit na dikit talaga yung laban, Osay. Napakalapit talaga ng rounds.
Exactly. Yeah, parang yun nga, no, napag-usapan din natin na in terms of breakdown, to be honest, itong dalawang teams na to, sila rin yung nakita ng finals, and wala silang, I mean, may lumabas yung Raze, yes, definitely, pero it would still be the same duelist na may hawak nun, and ito pa yung sa third map. And kung tutuusin, parang it always has been the same execution that they're doing, and it's just a battle of less mistakes. Yun yung pinaka pwede kong sabihin dito, kasi iba yung punish na nakukuha nila sa isa't isa. Once na may makuha kang key members, it was easy for them to snowball from there, pero bigla na lang may magbe-break nung momentum.
Talagang napansin ni Osiris na ganun yung playstyle, pero sa tingin ko malaking factor talaga na nilagay nila si Ja on that duelist. Kasi minsan si Mojer nagfe-feel siya, pero on him being on that killjoy, it's really accurate. Pero for Ja talaga, insane firepower, very confident. Mas coordinated yung Naos ngayon with this type of shuffle that they had. And even if si Javi Iking nga sa pinaka-last map natin, nagkaroon siya yung nag-raise up for them, maganda na sana yung exposure para sa kanila. Kaso nagkulang lang talaga sila on those necessary adjustments in where Naos can definitely tell us na by experience, by on those mental fortitude, sila ang mas may advantage.
Grabe talaga, no? At saka, there were so many moments dito sa series na to na nag-shine talaga. Ang daming magaganda na plays dito. Highlights from all of the players, di ba? Yung parang nakita nga natin sa Fracture, may ace na nga si Wild Oreo eh. And nakita natin yung mga moments na ganito na bigla lang may 2K, may 3K, ganun. Ang ganda talaga. You can tell talaga that these players really do know yung parang, they do know each other, they do know each other's plays kasi yung anticipation nandyan eh. Pero I do have to say na parang for the side of Naos Esports, nakikita mo talaga yung veteranship, yung experience. Kasi nabanggit mo, Ray, di ba, na parang yung endurance, yung parang nawawala na ng momentum, nawawala na ng steam yung Oasis gaming. And you can really tell that yung parang because of that, the lack of experience, yung Naos Esports, yung roster ng Naos Esports, ilang years na magkasama sa mga ganitong mga battles, hindi ba, Osay?
Yeah, definitely, no, na parang itong team na to, sanay na sila sa pressure. And they can really perform under tiring mental state. And itong Oasis, ang ganda na ng momentum build-up nila, especially sa Lotus nung naipanalo nila. Pero pagdating dito sa Fracture, parang may mga dwindling for performance na parang they're a bit missing some points na definitely winnable. So at that point, tulad nga ng sinabi ni Ray, I strongly agree that Ja being played as a duelist and nilabas pa nga yung Raze dito, raise the bar even higher, na talagang he is a flexible player not just by the roles, but exactly by the dual agents that he's using.
Nagulat nga ako kasi this is the first time actually na nakita ko si Ja in
Yes.
Erase, di ba? We usually see him on that duelist, particularly sa Jet lang. Pero
Jet
tong
talaga.
Raze, nagulat ako. And I was kind of skeptical. Will this actually push Naos to their limits? Especially si Javi 8K, yung naka-raise ngayon sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Pero gulat na gulat ako. Mas coordinated yung calls ni Wits together with Ja. Kita nyo naman the suppress, tapos the KO utilities, the flashes. Sobrang maximize lahat yung output na ine-expect ng Naos. And maybe that's the reason why they put Ja on that raise. Tapos ngayon yung support din talaga ni Moser. Napakaganda. Nag-iba yung circulation ng Naos Esports and definitely paved win sa laban nila against Oasis.
Grabe talaga, no? Tsaka nakita din natin na na si Ja, sabi nga ng The Mods, diba? Yung parang first time nila na magkita si Ja with a showstopper kasi usually, diba, Ja with the Blade Storm. Pero ayun nga, nakita nga natin yung value ni Ja, and I do have to commend also like for the whole side of Naos Esports, napakaganda talaga ng mga plays nila. I have to commend Papi Chulo in particular kasi ang dami niyang rounds where he gave such great value. Yung parang may isang round na siya lang ata yung nasa seaside sa Lotus, tapos yung parang siya nakapatay ng 4K or 3K ata. Diba? Yung parang yung mga plays na gano'n na you can really tell na yung Naos Esports, napakaganda ng mga homework nila. They know how to anticipate yung mga opponents nila. At boom, ayan, instant ace, instant 3K. Although yung ace nasa side ni Wild Oreo, di ba? Let's take a look at our updated standings sa ngayon. Kasi syempre, nabanggit din natin sa pre-show na yung Action PH was leading. Pero ngayon, tinan mo yan. Meron na tayong Naos Esports na sharing yung top spot dito at ang GameLab Alpha. Osiris, ano masasabi mo dito sa ating bagong standings at the end of our 4th day?
Medyo kakaiba, no, na Action PH yung nakikita natin sa taas, and they know really how to perform. It's just that they're going to be put into the test as days goes by, and if they can maintain yung ating top 1 spot, dahil nakikita natin yung Naos, it feels like they're not going to stop anytime, and syempre yung promising nga na GameLab Alpha na nakita na natin from a previous split that really got this surprise factor, and sana ngayon makompleto nila yung underdog story.
Oh, seems like MVP Esports, sorry, nakita ko lang. Hindi na sila, hindi na sila LFS. They finally called MVP.
News! Oh,
yes. It was posted an hour ago, kung di ako nagkakamali.
1
Nakita
hour
ko
ago,
rin.
so breaking news nga talaga.
Oo, napakabilis naman.
Congratulations.
Finally,
Congratulations sa inyo.
Finally, may org na sila, guys. And hopefully, ito na yung magiging sign na para bumawi, di ba? Kasi ngayon, parang napansin ko, sobrang disheartened nila nowadays sa kanilang mga matches here in VCT run, but I'm sure ngayon na meron na sila talagang legit na sponsor, malay natin makabawi sila. Pero ito yung nasa-surprise ako, yung Oasis ngayon ay talo nga sila, pero I really do think it's still too early to define sino nga ba yung di makapasok at sino yung magta-top lead, kasi marami pa namang pwede mangyari. Pero tomorrow, this might be good kasi APH din SR Nakage, tapos Naos versus Rambutan ni Tatay.
Uy, ang ganda pa rin ng laban, ang ganda pa rin ng matches natin bukas, hindi ba? Pero ayun nga, nasabi mo, di ba, Riri, na parang it's still too early. Yes, na parang may 2 wins or something. Pero ako parang I look at it as parang pistol round, alam mo yan, yung parang, okay, naka 2-0 ka, pero bukas kasi yung yung parang the next few days, malalaman mo talaga na parang, nako, pag naka 3-0 ito, pag naka round 3 na to, parang mahirap na bumawi, hindi ba? Yung parang masyadong na malaki yung lead, hindi ba yan? So, ayun, yung parang napaka-exciting na nga ng next few days natin, and para sa akin, this is the turning point for a lot of teams. So parang if they do get that win, ayan, may momentum na building. For the teams that are on the leaderboard, they have to sustain. Ito na yan, yung turning point na yan. They really do have to get those points up on the leaderboard. And ngayon, those are our series for today. Those are our matches for today. Congratulations sa GameLab Alpha and sa Naos Esports. Pero ayun, nakita nga natin na sobrang dikit yung laban nitong dalawang teams actually, and they can really give fights to each other. So stay tuned. Maraming pang mga action. Hindi lang Action PH. Maraming pang mga action na makikita natin dito sa VCTPH. Thank you, of course, to our wonderful sponsors, to Mineski Philippines and to Riot Games. This event is made possible by you guys. So thank you very much. Sino pa ba, Osay?
And
Nagugutom
syempre,
ka ba?
thank you din sa Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month. And syempre, enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month.
Grabe, talagang ako din mismo gumagamit ako ng Grab Unlimited. Kanina nga kaka-deliver ko lang ng food for me.
Siguro,
Ayun,
mama.
ako din.
Midnight snack habang nagba-value with you.
Sige, mamaya
Dumating
gusto
nung
ko din yan.
Lotus.
Pero syempre guys, hindi lang to. Syempre, maraming sumusuporta sa atin because VCTPH Split 2 is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming salamat syempre sa Gab.
Ayan po. At ngayon, babalik na kami sa ating mga Grab delivery, mga Grab food.
Yes,
kasi
yes,
hindi ko
kakain muna.
hindi ko natapos. Kasi bumalik ako dito kasi syempre parang mainit na yung laban. Tapos parang,
Mainit din yung comment section eh. Kaya ang hirap iwan eh.
Mainit din yung comment section. Tama. Uy, nananahimik yung mga iba dito. Pero nakikita namin, ha?
Kala nyo, ha?
Yes, makikita din namin lahat ng mga comments yun, lahat ng mga support nyo dito sa VCTPH Split 2. This has been Tita Mika Fabs with Osiris and Ray Ray. We'll see you tomorrow.